10,000 meters above the sky. It was supposed to be a peaceful business trip, but it unexpectedly ushered in a catastrophic disaster. The plane crashed violently on a deserted island after being violently shaken in a storm. The story of survival on a deserted island. Me and the beautiful Seo began. We began to look for water and food everywhere, and soon found a few surviving companions. We teamed up to survive, but encountered a terrible beast threat in the depths of the jungle, facing a survival crisis, hunger, cold, and even unknown fear. The desire to survive in my heart has never been as strong as it is now. This deserted island is far more terrifying than we imagined. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 141, After the Typhoon. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the whole island seemed to be trapped in the abyss of the storm. Wang Yuan stood at the door, carefully observing the outside through the gap. The tornado had been lingering for several hours. After lunch, Ren Yuan was bored and feeding a few pheasants, and Wang Yuan stood at the door again. No, the dragon sucking water disappeared. He said lightly. Really? Let me see. Ren Yuan and others rushed to the door and looked through the crack impatiently. Yeah, it really disappeared. Wang Yuan put on a raincoat and walked out in the wind and rain. Although the tornado had disappeared, the wind and rain were still fierce and the surroundings were in a mess. Captain, what's the situation outside? Zhang Lanfang asked with concern. The rain is too heavy and visibility is very low. I can't see anything clearly. Wang Yuan shook his head and walked back to the cave with water dripping from his body. Then can we still go out? Ren Yuan asked anxiously. The wind is still strong and the typhoon is not far away, so try not to go out, Wang Yuan warned. Oh, it's so boring. Ren Yuan muttered. Why don't you sing a song to cheer everyone up? Zhang Lanfang suggested and led the applause. Ren Yuan blushed. This is not good. What's wrong? Aren't you the KTV Week Queen? Sing a song and let's applaud her. Zhang Lanfang continued to liven up the atmosphere, and everyone followed suit and applauded, and the room suddenly became lively. Ren Yuan cleared her throat with a little shyness on her face and began to sing. If I hadn't met you. She glanced at Wang Yuan out of the corner of her eye. At the same time, on the other side of the island, in a corner under the cliff, Sister Zhou, Xiao Sun, and Sister Zheng were huddled together, soaking wet. Although they were sheltered from the wind, the heavy rain beat down on them mercilessly. Sister Zhou, I'm so hungry. Sister Zheng complained weakly. Be patient. We'll go find food when the rain stops. Sister Zhou consoled softly and handed over a bottle of rainwater. I'll look around. It won't be far. Xiao Sun suggested. No, the typhoon is not far away. Going out would be risking your life. Sister Zhou said firmly. The rainwater flowed down the stone wall, and several bottles of water were slowly filled. Although it was turbid, it was enough to quench thirst at this critical moment. We heard gunshots from the pirates yesterday. Did Captain Wang and his men have a fight with the pirates? Xiao Sun asked in a low voice. It's possible. There were several gunshots a few days ago. They must have been discovered. Today, a large number of pirates came to hunt them down. Sister Zhou pondered. I hope they can escape this disaster. Sister Zheng was worried. Captain Wang is not an ordinary man, but facing dozens of pirates, he may have no choice but to run for his life. After all, they have 3 women, Sister Zhou analyzed. The rain gradually subsided and the sky gradually darkened. The 3 decided to brave the rain to look for food. They walked into the woods on the muddy ground. Their shoes were stuck in the mud and were extremely heavy. Sister Zhou knew several wild vegetables, and the 3 also dug up some mushrooms. Look, there are mushrooms over there. Xiao Sun shouted excitedly. This is an edible mushroom. Sister Zhou picked one, sniffed it carefully to make sure it was non-toxic, and then took a small bite. The 3 of them followed her example and ate a few mushrooms, temporarily alleviating their hunger. Suddenly, Sister Zheng saw a beautiful mushroom with a bright red cap dotted with yellow spots. Sister Zhou, this mushroom is so beautiful. Oh no, don't touch it. It's poisonous. Sister Zhou exclaimed, and Xiao Sun immediately pulled them back. Before they finished speaking, a colorful poisonous snake swam out from behind the mushroom, spitting out its tongue and staring at them. The 3 of them were so scared that they ran away, and only breathed a sigh of relief when they returned to the bottom of the cliff panting. It won't chase us, will it? Sister Zheng asked with lingering fear. No, snakes generally don't attack people on their own initiative. Sister Zhou comforted. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the rainstorm finally stopped. Sister Zheng suddenly held her stomach and said in pain, Sister Zhou, my stomach hurts. I have to go to the toilet. Sister Zhou also felt unwell and walked with her into the woods. After the two squatted down, Sister Zheng couldn't help asking, Are we poisoned by mushrooms? No, the mushrooms are not poisonous. It may be caused by the unhygienic diet in the past few days. Sister Zhou comforted, but her eyes showed a hint of uneasiness. Chapter 142, The Tide is Rising. After Sister Zhou and Sister Zheng solved their personal problems, they felt relieved when they stood up. Sister Zheng, take off your clothes and wring them dry. There's no one here anyway, and it's too uncomfortable to wear them like this. Sister Zhou suggested. Okay. Sister Zheng looked around. Although it was pitch black and she couldn't see anything, she still felt a little uneasy. When the two returned to the bottom of the cliff, they found that Xiao Sun was still awake. Sister Zhou said, Xiao Sun, go wring out your clothes too. It's too uncomfortable to wear them wet. Xiao Sun nodded and went to the side to deal with the clothes. Soon, the three of them leaned against the cliff and fell asleep in a daze. The three of them woke up at noon. The sky had cleared up and there was not a single cloud in the azure blue sky. However, Sister Zheng leaned weakly on the side, her face flushed. Sister Zhou, I feel dizzy and I have no strength all over my body, she said weakly. Sister Zhou touched her forehead and said solemnly, She has a fever. It should be, because she got caught in the rain last night. Will I die? Sister Zheng was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. Don't think too much. You just caught a cold after getting caught in the rain. Sister Zhou comforted her. Xiao Sun handed over a bottle of water. Sister Zheng, drink some water. The water has settled and become clear. Sister Zheng took the bottle and drank a few sips, then leaned against the stone wall tiredly. Sister Zhou decided to return to the beach as soon as possible. Xiao Sun, carry Sister Zheng on your back, and we will return to the beach, where we can at least find food. The three of them had just walked out of the woods when suddenly, the scene ahead made Sister Zhou scream. Not good. Go back. She pulled Xiao Sun and turned to run. The sea water advanced towards the woods at an alarming speed. Several hares, mice, and snakes quickly rushed into the depths of the woods. What's going on? Why is the sea water rising so quickly? Xiao Sun looked back in horror. Don't just stand there, run. Sister Zhou shouted as she pushed them back. The three of them finally ran back to the bottom of the cliff and climbed up a slope onto a huge rock platform. After catching their breath for a while, the three leaned over and looked down, only to see that the waves had spread to the edge of the woods, and the animals under the cliff were running around, with even wolves, wild boars, and other wild beasts desperately trying to escape. This should be the high tide caused by the typhoon. Fortunately, there was no tsunami, otherwise we would have died. Sister Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, with cold sweat on her forehead. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan and his group were also facing the chaos after the storm. Outside the cave, palm trees and banana trees fell to the ground, and the ground was covered with broken branches and leaves. The three women stood aside, looking at the scene in front of them and almost crying. We have to cut down the fallen trees quickly and drag them back for use, Wang Yuan said decisively. They worked together to drag several fallen palm trees and banana trees back to the cave entrance. Just as Wang Yuan was about to repair the cave, his eyes swept across the distance, and his expression suddenly became nervous. Oh no! Everyone, pack up! Captain, what's wrong? Everyone was puzzled. There's no time to explain. Quickly pack up all the necessary supplies and go up the mountain immediately. Wang Yuan ordered nervously. Everyone quickly stuffed food, water, and necessities into their backpacks, while Wang Yuan stayed behind to close the cave, reinforced the cave entrance with bamboo, and then quickly climbed up the hillside, leading everyone to reach the top of the mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain, everyone watched the waves rolling in, devouring the grass like a giant beast. This is a high tide. The seawater is flowing back. Wang Yuan observed through the telescope and said calmly, Fortunately, it's not a tsunami. Otherwise, we would have no way to escape. Captain, the sea level is no longer rising. Jiang Yin confirmed with a telescope. Wang Yuan nodded. Let's wait until the sea water recedes before we go down. We may not be able to go down the mountain today. Rin Yuan exclaimed. It's like watching an animal world. Captain, are we really not going to go hunting? Stop hitting it. It's useless no matter how much you hit it. It will destroy the ecological balance here. We must respect nature and take it in moderation, otherwise it will fight back sooner or later. Wang Yuan said meaningfully. Everyone nodded silently, feeling heavy-hearted. What the captain said makes sense. Zhang Lanfang said with emotion. As the sea water gradually receded, the crisis seemed to be slowly passing, but everyone remained alert, waiting for the next change in nature. Chapter 143, Mountaintop Conversation. Are we just going to sit here and do nothing today? Do you want to go for a walk in the valley? Rin Yuan asked, looking up with a hint of boredom in her tone. Don't go into the mountains after the rain? Have you forgotten? Zhang Lanfang reminded her. Oh yes. Rin Yuan nodded. Wang Yuan interjected. After the typhoon, the animals here tend to become irritable, so it's best not to provoke them. Got it. Rin Yuan responded obediently. It's already 12 o'clock. Let's eat something. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. What do you want to eat? Rin Yuan asked impatiently. Just eat compressed biscuits. Wang Yuan smiled. Their simple lifestyle forced them to accept these simple diets. Jiang Yin took out some compressed biscuits and gave each person a piece. They ate and drank water. On the quiet mountaintop, there was only the sound of the wind and the sound of their chewing. By the way, we also seized a watch. Who wants it? Wang Yuan took out a famous brand watch from his pocket. Give it to Dai. He often goes out to work. Zhang Lanfang suggested. Yes, for the three of us together. Rin Yuan's watch is enough. Jiang Yin agreed. Okay then. Wang Yuan handed the watch to Dahe, who took it with a smile, put it on his wrist, his face full of joy. The top of the mountain has a great view, overlooking the valley and the sea in the distance. Although you can't see the beach, you can see the surrounding trees and grass. The sun gradually rises and everyone is getting hotter and hotter. The moisture in their bodies evaporates quickly and their mouths are dry. How much water is left? Wang Yuan asked. I still have one bottle left. Zhang Lanfang replied. Others also reported their own stocks. Only Wang Yuan brought 3 bottles of water. 7 bottles of water are enough to get us through until tomorrow. Everyone should save some. Sister Fang, you will be in charge of the distribution. Wang Yuan ordered. Everyone nodded and handed the water to Zhang Lanfang, who put it neatly into her backpack. Let's take a break first. Lying down can reduce energy consumption. After Wang Yuan suggested this, he was the first to lean on his backpack and close his eyes to rest. The others also lay down. The sun shone on the rocks, which was warm, and the sea breeze was comfortable. Before they knew it, everyone fell into a deep sleep. Roar! Suddenly, a low roar of a beast broke the silence, startling everyone and waking them up suddenly. Wang Yuan quickly raised his gun and looked around through the scope, but saw nothing. I can't see anything except grass and trees. Rin Yuan put down the telescope, a little nervous. It might be a tiger hunting, don't worry. Wang Yuan comforted. Zhang Lanfang handed over the water. Captain, drink some water. Wang Yuan nodded. Everyone should drink a few sips to moisten your throat and last until dinner. Everyone drank a few sips and saved the water for tomorrow. Captain, will the pheasant starve to death? Rin Yuan suddenly became worried. Didn't you feed him this morning? He should be fine. We'll see what happens tomorrow. If we can go down, we'll go. Okay. Rin Yuan was a little worried, but she had no choice but to give up. In the evening, on the western sea level, the fiery red sun began to slowly sink into the sea. The sunset glowed the sky red, and the sea water was sparkling, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. It's so beautiful, Rin Yuan exclaimed, and everyone was fascinated by the scene before them. I've never seen such a beautiful sunset. Well, it really is like a paradise. Just as everyone was immersed in the beautiful scenery, Wang Yuan's voice broke the silence. Ahem, it's time to eat. The 3 girls rolled their eyes at him. Rin Yuan muttered, You really don't understand romance. After dinner, Rin Yuan suggested, The night is long. Let's have some entertainment. Everyone should perform a show. Dahe, and I don't know how to perform. You guys come on. Wang Yuan waved his hand. How about you tell me a story, or a story about first love? Zhang Lanfang teased. Yes. Tell me about your first love. Rin Yuan also clapped excitedly. Wang Yuan shook his head. Let's just tell a joke. Okay. Rin Yuan was a little disappointed. Wang Yuan cleared his throat. One day, Jiang Gan met Cao Cao, and Jiang Gan bowed and saluted. Cao, how is your mother? Cao Cao left in frustration. The next day, Cao Cao met Jiang Gan first, bowed and saluted. Cao, how is your mother? The joke is over. The three girls were stunned and looked at each other. Ha! Zhang Lanfang finally reacted and couldn't help laughing. After explaining it to the other two, the three girls laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. Wang, what are they laughing at? Dahe asked in confusion. Forget it. Just treat them as children. Wang Yuan said helplessly. Everyone laughed and made noises, forgetting all their worries until night fell. Chapter 144. Overnight on the mountaintop. What do you mean, Wang? Who hasn't been weaned? Rin Yuan suddenly stood up, put her hands on her hips, and glared at Wang Yuan angrily. Wang Yuan quickly raised his hand. Hey, calm down. I mean, you're already past puberty. Rin Yuan's expression eased after hearing this, and she sat back down. That's more like it. She curled her lips, turned around, and smiled. Sister Fang, you see, he still said that I am a young and beautiful girl. Zhang Lanfang glanced at Wang Yuan and said with a wicked smile, What beautiful girl? He meant that you are in your rebellious period. You have a bad temper, don't obey discipline, are self-righteous, do whatever you want, and are overbearing. You are simply a person who wants to tear down the house. Rin Yuan's face darkened instantly, her beautiful eyes burning with anger. She slowly stood up and glared at Wang Yuan, about to explode. Stop! 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 Wang Yuan raised his hands in surrender and hurriedly explained. Sister Fang is totally wrong. Rebellious period? No, no, no. That's a sign of menopause. Only old women behave like this. When I say puberty, I mean you're still young, innocent, and full of energy. Do you understand? Rin Yuan blinked, thought for a moment, and nodded. Well, it seems to make sense. She sat back in her seat. Wang Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped off his sweat. He happened to see Jiang Yin looking at him teasingly. His head buzzed, as if he realized something. He looked at Zhang Lanfang again, and she was also staring at him with a half-smile. Ahem, Sister Fang. Wang Yuan cleared his throat. How do you know so much about menopause? You describe it so accurately. Do you have any practical experience? Zhang Lanfang's face darkened. She glared at him and said, Get lost. Wang Yuan couldn't help laughing and was about to make another joke, but Dahe interrupted him seriously. Wang, you're right. They are innocent and cute, and sometimes they can be a little fierce. You're so fierce? Wang Yuan glanced at Dahe and said helplessly, Dahe, I just walked through the gates of hell. Do you believe it? I understand. Dahe nodded as if he had suddenly realized something. One thought can turn you into an immortal. One thought can turn you into a demon. Between life and death, the sea is no longer the sea, and the shore is no longer the shore. Wang Yuan collapsed and covered his face. Sister Fang, please save me. Is this the reinforcement sent by Monkey? As soon as he finished speaking, the three women were already laughing so hard that they were bent over, and some even rolled to the ground. What happened to them? Do they need first aid? Dahe looked confused. Need not. But they can't breathe. Should we do chest compressions? Dahe was sweating profusely and looked at Wang Yuan anxiously. No need. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth. Dahe looked at the twitching bodies of the three women and was anxious to rescue them. No, I'll save them. Wang Yuan grabbed Dahe and said, Wait a minute. I'll count to tens, and they will definitely be fine. Real? 1, 2, 3. Sure enough, Zhang Lanfang sat up first, wiping her tears. 4, 5, 6. Jiang Yin also patted his chest and sat up straight. 7, 8, 9. Rin Yuan finally sat up, panting. Dahe was stunned. Wang, you are more powerful than the wizard in our tribe. He gave Wang Yuan a thumbs up. Don't worship me. Wang Yuan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, I'm really worried that these three people will laugh so hard that they will choke. Finally, the three women gradually calmed down and lay back in their original places, gasping for breath. Okay, now it's your turn to perform. Wang Yuan said with a smile. What? When did you perform? Rin Yuan looked confused. Just now. A funny skit with characteristics of country A. Wang Yuan said seriously. Humph, what a mess. Rin Yuan covered her stomach and laughed. I'd better sing. So, amid the applause of the crowd, Ren Yuanyu cleared her throat and began to sing Sweet Honey. However, when she saw Dahe shaking his head to the rhythm, she couldn't help laughing again. Ha ha ha, no, I can't sing anymore. She laughed and waved her hands. Everyone laughed, and the laughter echoed in the moonlight. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and looked at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. Unconsciously, everyone gradually quieted down, and the night became like a dream with the breeze blowing. Chapter 145, Rebuilding Home. When Wang Yuan woke up, the first thing he saw was Zhang Lanfang leaning against him. Her head was resting on his shoulder, her right hand was on his chest, and her right leg was even across his waist. Wang Yuan was embarrassed for a moment and carefully moved her hand away, then slowly lifted her long leg and put it back on the ground, then quietly got up and went outside to solve his physiological problems. Zhang Lanfang opened her eyes slightly. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she thought to herself, haha, the reaction this morning is quite big. Wang Yuan returned to the cave, lit a cigarette, picked up his gun, and looked around through the scope. He saw that the sea had receded, and there were some bloodstains and bones of unknown animals on the grass, but the woods were silent, and it seemed that everything had returned to normal. Captain, good morning. Everyone woke up one after another and started to greet each other. Good morning. How is everyone? Is anyone catching a cold? Wang Yuan asked with concern. No, it's fine. That's good. You guys check the surrounding environment and make sure it's safe before we go down the mountain. Wang Yuan handed the gun to Dahe, and everyone took turns observing the area through binoculars. It looks like there's nothing wrong. Okay, let's go down. Wang Yuan took the lead in packing up their things, and everyone followed him down the mountain. They walked cautiously along the way, holding weapons and guarding the surrounding bamboo forests and bushes. Soon, they arrived outside the cave and saw that the cave entrance was intact. Everyone check your belongings. Wang Yuan walked into the cave and ordered. Suddenly, Ren Yuanyuan screamed, Ah, there's a mouse under the bed. The three girls were so scared that they quickly ran out of the cave. Wang Yuan smiled and comforted them. Don't be afraid. We will find a way to drive them out later. Is the pheasant okay? Ren Yuanyuan asked, turning around. Wang Yuan pointed to the chicken coop in the corner and said, It's okay. The pheasant is eating centipedes and scorpions. It's not hungry. After checking around, everyone found that the food was basically not damaged, except for a few bites of the bananas by rats. Let's go wash up and get some water, Wang Yuan said. After washing up, the three girls started to prepare breakfast, while Wang Yuan and Dahe went to the woods to find some mosquito-repellent grass and wet pine branches. After returning, they lit a fire. The smoke quickly filled the entire cave, forcing the mice to run out one after another. Captain, what should we do next? Zhang Lanfang asked. We will retrieve the bamboo and firewood that were blown away by the typhoon and pick some bamboo shoots. Wang Yuan arranged. Be sure to bring weapons and beware of wild animals and poisonous snakes. Everyone started to get busy. Dahe and the three girls went to cut bamboo, while Wang Yuan was responsible for building the shed and fence. After several hours of hard work, the shed was simple but enough to block the sun. Sister Fang, where is Dahe? Wang Yuan looked up and asked Zhang Lanfang. He is cutting bamboos, and many bamboo shoots are growing in the bamboo forest again. Tell him to come back and go again in the afternoon. Wang Yuan said. Everyone continued to work, and by noon, the three women had prepared lunch. Wang Yuan took out the banana and palm trees he had cut yesterday from the cave, took out the tree cores and distributed them to everyone. This can quench your thirst and can also be used for cooking. After dinner, everyone continued to work. Wang Yuan built a fence and made a few bamboo tables and stools. By the evening, they had restored the surrounding environment to its pre-typhoon state. The next morning, Wang Yuan led everyone to the woods to collect firewood and mushrooms. After a whole morning of work, they had enough firewood and mushrooms. In the afternoon, everyone finally had time to go to the beach to check. Although one of the travelers' palms was blown down by the typhoon, another one had begun to sprout new buds. As they continued to move forward, they found that the traps they had set before had been swept away by the waves, and the hair had disappeared. Zhang Yin suddenly noticed that many plants had withered and asked in confusion, Captain, why are all these grasses withered? Wang Yuan smiled and explained, because they are irrigated with seawater, the salt in the seawater will make the plants lose their vitality. So that's how it is. Ren Yuan suddenly realized, and everyone continued to look for hope of survival in this strange and dangerous environment. Chapter 146, Going to the Beach Again. Think about it carefully. Wang Yuan said calmly. Ren Yuan tilted her head and thought for a while. Was he killed by the strong wind? No. Wang Yuan shook his head. He must have been drowned by the sea, Ren Yuan said firmly. Half correct. Wang Yuan smiled. I understand. Jiang Yin suddenly spoke with a hint of certainty in her tone. What is it? Everyone looked at her. Think about it. What is the most abundant thing in the sea water? Jiang Yin asked everyone a question. Water. Ren Yuan answered without hesitation. No. Jiang Yin shook her head. Fish. Ren Yuan asked tentatively again. Not really. Jiang Yin shook her head. Shrimp. Ren Yuan continued to guess. Pfft. Ha! Everyone couldn't help laughing and finally understood what Jiang Yin meant. Of course it's salt, Jiang Yin said with a smile. Seawater contains a high concentration of salt. After being soaked in seawater, the grass naturally died because it couldn't adapt to the high salt content. Yeah, that makes sense. Wang Yuan nodded and gave a thumbs up. Look, fish! Zhang Lanfang suddenly shouted, breaking the atmosphere of the discussion. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and actually saw a few small fish hiding in the grass. Wang Yuan walked over, picked up a small fish, sniffed it, and frowned. It smells a bit. These fish should have been washed up by the sea and stranded. They have gone bad after a day. Oh! Everyone was a little disappointed, but continued walking towards the beach. Look, there's a big fish. Dahe pointed to a small puddle in which a big fish was struggling, splashing water. Everyone gathered around and saw that the fish was about 70 to 80 centimeters long. Ren Yuan exclaimed, This fish is so big, it must be at least 5 kilograms. More than that, it weighs at least 8 kilograms. Zhang Lanfang corrected. Captain, what kind of fish is this? Ren Yuan asked curiously. Salmon. Wang Yuan replied. Wow, I've eaten salmon sashimi, but I didn't expect it to be so big. Ren Yuan said excitedly. Let's catch it when we get back. It won't be able to run away for a while if it's placed in the puddle, said Wang Yuan. We continued searching and found a lot of fish and shrimp in the low-lying grass, including lobsters and squids. Every time we caught one, we cheered as if we had found a treasure. When they finally arrived at the beach, they saw that although the coconut trees were still there, all the coconuts on the trees were gone, and there were only a few leaves left. When they walked to the shelter they had built earlier, they were stunned. The shelter had long been washed away by the waves, leaving only the upper part of a few reefs exposed. Captain, we have lost our shelter and even our fish cages. What should we do? Ren Yuan's tears welled up in her eyes. Wang Yuan took a deep breath and said calmly, If it's gone, it's gone. We can't fight against the power of nature, but we are Chinese with a 5,000-year-old civilization. Our ancestors taught us how to coexist peacefully with nature. Disasters are only temporary tests. The captain is right. The three girls' eyes gleamed with admiration and their fists clenched, as if Wang Yuan's words had ignited their inner fighting spirit. Dahe also said excitedly, King, well said. We will definitely be able to rebuild our homeland. With Wang Yuan's encouragement, the group cheered up, packed up their mood, and prepared to return to the cave to continue their lives with the salmon and other seafood they had just caught. Let's go back and build a new shelter tomorrow. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon. When he returned to the cave, it was already dark. Wang Yuan sat at the entrance of the cave, lit a cigarette, and looked at the gradually darkening sky, his heart lost in thought. Today's luck came too easily. After the sea receded, they encountered almost no danger, not even the trace of wild animals. Perhaps this was just a brief calm after the storm, and a greater danger was brewing? Wang Yuan frowned, feeling vaguely uneasy. Chapter 147, 3 Wolves. The smoke in the cave had dissipated, and many dead insects were scattered on the ground. Ren Yuan cleaned up the insects neatly and fed them to the chickens. Wang Yuan arranged, Boss Jiang, you guys cook. He and Dahe were busy building a temporary toilet. I want to eat salmon sashimi, Ren Yuan said excitedly. No problem, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. The three women began to process the salmon, making soup with the fish head and tail, steaming shrimp and crab, and pickling the remaining fish. The toilet was quickly built, and Wang Yuan and Dahe returned to the shed with water, lit cigarettes, and took a leisurely rest. "Captain, it's time to eat," Jiang Yin greeted. Everyone sat around the table, two large scallop shells covered with orange-red sashimi. Just looking at it made people salivate. Rin Yuanyuan couldn't wait to pick up a piece, dipped it in some sauce, and put it in her mouth. "This seasoning is quite special. What is it made of?" Wang Yuan asked curiously. "Hey, add some lemon juice to the instant noodle seasoning packet." Jiang Yin smiled proudly. "It's really good." Wang Yuan smiled. "With so many delicious foods, how can there be no wine? Do you drink brandy or beer?" "Beer," the three girls said in unison. "Okay, Dahe and I will drink brandy, and you guys will drink beer." Wang Yuan took out the wine, and everyone drank happily. After eating and drinking, the three girls played with guns for a while, ate some fruit, and then went to bed early. The next morning, Wang Yuan got up early, picked a few bunches of raw bananas, and roasted them by the fire. Dahe and the three girls also got up one after another. "Captain, what are you doing?" Rin Yuanyuan asked curiously. "Roasted bananas. They won't be astringent when they're ripe, and they're very fragrant." Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and said leisurely. The three girls were amazed at the unique taste of roasted bananas and salad with palm heart for breakfast. Zhang Lanfang asked, "Captain, what are we going to do today?" "Let's go to the valley," Rin Yuanyuan suggested. "We are almost at the bottom of the valley. Let's see if there is any treasure." Wang Yuan smiled and nodded. "Okay, someone once lived there. Maybe there really is a treasure there." Everyone got ready to set off. But this time the stone steps on the road were made even more slippery by the rain, so Dahe had to spread sand as he walked to prevent slipping. Walking to the wreckage of the plane, Wang Yuan pointed to one side and said, "If you don't bring much stuff when you come back, just drag this dining cart back." At noon, everyone ate some grilled fish and continued to walk down. When they arrived at the place where they had picked mangoes before, they couldn't help but look down. There were only a few bones on the ground, and the air was filled with tension. "Let's go. The road ahead may be more difficult to walk on." Wang Yuan took the lead and continued to move forward. The road ahead was more slippery and covered with moss, making it difficult to walk. Finally, they came to a patch of short grass. Zhang Lanfang asked nervously, "Captain, I always encounter snakes in places like this. Will there be snakes here too?" "It's always better to be cautious." As soon as Wang Yuan finished speaking, an eagle swooped down, grabbed a snake, and flew away. Everyone couldn't help laughing. Continuing forward, they soon reached a rock platform. Standing on the platform, Ren Yuan shouted in surprise, "Papaya! So many papayas!" On the grass below, two papaya trees were laden with ripe fruits, with a few broken ones on the ground. "Captain, do we want to go down and pick them?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Of course I have to pick it. How can I let it go if I see it?" Wang Yuan carefully observed the surroundings and slid down to pick papaya after confirming that there was no danger. Suddenly, he found a cave deep in the grass. The entrance of the cave was pitch black. Then, three wolf heads poked out from the cave. The three wolves felt threatened and rushed towards Wang Yuan. Gunshots rang out, and after 3 gunshots, the 3 wolves fell to the ground, each with a bullet hole between their eyebrows, and blood slowly flowed out. "Good shooting," the people on the platform shouted. Wang Yuan approached the cave and carefully explored it, only to find that it was just a simple wolf den, emitting a strong fishy smell. After confirming that it was safe, Wang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and began to pick papayas. The 3 of them quickly picked the ripe papayas, tied them into the backpack, and asked Dahe to pull them up. Everyone on the platform also enjoyed the fresh papayas, and the sweet flesh made everyone smile with satisfaction. Chapter 148, finally reaching the bottom. This papaya is really sweet. Yeah, it's also very fragrant. After everyone finished eating papaya, Wang Yuan looked at the wolf corpses on the ground and said, "We can't take 3 wolves away, so we just need to cut the meat from the legs." Yeah, the 3 of them each dealt with a wolf. After cutting off most of the wolf meat in the backpack, everyone went up to the platform one by one. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was 3:30. He put out his cigarette and stood up. "We can't go any further. We have to go back before dark. Let's go back to the cave." "Okay." The 3 girls packed the papayas, while Wang Yuan and Dahe put the wolf meat into 2 backpacks, each carrying one. They quickened their pace and finally returned to the cave around 6 o'clock. Sister Fong, you guys cook. Dahe and I will go get some water. Wang Yuan ordered. The three women began to process the wolf meat, cutting it into small pieces and stewing it in the pot. After dinner, the remaining wolf meat was marinated and hung on the rack to dry. Everyone sat around in the shed, eating fruit and chatting. The three women also played with the spears in their hands. Wang Yuan explained some vital parts to everyone. Here, a heavy blow can make the enemy faint instantly. If the force in these places is not enough, it will have no effect, but if you hit them, it can also make the opponent lose their combat effectiveness. He gestured on his body, and everyone listened carefully. It's getting late. Let's all go to bed early. Let's work harder tomorrow and try to get to the bottom of the valley. Wang Yuan said finally. The next morning, after everyone had washed up, Jiang Yin asked, Captain, what are we having for breakfast today? Let's cook instant noodles. Wang Yuan replied. Jiang Yin cooked a pot of instant noodles, added ham, boiled eggs, and some bamboo shoots, and everyone ate it with gusto. After breakfast, Zhang Lanfang asked, Are we going to the valley today? Let's vote. Valley and beach. Those who are going to the valley, raise your hands, Wang Yuan suggested. Rin Yuan was the first to raise her hand, followed by Jiang Yin and Zhang Lanfang. Dahe saw that everyone raised their hands, so he raised his hand as well. Wang Yuan laughed and said, Haha, you all want to go to the valley. Why are you asking me? Dahe, are you still a soldier? You surrendered when you saw the three beauties raising their hands. Do you want a white flag? Dahe answered seriously. My left hand represents the captain's vote, and my right hand is my own. The captain is a noble person, and I will take your place. Ha ha! The three girls laughed out loud. Wang Yuan shook his head helplessly. Okay, since you have all decided, let's get going. Sha! Dahe imitated the tone in a costume drama, which made everyone laugh. Get out of the way, you dog slave. Wang Yuan kicked Dahe, and Dahe ran to pack his things. After packing up, everyone set off again. The journey was smooth, and there was no need to spread sand. They soon reached the platform where they picked papayas yesterday. The wolf corpse is gone. It must have been dragged away by another wild animal. Wang Yuan said vigilantly, Everyone be careful. There may be more ferocious animals down there. Everyone nodded silently and nervously gripped their weapons. Let's take a break and eat something. We are not far from the bottom of the valley. Wang Yuan suggested. Everyone ate some compressed biscuits, drank some water, and continued on their way. To calm everyone down, Wang Yuan said, Don't be nervous. We are not going to the battlefield. If there is any danger, just shoot. He then arranged, Everyone take out your pistols and load them. Use pistols for close range and rifles for long range. Try to make the best use of them. As the three women checked their pistols, they gradually relaxed and even became a little excited. Continuing down, Dahe began to spread sand on the stone steps with an engineer shovel. Everyone's steps were cautious but firm, getting closer and closer to the unknown bottom of the valley. An intense atmosphere filled the air. Chapter 149, Entering the Valley. The crowd walked carefully to the bottom of the valley. In front of them was a meadow, and in the distance was a large group of Alsophylla spinulosa trees that were 5 or 6 meters tall. Their huge leaves blocked out the sun and cast the entire valley into shadow. Captain, what kind of tree is this? It looks so strange. Rin Yuan asked curiously. Altissima is also called tree fern, Wang Yuan explained. Yes, it is a woody fern, a second-level protected plant in our country, Jiang Yin added. Just then, a rustling sound came from the Alsophylla forest. A giant python suddenly jumped out, raised its head, and stared at everyone, its tongue moving in and out. Ah, I'm scared to death. Captain, shall we shoot? Rin Yuan exclaimed. It's up to you, decide for yourself. Wang Yuan answered calmly. Rin Yuan suddenly became excited, and together with the other two women, she raised her pistols and aimed at the giant python. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out. The snake's head was beaten into a bloody mess. The giant python fell to the ground with a bang, its body still twitching and twisting. Not bad. Your shooting skills have improved a lot. Wang Yuan praised. The 3 girls were all smiles and high-fived each other to celebrate. Okay, change the magazine and load the bullets. It's getting late and we can't go any further. Otherwise, we won't be able to get back before dark. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was already past 3 o'clock. Rin Yuan was a little reluctant. We are already here. Why don't we go in and take a look? Wang Yuan shook his head. This forest is too big. We can't even see the sky. Who knows what dangers are inside? Let's come back next time when we have enough time. Everyone turned around and prepared to go back. Just as they reached the stone platform, a low animal roar suddenly came from the bottom of the valley. A whoa! Oh my god! What the hell? Rin Yuan turned pale with fright. Wang Yuan raised his gun and aimed at the valley floor, while Rin Yuan also picked up the telescope. A moment later, a tiger jumped out of the alsophala grove, pounced on the giant python's body, and began to bite it. Captain, it's a tiger. Do you want to fight it? Rin Yuan asked. Forget it, it's too far. Wang Yuan shook his head. Zhang Lanfang took the telescope, and everyone took turns to look. The tiger was biting the python. After watching, everyone continued on their way. Captain, will we encounter that tiger next time we come? Zhang Lanfang asked worriedly. It's possible, so be extra careful. Wang Yuan reminded. Will it attack us? Rin Yuan asked anxiously. If it's full, then it won't do that. But if it's not full, then we have to shoot in self-defense, Wang Yuan said calmly. Rin Yuan suddenly remembered something and asked nervously, Will I go to jail if I kill a tiger? Wang Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, there are no laws here. No one can control us. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Dahei laughed and showed his white teeth. This is a primeval forest. The law has no influence on us. Rin Yuan rolled her eyes at Wang Yuan. Humph, you dare to lie to me. After returning to the cave, everyone had dinner. Wang Yuan arranged. If the weather is good tomorrow, we will go to the valley again. This time we must prepare food, take all the remaining wild boar meat, roast some tiger meat, and bring enough water and compressed biscuits, just in case. The next morning, after breakfast, they packed their gear and set out again for the valley. This time, they reached the bottom of the valley at noon. Only a pile of bones remained of the python's body, which had obviously been eaten by the tiger. Let's go in. Wang Yuan waved his hand and led the way to the alsophala grove. The light in the woods was dim, and the leaves of the alsophala grove were so dense that the sky was almost invisible. After walking for a while, Jiang Yin suddenly stopped and said, Captain, I feel like we are going in circles. Everyone looked around and found that they were back to the starting point. The tree in front of them still had the marks left by Wang Yuan's chopping. What's going on? Rin Yuan exclaimed. We are lost in the woods. Zhang Lanfang's face was solemn. Maybe the trees are too dense and we can't tell the direction. Jiang Yin guessed. Wang Yuan thought for a moment and said, Compass. Zhang Lanfang quickly handed over the compass. They entered the woods again, and Wang Yuan used a machete to mark the trees, chopping them diagonally at regular intervals. Soon after, everyone discovered that the compass began to malfunction, with the needle swinging randomly. Captain, what's wrong with the compass? Rin Yuan asked nervously. Maybe there is magnetite under our feet, Wang Yuan explained. At this moment, Jiang Yin suddenly stopped and moved her ears slightly. I heard the sound of running water. Everyone stopped to listen carefully, and sure enough, they heard the sound of gurgling water not far away. Follow the sound of water, Wang Yuan commanded decisively. A few minutes later, everyone walked out of the woods. In front of them was a small pond, with a stream next to it making clear sounds of flowing water and grass growing all around. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and temporarily forgot about the strange experience in the woods just now. Chapter 150, A Ruin. Captain, let's go get some water, Zhang Lanfang said, and the three girls walked around the pond and came to the stream, filling their empty mineral water bottles with water. Wang Yuan and Dahei followed behind, watching their surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, a crocodile slowly floated up from the pool and approached the crowd stealthily. It looked like a piece of dead wood, and if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even notice its existence. Splash! A tiny paddling sound came from the water surface. Wang Yuan's ears moved, and he immediately raised his gun and aimed in the direction of the pool. What's wrong? Dahei also looked towards the pond vigilantly, but he was blocked by the thatch and could not see anything. Change to a spear, Wang Yuan said in a deep voice. What's going on? Dahei asked as he changed his spear. I heard a little sound, but I'm not sure, Wang Yuan said. The three girls were concentrating on filling water and were completely unaware of the danger. Rin Yuan said nonchalantly, Captain, what danger could there be in the water? Wang Yuan did not answer, his expression focused. You guys step back first and stay alert. Rin Yuan curled her lips. What a fuss. They filled the water bottles, put them back into their backpacks, and were about to leave when suddenly, wow, with a loud noise, the crocodile suddenly rushed out of the pool, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced straight towards Rin Yuan. Ah! Rin Yuan was so frightened that she couldn't move, and her eyes became dull for a moment. Bang! 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 Da-da-da! There was a burst of gunfire. Wang Yuan and Dahe opened fire at the same time. The crocodile's head was beaten into a bloody mess. After rolling violently, it fell into the stream. The blood instantly dyed the pool red. Huh, I'm so scared. Rin Yuan panted, patted her chest, her face pale. Wang Yuan calmly replaced the magazine and commanded, fire a few more shots into the pool. Bang! 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 Da-da-da! I told you not to scare me. I told you not to scare me. Rin Yuan was furious and turned into a violent little loli, shooting wildly at the pool of water. All right, that's enough. Wang Yuan said, we have to go back. Ah, it's not even 3 o'clock yet. Let's go and take a look. Rin Yuan said coquettishly. We've wasted too much time. Wang Yuan refused decisively. We have to hurry back, otherwise we won't be back before dark. The three women reluctantly changed the magazines, and everyone started to walk back. As soon as I stepped into the woods, a deafening roar of an animal suddenly came from behind me. Roar! When everyone looked back, they saw a tiger jumping out of the woods, running straight to the stream and dragging away the dead crocodile. Captain, do we want to fight it? Rin Yuan asked nervously again. Wang Yuan shook his head. No, it already is food and will not attack us. Remember, as long as the beast does not harm us, we should not actively attack it. Disrupting the ecological balance here will not be good for us either. Everyone nodded and evacuated quickly. Following the marks they made earlier, they successfully walked out of the Alsafala Grove. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It's already 3:30, hurry up. Everyone worked hard on the journey and finally returned to the caves safely before dark. After a short rest, everyone prepared dinner together and had a peaceful night. The next day, after breakfast, everyone came to the bottom of the valley again. This time, Wang Yuan looked at his watch and saw that it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a pine forest not far ahead, and the situation inside was not clear. Let's go in and take a look, Wang Yuan said, swinging his knife at a pine tree as a mark, and led everyone into the pine forest. After passing through 2 rows of pine trees, the road ahead suddenly opened up and a large area of ruins came into view. The ruins were full of blue bricks, tiles, and some square stones. The entire area was the size of 2 football fields and was surrounded by pine trees. Look at these blue bricks. They should be the ancient construction technology of our country, Jiang Yin said. Yes, it looks like it has at least 100 years of history. Wang Yuan picked up a blue brick and looked at it. Just as everyone was observing the ruins, suddenly a low tiger roar came from deep in the ruins. Ah, tiger! Rin Yuan screamed. Captain, what should we do? Zhang Lanfang asked nervously. Let's go in and take a look. There might really be treasure there. Rin Yuan said excitedly. Wang Yuan nodded. Everyone check your guns and be careful. Everyone walked forward with guns raised. In the ruins, a group of wolves were besieging a wounded tiger. The tiger was covered with wounds and had been exhausted. There was a wolf corpse lying on the ground. The tiger was confronting the remaining 6 wolves. Captain, what should we do? Zhang Lanfang asked again. Let's go forward and take a look. They haven't attacked us yet. Wang Yuan said calmly. However, the 3 wolves suddenly discovered the group and quickly pounced on them. Bang! Bang! Da-da-da! The gunshots rang out again, and the 3 wolves fell to the ground instantly. The remaining wolves and tigers looked at everyone in panic. The 3 women did not wait for orders and fired a few more shots, knocking down the remaining 3 wolves. The tiger stood up with difficulty and walked slowly towards the stone house, but fell down at the door. At this time, a tiger cub walked out of the stone house, walked to the mother tiger, and gently nuzzled it. What a cute little tiger! Rin Yuan's eyes lit up. Wang Yuan walked over and touched the tiger's head. Rin Yuan couldn't help but pat its butt and smiled proudly. Zhang Lanfang picked up the tiger cub, and the 3 girls couldn't let it go praising its cuteness. The tiger cub cried in a baby voice, looking very cute. It's hungry, Wang Yuan observed. What should we do? We have no milk. Jiang Yin worried. Try feeding them some wolf meat, Wang Yuan suggested. Dahe quickly cut off a piece of wolf meat, and Wang Yuan cut it into small pieces and handed it to Ren Yuan. The little tiger opened his mouth, picked up the piece of meat, and started to eat it with a smacking mouth. The tiger recovered and started eating the wolf meat. After a while, it slowly stood up and walked into the stone house, followed by the little tiger. The tiger looked back at everyone, and Wang Yuan followed into the stone house. Chapter 151, Entering the Cave. The stone house was not big, only about 20 square meters, empty, with nothing in it, but in the corner, a hole about 1 meter square caught everyone's attention. The tiger lay beside the hole, looking at everyone vigilantly, and the little tiger whimpered and lay beside the mother tiger. Wang Yuan walked over, squatted at the edge of the cave, touched the little tiger, and then looked into the cave. There was a row of stone steps extending diagonally downwards in the cave. The darkness swallowed up the light, and it was impossible to see the scene deep inside. Captain, is there any treasure in this cave? Ren Yuan asked excitedly. It's possible. Wang Yuan nodded, but it's too dark inside. We need to prepare torches. Then let's quickly make some torches and go down to take a look, Ren Yuan urged. We don't have enough time. It's already 2:30. It's not safe to go back too late. Let's bring torches and come back tomorrow, Wang Yuan said decisively. Although they were reluctant, everyone had no choice but to agree. Wang Yuan walked outside, dragged in a wolf corpse, cut a few pieces of wolf meat for the tiger and the little tiger, then touched their heads and led everyone out of the stone house. Let's bring more food tomorrow and spend the night here, Ren Yuan suggested. Okay, bring more things tomorrow, including the frying pan, Wang Yuan said with a smile. After returning to the cave, everyone worked together to prepare torches and other supplies. The three women were busy preparing food and clothes to ensure that they could spend a good night tomorrow. The next morning, everyone set out in high spirits. After a few days of training, everyone no longer felt tired but full of anticipation. They even skipped lunch, Ren Yuan said with a smile. We will eat with the tigers when we get to the stone house. At noon, they arrived at the ruins again. The 6 wolf carcasses were still lying there quietly, and the tiger did not show up, apparently still in the stone house. It shouldn't be a problem. Let's go in, Wang Yuan said, leading the way towards the stone house. As they approached the stone house, the little tiger heard the noise and ran out of the stone house, happily pounced on Wang Yuan and rubbed his legs with his head. Wang Yuan squatted down and picked up the little tiger. The 3 girls immediately surrounded him and teased the little tiger. So cute, Ren Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Let's go in and see the big tiger, Wang Yuan said, carrying the little tiger into the stone house. The mother tiger was still lying on the ground. Although she saw everyone, she had no strength and just raised her head. Its wound is inflamed. Wang Yuan squatted down to check and found that pus had begun to ooze out of the tiger's wound. If it is not treated, it will soon collapse. Then let's save it quickly, Ren Yuan said anxiously. Wang Yuan took out the medical kit and disinfected the tiger's wound. The tiger whimpered a few times, but soon calmed down and lay on the ground in resignation. The 3 women prepared some anti-inflammatory drugs, crushed them and dissolved them in water, and carefully fed them to the big tiger and the little tiger. The tigers drank the medicine obediently and were obviously more energetic. It's time for us to eat. Wang Yuan stood up, and the 3 girls took out the barbecue from their backpacks, and everyone sat on the ground. Wang Yuan also fed the little tiger a few pieces of barbecue, and seeing it eating with gusto, Ren Yuan smiled and held the little tiger on her lap and took turns feeding it. Don't feed it too much, otherwise it will get sick, Wang Yuan reminded. The 3 girls then let the little tiger go, and the little guy ran to the mother tiger and acted coquettishly again. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Wang Yuan said, let's go down. Remember to light the torches. Arriving at the cave entrance and lighting torches, everyone went down the cave in order. 2 tigers lay lazily beside them, watching them walk into the cave entrance. The stone steps were paved with bluestone slabs, extending diagonally downwards, about 1 meter wide, with earth walls on both sides. After walking about 20 meters, the stone steps ended, and in front of us was a passage paved with blue bricks. The passage was much wider, about 2 meters wide and about the same height. The walls were made of large stones, and the top was supported by long strips of stone, which looked ancient and solid. There was a breeze in the passage, with a slight coolness. Not only was it not humid, but it was unusually dry. This place is well preserved. Wang Yuan walked in front and noticed that there was an iron oil lamp hanging on the wall every few meters. Although there was no oil in the lamps, the exquisite craftsmanship of the ancient craftsmen could still be felt. After walking about 10 oil lamps distance, the view ahead suddenly became clear, as if something was waiting for their discovery. Chapter 152, Is There Really a Treasure? Through the weak light of the fire, everyone saw that there was a square space of about 70 to 80 square meters in front of them, with a large brazier hanging in the middle. Wang Yuan walked over and found that there was a lid with holes on the brazier. There was a small hole the size of a thumb in the middle of the lid and some small holes on the edge. He opened the lid and saw that it was half filled with kerosene. "Captain, what is this?" Rin Yuanyuan asked curiously. "This is a large oil lamp." Wang Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Sister Fong, find me some clothes that I don't wear." Zhang Lanfang rummaged through the materials and finally found a seat cover, which she handed to Wang Yuan. He used a dagger to cut the seat cover, tore it into strips, soaked them in kerosene, passed them through the small hole in the lid, and then lit the strips. The flames gradually became brighter, even brighter than a torch, illuminating the entire space. As the fire lit up, everyone realized that the ceiling was made of cement concrete. On the left were 5 large iron barrels and 5 large wooden barrels, and on the right were several cannons and a pile of rifles in a mess. Everyone walked over and focused their attention on the guns. "These things look so strange. What are they?" Rin Yuanyuan asked. Wang Yuan picked up an old gun and blew away the dust on it. The wooden buttstock was already rotten and could not withstand a single blow. "This is an ancient matchlock gun, the ancestor of all guns. The one over there is a red cannon, but the gun carriage had long been rotten, causing the gun to fall down," Wang Yuan explained. Then everyone walked towards the iron barrels and wooden barrels on the left. Wang Yuan knocked on a few iron barrels and found that most of them were empty, except for one with half a barrel of kerosene left. The wooden barrels were already rotten, and Wang Yuan carefully pried open 2 of them and found that they were filled with black gunpowder, which had already agglomerated. Directly in front of us was a thick, dusty square table, and behind it stood a row of 8 wooden boxes. "Captain, will there be treasures in these boxes?" Rin Yuanyuan's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. "Maybe. Let's open it and see." Wang Yuan smiled. Everyone excitedly opened all the boxes, but when they saw the contents, they were dumbfounded. 5 boxes were filled with iron balls, 12 in each box, and the other 3 boxes were filled with iron sand, but all of them were rusty. "This should be the cannonball from the red cannon, and the iron sand is the bullet from the matchlock gun," Wang Yuan explained. "Nothing special." Rin Yuanyuan muttered disappointedly. Wang Yuan was not discouraged and continued to lead everyone to search around and knock on the wall. Suddenly, he hit a stone in the corner next to the table, and the sound it made was obviously different from the other stones. "This place is empty," Wang Yuan said with excitement in his tone. Everyone gathered around immediately. Wang Yuan knocked on the stone and could clearly feel that the back of the stone was hollow. He then knocked on it with a machete, and the blade was attracted by magnetism. "Captain, is this stone a magnet?" Rin Yuanyuan asked doubtfully. "No, there should be magnetite here. Remember the compass in the Alsophala tree forest above malfunctioned? This place may be right under that forest," Wang Yuan explained. "Then there should be an entrance behind this stone." Jiang Yin guessed. Everyone tried to push the stone away, but no matter how hard they pushed, it didn't budge. Jiang Yin suggested using black powder to blast it open, but Wang Yuan rejected the suggestion because he was worried that the black powder was old and might not be powerful enough to cause a collapse. "Let's try to pry it open," Wang Yuan said, using a machete to pry into the crack of the rock, and the rock moved slightly. Dahei also joined in, and the 2 of them pried the stone together. After half an hour of effort, the stone finally loosened, but only moved about 2 centimeters. Wang Yuan panted and looked at his watch. "Let's stop here for today. It's almost 6 o'clock. We'll continue tomorrow." Everyone nodded in agreement and prepared to evacuate. Dahei held a large oil lamp, while Wang Yuan took 2 bottles of kerosene, and everyone walked towards the cave entrance together. When they walked out of the cave, it was already dark. The little tiger ran over happily, and the big tiger also wagged its tail and rubbed against Wang Yuan, seeming to have regained some spirit. Captain, tiger seems to be getting better. The anti-inflammatory medicine is working. Jiang Yin picked up the little tiger and said with a smile, "Well, let's cook quickly." Wang Yuan arranged. They worked together to make a simple stove with kerosene and set up a frying pan to cook the wolf meat. As the flames flickered, everyone was busy preparing for the coming tomorrow. Chapter 153: The Treasure is Gone. A large pot of delicious wolf meat was cooked, and the aroma filled the entire stone house. The big tiger looked at everyone eagerly, and even the little tiger lay obediently in Run Yuanyuan's arms, staring at the pot without blinking. "Okay, the wolf meat is cooked," Zhang Lanfang announced with a smile, and everyone gathered around excitedly, scooped out the wolf meat, and started to enjoy it. The tigers were no exception, and the leftover meat in the pot was distributed to them after it cooled down a bit. The little tiger ate until his belly was plump, and the three girls' and hearts were all melted by it. "Mr. Jiang, let's cook another pot. It looks like the big tiger is not full, and the leftovers can be used as breakfast tomorrow," Wang Yuan suggested with a smile. "Okay." Jiang Yin quickly stewed another pot of wolf meat and placed it on the leaves to dry. After eating and drinking, Wang Yuan moved the brazier to the side and converted it into a large oil lamp, and the whole stone house was suddenly lit up. The three women were busy feeding the big tiger, which lay on the ground, eating the cooked meat comfortably, looking very satisfied. Wang Yuan watched this scene and smiled to Dahe. "This is the real-life version of Beauty and the Beast." Dahe nodded with a wicked smile, and the three women turned around and glared at them. Zhang Lanfang asked, "Captain, how are we going to sleep tonight? Will we be eaten by a tiger?" Wang Yuan laughed. "Don't worry, they are full. If they are hungry, they will eat the wolf meat first and then consider eating you." "I'll eat you first. Your meat is tender," Ren Yuan retorted unyieldingly. After some joking around, everyone finally spread out the seat covers as mattresses, extinguished the oil lamps, and lay down to rest. In the morning, when Wang Yuan woke up, he felt his arms were numb. He opened his eyes and saw that his left arm was pressing on the little tiger, his right arm was resting on Jiang Yan's long hair, and a slender thigh was pressing on his leg. He gently pulled out his left arm, and the little tiger woke up and yawned lazily. Jiang Yan also opened her eyes and smiled when she saw this. However, when she realized that she was occupying Wang Yuan's thigh, her face suddenly turned red, and she quickly retracted her leg. She sat up suddenly and quickly fixed her hair. Wang Yuan stood up and went out to relieve himself. The little tiger followed him. The scene of the man and the tiger urinating in the grass made him laugh out loud. Soon, everyone got up and prepared breakfast. Wang Yuan took everyone to the pond to wash up, and the two tigers followed closely. Seeing the little tigers jumping and following everyone, Ren Yuanyuan couldn't help laughing. The little guys are so cute. After washing up, everyone returned to the stone house. The tigers ate the wolf meat with medicine powder, and their spirits recovered well. After the big tiger finished drinking the broth, Wang Yuan asked Jiang Yin to feed it 2 more anti-inflammatory pills. "Are you ready? It's time for us to go down," Wang Yuan asked. "Ready," everyone responded in unison. With torches and equipment, everyone entered the passage again. The little tiger ran in and out happily, and Ren Yuanyuan simply picked it up. Wang Yuan and Dahe continued to pry the big stone. As the gap became larger, the progress became faster and faster, and finally pried out about 10 centimeters of space. Everyone stepped back. "I'll get it down." Wang Yuan stood aside and used an engineer's shovel to push the stone, which fell to the ground with a loud bang. "Wow, it's open!" the 3 girls shouted excitedly. Through the firelight, the entrance of the cave became clear. There was a narrow passage inside, and a breeze blew out from it, vaguely revealing a hint of mystery. The magnetic force here is very strong, so everyone just needs to bring torches and leave other metal objects here, Wang Yuan reminded. The crowd only lit 2 torches, with Wang Yuan in front and Dahe at the rear. The passage became wider and wider, with a copper oil lamp hung on the wall every 5 meters, covered with thick copper rust. After walking for about 5 lights, the passage suddenly became clear and everyone came to a space of 10 meters square. There were 5 boxes on each side, but each box had been opened and was empty. Nothing. Rin Yuan sighed disappointedly. At this moment, the torches gradually dimmed, and Wang Yuan quickly lit the oil lamp. The flames immediately illuminated the entire space, and everyone's eyes lit up. A new exploration had just begun. D-154 dong deep in the burrow. Captain, were these boxes originally filled with gold, silver, and treasures? Rin Yuan couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Wang Yuan kicked the box next to him disapprovingly. Crack! The box instantly broke into pieces, and dust flew everywhere. Good footwork, Zhang Lanfang exclaimed. Foshan's shadowless kick so awesome, Rin Yuan continued. Chinese Kung Fu why Rue good. Dahe gave a thumbs up and praised with a smile. Wang Yuan smiled helplessly and wiped his nose. Can you guys have a little more shame? Everyone laughed, but it was just a joke. The boxes were already rotten and would fall apart at the slightest touch. At this moment, a childish voice sounded. Oh, oh, oh. Everyone turned to look and saw the little tiger digging at the ground with its little paws. Suddenly, it dug out a golden object. Wang Yuan picked it up and looked at it. His eyes suddenly lit up. It's a gold bar. How much is this gold bar worth? Rin Yuan asked with anticipation. It weighs about 110 grams. The current market price is no more than 30,000 yuan, but its cultural relic value may be higher. Wang Yuan said thoughtfully. Then it might be worth 100,000 or even more. Rin Yuan guessed happily. Wang Yuan smiled and handed the gold bar to Jiang Yin. The value of cultural relics is hard to estimate. Mr. Jiang, you keep it and we can divide it up when we get back. Captain, why are there gold bars here? Rin Yuan asked curiously. It is very likely that someone dropped it when they were evacuating in a hurry. Since there are no bones, it means that they were not fleeing at the time, but were moving treasures, Wang Yuan analyzed. Zhang Lanfang then speculated. This gold bar is inscribed with Xianfeng 21. Could it be that it was brought by an official or a wealthy businessman at that time? It's possible. There were frequent wars at that time, and many treasures were transferred or robbed. It's normal for them to drift to these remote places. Wang Yuan nodded. Captain, you know so much. Rin Yuan looked at him admiringly. I haven't read much of the book. I just treat these as stories. Wang Yuan waved his hand, appearing very casual. Let's search carefully again to see if there are any other clues, he suggested. Everyone started to search separately and looked around carefully. Suddenly, Jiang Yin shouted, There is a door here. Everyone rushed over and saw a door on the wall, but it was blocked by blue bricks. The blue bricks were laid very randomly, and tiny gaps could be seen between the bricks. Wang Yuan pushed gently, and the blue bricks collapsed with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, a new passage was revealed inside. Would you like to go in and take a look? Rin Yuan's eyes were full of anticipation. Wang Yuan lit the torch and walked in first. Everyone followed closely behind him, and the little tiger also jumped up and followed. The walls on both sides of the passage were still made of black rocks, and the ground seemed to have been polished and looked very flat. After walking through several oil lamps, they came to a larger space. In the center of the space flowed an underground river, which flowed in from the hole on the left and out from the hole on the right. Captain, there is a wooden box over there. Could there be treasure? Rin Yuan said, pointing across the stream. Let's go and take a look. Wang Yuan nodded, and everyone crossed the creek and surrounded him. Wang Yuan pried open the wooden box and found only a thumb-sized black stone inside, which looked like a small fish. What is this? It doesn't look like anything special, Rin Yuan said disappointedly. Wang Yuan picked up the stone, looked it over, and put it in his pocket. Maybe it's useful. Let's continue searching. However, after an hour of searching, nothing was found. This should just be a mining site. The rocks under our feet may be magnetite, so the compass failed before. Wang Yuan explained. Just as everyone was about to leave, the ground suddenly shook violently, and stones and dust kept falling from above their heads. Hurry! We have to get out! Wang Yuan's face changed, and he shouted hurriedly. Captain, is it an earthquake? Zhang Lanfang asked in panic. It doesn't look like an earthquake. The epicenter should be on the ground. Wang Yuan frowned. There was another loud noise, and the vibration in the cave became stronger and stronger. The situation became more and more urgent, and everyone quickened their pace and rushed out desperately. Chapter 155 Battle. Wang Yuan quickly glanced around and carefully observed the situation on the top of the mountain through the scope. The smoke had not yet completely dissipated, and the air was filled with a faint smell of gunpowder, but there were no more explosions. The enemy's movement seemed to have stopped temporarily, but he knew that he could not take it lightly. "It's okay, it's safe. Come up," Wang Yuan shouted down in a low voice. Dahe was the first to quickly climb up the rope, followed by the three girls. They looked around nervously, still feeling frightened. "Ah, we're finally safe." Jiang Yin patted her chest and followed with the little tiger. The little tiger rubbed its head against her legs like a spoiled child, whimpering softly, as if it was also frightened. "Captain, what should we do now? Those attackers should still be around, right?" Zhang Lanfang asked. Wang Yuan frowned and thought quickly. "It seems that these people are coming for us. They may have discovered our habitat. Now we can only go back to the cave and see the situation before making any plans. If they are really coming for us, then the future may not be easy." "What about the tigers?" Ren Yuanyuan looked at the two tigers reluctantly. Wang Yuan glanced at the big tiger and the little tiger that were still following closely behind him and sighed. "It looks like they have decided to follow us. Let's take them with us for now. Maybe these beasts can help us fight against those enemies." Everyone quickly packed up their equipment and headed towards the cave with the two tigers. Although they were nervous, they felt more confident. The tiger's intimidation could definitely help at a critical moment. On the way, Wang Yuan kept checking the surroundings through the scope. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way. When they arrived at the cave, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the scene in front of the cave made them nervous again. The several simple traps they had used as a warning had been triggered, and there were several unidentified corpses on the ground. "It looks like we're being targeted." Wang Yuan's face was gloomy. "These guys want to use force to completely eliminate us." Dahe squatted down to check the bodies and found that they were all wearing military equipment. "These people are well equipped. They should not be ordinary poachers. They may be members of a certain organization. It seems that we will not only have to face a harsh environment, but also have to be on guard against the attacks of these enemies at all times." Jiang Yin looked solemn. "That's right." Wang Yuan clenched the spear in his hand. "But we won't give up easily. Everyone have a good rest tonight and prepare for a counterattack tomorrow." The three girls nodded. Although they were still nervous, they knew that every step ahead was full of danger. But with Wang Yuan around, they felt unexpectedly at ease. The sky gradually darkened. After everyone had finished packing, they carefully kept watch in the cave, quietly waiting for the upcoming battle. Chapter 156. Sea, Land, and Air Coordination. Wang Yuan and Dahe took advantage of the situation and rushed to the oil boat anchored on the beach. Sand was flying under their feet, and their breathing was steady and their steps were agile. The sea was calm, but the air was filled with a tense atmosphere of battle. Just as they were about to approach the oil boat, suddenly, another person rushed out from the cockpit and pointed a gun at them. Da da da. The gunshots rang out again. Wang Yuan pulled the trigger decisively, and the accurate shooting left the other party with no chance to fight back, and the man fell to the deck of the ship. "Get on board," Wang Yuan shouted, and quickly jumped onto the oil boat with Dahe. The two of them acted separately. Wang Yuan rushed into the cockpit, skillfully manipulated the steering wheel, started the engine, and a burst of water sprayed out from the stern, and the oil boat began to move slowly. Dahe checked the weapons and equipment on the ship. He found spare ammunition and several pistols. He grinned and said, "Hey, we've made a fortune." However, before they could catch their breath, a buzzing sound of an engine suddenly came from the horizon far away over the sea. "Oh no, there are enemy planes!" Dahe exclaimed, looking up. Wang Yuan made a decision immediately. "Dahe, prepare to fight back. We don't have that much time to hesitate this time." A helicopter was approaching quickly, its machine guns trained on their tanker. "We have to fight hard this time, buddy." Wang Yuan shouted loudly and quickly increased the speed of the oil boat to the maximum. Just as the helicopter closed the distance, Wang Yuan turned the steering wheel sharply, and the oil boat made a sharp turn, avoiding the first wave of fire. Dahe grabbed the machine gun at the stern and fired fiercely at the enemy planes in the air. Da-da-da-da. The dense firepower penetrated the air and hit the tail of the helicopter. The fuselage began to shake violently and flew crookedly towards the sea. Finally, it lost control and fell into the sea, causing huge splashes. "Great!" Dahe cheered with excitement on his face. Wang Yuan steadied the steering wheel and quickly drove away from the battle area. The wind whistled in their ears, and behind them were the flames and explosions that gradually faded away. We won this time? Wang Yuan laughed, with a gleam of victory in his eyes. Dahe looked at the distant coastline and laughed. Not only did we win, we also seized their boat. The two smiled at each other, and the oil boat carried them away on the vast sea. This sudden battle was over, but they knew that greater challenges were still waiting for them ahead. The end is just the beginning. Next time, they will no longer be the prey, but the hunters. Chapter 157, Stealing a Ship. Wang Yuan and Dahe finally dealt with the enemy and walked back to the cave quickly. As soon as they reached the cave entrance, they saw the three women fiddling with the captured weapons and supplies outside the cave. The two tigers lay quietly on the side. When the little tiger saw Wang Yuan, it immediately jumped up and ran towards him. Captain, you're back? When Run Yuan saw Wang Yuan and Dahe, her eyes were full of surprise, and she quickly stood up and said. Wang Yuan glanced around and frowned. Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to wait for the signal before coming over? Jiang Yin smiled and explained, we hid there for a while, but then we didn't hear any movement, so we guessed that you might have defeated the enemy, so we came back to take a look. She raised the flashlight in her hand, and by the way, we cleaned up some weapons and supplies and prepared to move them into the cave. Wang Yuan nodded to show his understanding, and then said, the situation has been cleared up, and the oil boat has been captured by us. We will spend the night on the boat. There are sufficient supplies there. Great! I was worried that we would have to deal with them in the cave tonight. Run Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked curiously, is it really safe on the oil boat? There won't be any remaining enemies, right? Dahe smiled and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, the captain and I have sent those guys into the sea to feed the fish. Zhang Lanfang also breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the sky. Let's go quickly, it's getting dark, and it will be difficult to move on the sea if we leave later. Wang Yuan nodded and called to the three women. Okay, pack your things, bring your weapons, and we'll go over there. Everyone quickly packed up their equipment and supplies, and the two tigers followed silently behind. The little tiger rubbed Wang Yuan's legs from time to time, showing special intimacy. When everyone arrived at the oil boat, the sun had already started to set, and the last rays of light were reflected on the horizon. After boarding the oil boat, everyone was stunned by the equipment and supplies on board. Food, drinking water, and even fresh meat stored in the refrigerator. These guys really live a good life, Zhang Lanfang exclaimed. Jiang Yin saw the tidy kitchen and refrigerator and said with a smile, looks like I can cook a good meal tonight. Ren Yuan touched the two tigers and asked hesitantly, what should we do with them? Are we really not going to take them with us? Wang Yuan smiled and reached out to touch the little tiger's head. Let them stay here with us first, and then make a decision when we get to a safe place. As night fell, everyone finally relaxed. The oil boat swayed gently on the sea. A few people sat around the campfire and talked about future plans. However, at this quiet moment, Wang Yuan frowned slightly. He felt that the danger was not completely eliminated. He said in a deep voice, everyone should take turns to keep watch tonight. We must not be careless. We must make the next plan tomorrow. The three women nodded, realizing that although they were temporarily safe, the battle was far from over. Chapter 158. Moving again? As night fell, the group walked along the path toward the beach. The air was slightly cool, and the sound of the waves in the distance made people feel a little melancholy. The little tiger followed Wang Yuan closely, rubbing his trouser legs from time to time, like a child who didn't want to leave. The big tiger followed leisurely behind, sniffing the ground from time to time, as if he was also looking for something. Captain, are we really leaving here? Ren Yuan's voice was filled with reluctance. She looked back at the cave behind her that she once regarded as her home. Wang Yuan didn't look back, but nodded slightly and continued to walk forward. His expression was still firm, but his steps seemed a little heavy. This is not our final destination. We survived, and we must go further. Zhang Lanfang sighed and looked at Jiang Yin beside her. To be honest, I can't bear to leave either. Although it's hard here, we've gotten used to it and even have a sense of belonging. Yes, the sheds we built, the fences, and the food we collected were all destroyed. Jiang Yin also looked a little lonely. Wang Yuan smiled. I understand how you feel, but you have to know that the real challenge is still ahead. We must go further now and find a safer place. He stopped and turned around to look at the three people seriously. Believe me, this is only a temporary separation. When we become stronger, maybe we can come back and take a look. Ren Yuanyuan burst out laughing and said, mischievously, why does it sound like you're talking about a hero leaving the village to venture out into the world? Wang Yuan spread his hands. Who knows? Maybe we are the invincible chivalrous hero. Umph. I think you were just a tough guy. Ren Yuanyuan said angrily, but a smile appeared on her face. As Wang Yuan joked, the atmosphere gradually relaxed, and everyone's steps were no longer so heavy. The little tiger ran to the front and then ran back from time to time, making Ren Yuanyuan happily chase it. The big tiger followed behind everyone silently, as if they also understood that this was a farewell. Finally, after a while, the scene of the seaside gradually emerged in front of us. The waves gently lapped the shore, and the sound of the wind mixed with the singing of seabirds brought a bit of peace and tranquility. We're here. We'll spend the night here. Wang Yuan stopped and pointed to the oil boat docked in the distance, his tone much more relaxed. Wow, are we going to sleep on the boat tonight? That would be so cool. Ren Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Yuan nodded. That's right, we will stay on that ship tonight, eat and drink well, and set off tomorrow. Jiang Yin breathed a sigh of relief and looked into the distance with a gentle look in her eyes. Although we are a little reluctant, we must also look forward. Zhang Lanfang gently stroked the little tiger's head and said with a smile, no matter where we go, at least we still have each other and these two lovely tigers. That's right. No matter what happens, we will keep going together. Wang Yuan looked at everyone with a firm look in his eyes. As the night deepened, the group continued to move forward under the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Although they were reluctant and confused, they gradually calmed down with each other's company. The oil boat in the distance swayed slightly in the moonlight, as if inviting them to the endless journey ahead, and they were ready to meet new challenges. Chapter 159. The fox takes advantage of the tiger. As night fell, beams of light from flashlights cut through the darkness, and the laughter of the three women echoed in the silent seaside. Wow, this flashlight is so bright, Ren Yuanyuan exclaimed, illuminating the surroundings with the military flashlight in her hand. Made in China. Zhang Lanfang looked at the trademark and was surprised. Wang Yuan smiled lightly. Okay, disperse the light beam so as not to expose the target. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began to adjust their flashlights. The light became softer and the surroundings seemed a lot safer. The two tigers followed silently behind them, as if they were guarding the group. Wang Yuan looked at them and joked, I never thought that one day I would be able to borrow the power of tigers and have two real tigers following me. Ren Yuanyuan pouted and put on a mischievous expression. Captain, I always think you are a fox, domineering but a little cunning. She gently waved her fist, pretending to hit Wang Yuan, but was amused by Wang Yuan's funny response of Empress, please calm down, and laughed out loud. Dahei stood by with a confused look on his face. He didn't understand the teasing of the three girls and Wang Yuan. He just thought that their sense of humor was too low, which made him a little speechless. Okay, let's go. Wang Yuan suddenly became serious, took the lead and jumped into the sea, swimming towards the oil boat not far away. The three girls followed closely behind, screaming excitedly and rushing into the sea, as if to sweep away the fatigue and tension of the past few days. After everyone was on board, Wang Yuan skillfully started the engine of the oil boat, and the low roar immediately aroused everyone's excitement. I can finally go home. Ren Yuanyuan was so excited that she almost jumped up. Wang Yuan turned around and ordered, you go to the cabin to change clothes first, Dahei, and I will go down to check the speedboat. After that, he and Dahei jumped back into the sea and swam towards the speedboat docked nearby. There were no enemies on the speedboat, but the two tigers followed closely. Especially the little tiger, it tried desperately to jump onto the speedboat. Wang Yuan felt sorry for it and directly picked it up. It seems they really don't plan to leave us, Dahei said with a smile. Several people searched the speedboat for supplies and brought them back to the oil boat. Soon, the three women on the boat had prepared the meal, and the kitchen was filled with fragrance. Wang Yuan and Dahei ran to the kitchen excitedly and were about to eat, but were savagely kicked out by the three women. These women are more ferocious than tigers. Wang Yuan shook his head helplessly. He sat down on the deck with Dahe and the two tigers and waited quietly. Everything seems calm, but there is a sense of tension in the air. Everyone knows that leaving the island is just the beginning, and what awaits them ahead will be greater unknowns and challenges. However, at this moment, the sea breeze blew, and everyone finally felt a sense of security. The bow of the ship headed towards the darkness in the distance, as if guiding their way home and carrying everyone's hope. Chapter 160. Overnight on a tanker. In the early morning, Wang Yuan and Dahe stood on the deck of the oil tanker. In the distance, the sea was covered by thick fog, as if the whole world had fallen into silence. After a night's rest, everyone was full of new energy, but the fear of the unknown was still aching in their hearts. After yesterday's fierce battle, the three women were still reluctant to leave this home where they had been wandering for so long, but they understood that staying here would face greater danger. Wang Yuan glanced at his watch. It was already late. He walked quickly into the cab and started the engine of the oil boat. The hull vibrated slightly with the roar of the engine. The three women were preparing breakfast in the kitchen. The air was filled with the aroma of food, but Wang Yuan was not at ease. He knew that getting rid of these chasing enemies was far more than just the sea in front of him. "Captain, are we really leaving? This place was once our home." Ren Yuanyuan asked reluctantly while feeding the little tiger. "Yes, although there are many crises here. We have lived here for a while," Zhang Lanfang echoed, her eyes full of nostalgia. "Staying here will only put us in greater danger." Wang Yuan's tone was firm, but his eyes also revealed the contradiction in his heart. "Our goal is to survive and come back for revenge when the time is right." Dahe came over, holding the walkie-talkie in his hand, and said with a smile, "I just checked. The machinery is all normal, and the ship is ready to sail." His words broke the brief silence. "Then let's go." Wang Yuan waved his hand and glanced at the big tiger and the little tiger squatting on the deck. "They don't belong here either, so come with us." As the engine's sound grew louder, the oil boat slowly sailed away from the island, breaking through the calm sea. The three women stood on the deck, looking at the island gradually going away, their eyes flickering with reluctance and expectation. They knew that the future journey was full of unknowns, but as long as Wang Yuan and Dahe were there, they felt more secure. "Wang, have we determined our direction?" Dahe asked, standing at the door of the cab. "Go north first and save some compatriots. Then decide on the next step," Wang Yuan said with a firm tone and looked into the distance. He is already prepared for the future. Chapter 161 set sail. Wang Yuan started the oil boat and led everyone away from the island where they lived, sailing north along the coastline. His goal was clear: to find Zhao Zhengwo and his companions and bring the surviving compatriots on board. Everything is going well with the machine. The mechanical condition is at least 80% new. There will be no problem sailing for several years. Dahe's voice came from the intercom, with a hint of relief in his voice. "Okay, come up quickly," Wang Yuan responded, and then the three women and Dahe came in, and the atmosphere on the boat instantly became lively. "I knew you would go to pick them up." Ren Yuanyuan frowned, her tone full of dissatisfaction. Wang Yuan smiled calmly. "We are not saints, but since we are leaving, we can't abandon them. They are our compatriots. If they stay on the island, they will be found by pirates sooner or later." "If I still don't like them," Ren Yuanyuan muttered angrily. Wang Yuan did not explain further and turned around to prepare to eat. At this time, Jiang Yin, Zhang Lanfang, and Ren Yuanyuan had already brought out steaming hot noodles, and there was also tomato and egg soup on the table, which smelled delicious. After a while, the oil boat stopped outside the beach on the west side of the island. Wang Yuan felt mixed emotions as he looked at the place where he once lived. He blew the whistle, and the sharp sound broke the silence of the island. Soon, three figures walked out of the fog and waved to them with difficulty. "Is that Captain Wang?" One of the women's voices came, her tone full of excitement. "It's me, come up," Wang Yuan shouted. When the three people climbed onto the boat, Wang Yuan couldn't help but frown. The three people in front of him were skinny and ragged, and it was obvious that they had lived an extremely difficult life these days. As soon as the three people got on the boat, they lay weakly on the deck, gasping for breath. "Thank you, Captain Wang. Thank you." Sister Zhou bowed repeatedly with excitement. "Where are the others?" Wang Yuan asked seriously. Sister Zhou's eyes filled with tears. "They are all dead. There are only 3 of us left." At this moment, Sister Zheng suddenly screamed, Ah, tiger. She pointed at the big tiger beside her in panic and retreated to the corner in fear, trembling all over. Humph, that's our pet, Rin Yuan said disdainfully, and then did not forget to pick up the little tiger to show off to the three people. The three of them were relieved a little, but they still stood aside with some fear. Wang Yuan sighed. Okay, Sister Fong, take them to change clothes. Let them cook for themselves. Don't starve to death. As the ship gradually started, the oil boat sailed eastward at full speed. The island at the stern was getting farther and farther away. Wang Yuan stood on the deck, holding a telescope, looking at the gradually disappearing island, his heart filled with complicated emotions. Captain, what are you looking at? Jiang Yan's voice sounded softly. She stood beside him, her eyes also looking into the distance. Wang Yuan smiled and handed her the telescope. Take one last look at the place where we used to live. Jiang Yin took the telescope and watched the familiar island gradually disappear. She felt a little reluctant. Why do I feel a little sad? Wang Yuan turned his head to look at Jiang Yan's face, and a trace of nostalgia surged in his heart. After returning to reality, she was still the high and mighty CEO, and he was just an ordinary person. Jiang Yin suddenly noticed Wang Yuan's silence and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Wang Yuan pulled his thoughts back to reality, took out a watch from his pocket, and handed it to her. Here, this watch is pretty good. Jiang Yin was slightly stunned. No need. I have a watch. This is special. Take it with you, Wang Yuan said with a smile. Jiang Yin looked down at the watch, and a warm feeling rose in her heart. Okay, I'll give it back to you when we get back. Chapter 162, Being Chased. Wang Yuan and his team were about to move forward when suddenly, black smoke came out of the speedboat behind them. Sure enough, the pirates were catching up. Jiang Yin ran into the cockpit breathlessly and reported nervously. 3 speedboats, the pirates are coming. Wang Yuan frowned and quickly gave an order. Dahe, keep going at full speed. I'll go to the rear deck to deal with them. He shouted into the intercom. Sister Fong, take everyone, grab your weapons, and prepare for battle. Then he rushed to the rear deck with Jiang Yin. The 3 girls and Xiao Sun were already lying on the deck with their guns. Rin Yuan took aim and muttered, There are only 9 of us. What are we afraid of? She glanced at Xiao Sun, who was a little nervous and couldn't help but joked, Don't be nervous. We are not hunting fish. As the pirate speedboat approached, bullets began to fly around them. Xiao Sun's first shot caused all the bullets to fall into the sea. Wang Yuan patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't be nervous. Wait until they get closer before shooting. The pirates opened fire first, but the trajectory of the bullets was far off, and they were completely unable to threaten the people on the oil boat. Wang Yuan steadily aimed at a pirate who was shouting. 2 bullets hit accurately, and the pirate fell to the ground. Fire! Wang Yuan gave the order, and everyone pulled the trigger. Bullets and flames intertwined on the sea, and the 2 sides launched a fierce shootout. Rin Yuan was particularly active, laughing at Xiao Sun's nervousness, but she herself was immersed in the excitement of the battle. The number of enemies was decreasing, and finally, only a few pirates were left hiding on the speedboats trying to escape. Suddenly, a bullet hit the fuel tank of one of the speedboats, and with a boom, the speedboat was instantly engulfed in flames. The 3 women cheered excitedly. Ah, it finally exploded. The fire spread quickly, and the other 2 speedboats also began to burn. The pirates jumped into the sea in a panic, trying to escape, but they didn't expect that the sharks lurking in the sea had already targeted them. As soon as a pirate showed his head, he was dragged into the deep sea with a scream. As the last speedboat sank, the battle was declared over. Wang Yuan carried a machine gun and fired at the remaining speedboats until he was sure there were no survivors. He then put down his weapon and said to everyone with a smile, There are not many opportunities to practice shooting. This time I did a good job. Rin Yuan responded proudly. See, my shooting skills are improving rapidly. Back in the cabin, Sister Zhou and Sister Zheng came up to me nervously and asked with concern, Captain Wang, are you okay? Wang Yuan replied nonchalantly, It's okay, the pirates have been dealt with. Then, he and everyone else began to refill the magazines and prepare for the next battle. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Sister Zhou began to recount their previous experiences. In the past few days, everyone else on the island starved to death, leaving only the 3 of us. Her voice was filled with pain and helplessness, but more of it was confusion about the future. Wang Yuan listened silently, and his heart became heavy. He knew that they were not only facing pirates at sea, but also had to fight against the fear and anxiety in their hearts. On this lonely sea, every decision was a matter of life and death. D-163 Zhang learned to sail. Wang Yuan and Dahe took the food, sat on the chairs in the cab, and ate leisurely. In the cockpit, the sea breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of salty moisture. Xiao Sun was still operating the steering wheel nervously, with a few beads of sweat on his forehead. Xiao Sun, don't be so nervous. Driving a boat is not that complicated, Wang Yuan said with a smile, picking up a piece of pork ribs and chewing it slowly. Xiao Sun scratched his head and said with a little embarrassment, After all, this is my first time at the helm, and I'm afraid I'll get into trouble if I'm not careful. Don't worry. As long as you follow my instructions, there will be no problem. Wang Yuan patted his shoulder, then glanced at the sea ahead and said softly, We went out to sea without any danger this time. It's not easy to get to this point. Don't be afraid. Yeah, Dahe interrupted, taking a sip of beer. When we first arrived on the island, who would have thought we would experience so much? Who would have thought we could rob this oil boat and still be able to leisurely enjoy the sea breeze and chat? Hearing this, Xiao Sun couldn't help but relax a little and couldn't help but laugh. Yes, it's a miracle that we survived. If the captain hadn't let us, I don't know what I would do. Wang Yuan nodded slightly and said calmly, We don't have time to think about other things now. Let's get out alive first. When we return to land, there will be plenty of opportunities to start over. As they were chatting and laughing, Zhang Lanfang's voice suddenly came from the intercom. Captain, we just saw something floating on the sea ahead, like some debris. Wang Yuan immediately stood up, picked up the telescope, and looked forward. He saw some boxes and wooden boards floating on the sea in the distance. The waves gently hit the floating objects, which looked a little weird. Slow down. Let's go over and take a look, Wang Yuan said calmly, feeling a little uneasy. Dahe quickly slowed down the speed of the boat, and the oil boat slowly approached the floating object. Several people stood on the deck, staring at the debris on the sea. Suddenly, a body emerged, half submerged in the sea water, with a pale face, and swaying gently with the waves. What happened? Did someone die nearby? Jiang Yin asked nervously, looking over the body anxiously. Wang Yuan pondered for a moment and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This may not be an accident. Maybe pirates nearby have just attacked a ship. Before he finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound of motors in the distance, and several speedboats were approaching rapidly from the horizon. Wang Yuan's face suddenly changed, and he shouted urgently, Pirates are coming! Everyone be alert! Prepare for battle! At this time, Zhang Lanfang looked at Wang Yuan nervously, but with a little excitement and confidence in her heart. Captain, we will definitely be able to deal with them this time. Wang Yuan sneered and quickly raised his gun, his eyes sharp. Of course, this time we have to make sure they never come back. D-164 Zhang learning to sail, too. In the cabin of the oil tanker, Wang Yuan looked at the team in front of him and felt a sense of relief and satisfaction. He knew that the next voyage would be full of unknowns and challenges, but the group of people in front of him had gradually formed a united force. You have learned well. Just practice more in the future. Practice makes perfect when it comes to boat driving. Wang Yuan smiled and nodded, with satisfaction in his eyes. Ren Yuanyuan smiled proudly. That's right, Captain. Don't worry. Wait for me to take the helm and lead our entire team back home in triumph. Jiang Yin patted her shoulder gently and said with a smile, Don't blow it yet. We have to wait until the boat is stable. By the way, Captain, why do I feel that you have become more and more calm these days, as if everything is under control? Zhang Lanfang asked with a smile. Wang Yuan smiled and said lightly, No matter how big the wind and waves are, it's just like this. The most important thing is your mentality. You are all experienced sailors now, so don't panic when you encounter problems in the future. We are united, and no one can stop us. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind on the deck suddenly grew stronger and a few dark clouds appeared in the distance. It looks like a storm is coming. Dahe picked up the telescope and looked at the sky. His expression changed slightly. Wang Yuan's expression instantly became solemn when he heard this. He looked at the approaching storm in the distance, and a complicated expression flashed across his eyes, but then he showed a firm smile. He turned around and said to everyone, Don't panic, everyone take your positions. We have been through so much, the storm is nothing. Jiang Yin immediately took over the conversation and calmly ordered, secure all the supplies and check the stability of the ship to prevent accidents. Yes, everyone responded. The boat was tossing on the rough sea, with a sudden storm and thunder. Wang Yuan stood in the cab, holding the rudder tightly with both hands, his eyes as firm as iron. Rin Yuan, who was standing next to him, stared at the dashboard nervously. Although she was a little flustered, she still gritted her teeth and persisted. Captain, we will definitely make it through this storm safely, right? She asked in a low voice, with worry in her eyes. Wang Yuan smiled slightly, looking firmly at the storm ahead. Don't worry, as long as we are united, no storm can defeat us. The ship was sailing in the storm, as if it was fighting against the sea, and everyone cooperated tacitly, each doing their own job. After going through so much, their hearts had long been connected together, and every wave and every thunder seemed to be testing their tenacity and courage. Finally, the storm gradually faded away, and the sea returned to calm. The oil boat continued to sail into the distance, and everyone was tired but full of hope. Rin Yuan took a breath and smiled. Captain, you are really reliable. Wang Yuan smiled and shook his head, gently patting her shoulder. This is just the beginning. There will be more challenges in the future, but as long as we don't give up, we will return home safely one day. Come on! Everyone shouted in unison again. They don't know how many storms are ahead, but they are fearless. Every challenge will only make them stronger. The goal is no longer far away, and home is not far away. Chapter 165, Duty Schedule. Whoever dares to be that bad apple, I will be the first to throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Zhang Lanfang's beautiful eyes turned cold, and her tone was as sharp as a knife. Yes, if anyone dares to make trouble, I will kill him directly. Anyway, this is the high seas and no one will care. Ren Yuan responded harshly, with a hint of determination in her eyes. Okay, it's not that serious. Wang Yuan waved his hand and said lightly, Sister Fong, please help arrange some driving time for everyone. Everyone needs to practice. Maybe in the future we will have to keep the boat moving and sail all day. Just make sure there are at least 2 people in the cabin, and everyone doesn't have to stay in there all the time. Don't worry, Captain. Zhang Lanfang nodded. Wang Yuan, holding a cigarette in his mouth, walked away with Dahei arm in arm. Zhang Lanfang turned to look at the others and said, Everyone, pay attention. We will pass by a small island around 8 or 9 in the evening. We will be able to see it around 7. We will dock there tonight. Captain, now you really become the captain. Jiang Yin teased quietly behind her back, and Rin Yuan couldn't help laughing after hearing it. Okay, let's assign shifts first. Zhang Lanfang regained her seriousness. We'll be divided into 2 groups. Jiang Yin, Yuan, and I will be in one group, and the 3 of you will be in one group. We'll take turns every 2 hours. Sister Zhou and I will be the leaders of each group. Let Xiao Sun and Yuan be on duty when we cook, okay? No problem. Everyone nodded in agreement. The evening breeze blew over the stern, and Wang Yuan and Dahei stood by the railing smoking. Dahei looked at the speedboat docked beside the boat, thinking, Wang, do you want to find an island to hide this speedboat? Wang Yuan blew out a smoke ring and smiled. You guessed it right. It's better to prepare for a rainy day than to be at a loss when the time comes. Dahei narrowed his eyes. Well, it's better to be prepared. After saying that, he suddenly frowned. But that Sister Zhou, I always feel that there is something wrong with her. Wang Yuan glanced at him and nodded. She is very cunning, but she can't make any big waves. At this time, in the cabin, Sister Zhou was whispering to Xiao Sun and Sister Zheng. Did you see that? Today those women are targeting us everywhere. In this situation, we have to stick together, otherwise we will be suppressed by them. Captain Wang is a good person, but he has been with them for a long time, so he must be on their side. Sister Zheng sighed. I don't think we should treat them as enemies. After all, they saved us. We have to have a good relationship with them in order to gain a foothold here. I'm not saying we should cause trouble. I'm just saying that if we are really being targeted, we must unite. There was some dissatisfaction in Sister Zhou's tone. Xiao Sun nodded, stood up and said, Okay, I'm going to rest. After Xiao Sun left, Sister Zhou suddenly stared at Sister Zheng with a smile on her face. Xiao Zheng, What do you think of Captain Wang? Sister Zheng was stunned. Captain Wang? He's very good, very caring. Sister Zhou smiled mysteriously. It's not easy to find a good man like him. You have to seize the opportunity and don't let those vixens get away with it. Sister Zheng blushed. Captain Wang is only 23, and I'm 26. How could he possibly like me? A girl who is 3 years older than her husband will bring a lot of gold. Sister Zhou grinned. The opportunity is right in front of us, so we should take it. Sister Zheng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Those words kept echoing in her mind, and Wang Yuan's figure inexplicably appeared in her mind. She tossed and turned, so she sat up and looked at her watch. It was already 5 o'clock. Sister Zhou, it's time to get up, she shouted. Sister Zhou responded, and the two of them walked out of the room, woke up Xiao Sun, and then walked to the cab together. Zhang Lanfang was at the helm, while Jiang Yin and Rin Yuan were chatting nearby. It's shift change, you guys go and have a rest. Sister Zhou said calmly. We have to go cook. Leave this to Xiao Sun and Yuan. Jiang Yin stood up, and Rin Yuan pouted and sat in the driver's seat, reluctantly taking over. Xiao Sun sat next to them, and the others gradually dispersed. Outside the ship, a glimmer of light appeared on the distant skyline, indicating that a new variable was approaching. At this moment, no one knew that an unexpected storm was quietly approaching. Chapter 166 Anchorage. Captain, let's get ready to cook. Zhang Lanfang said. Well, go ahead. Wang Yuan waved his hand, and his eyes fell on Rin Yuan. As soon as Rin Yuan turned around, she saw Wang Yuan and Dahe walking into the cab with cigarettes in their mouths, followed by 2 tiger-like pets. She widened her eyes and showed surprise. Hey, the beautiful lady is at the helm. Wang Yuan smiled slyly. Of course. Rin Yuan raised her head proudly. Yes, you look like a captain. I'm the smartest one, she responded playfully. Okay, leave this to us and go help with the cooking. Rin Yuan stood up briskly, gave her seat to Xiao Sun, and skipped out of the cab. After she left, the 3 men chatted casually in the cab. Captain, it's time to eat. Rin Yuan ran back after a while, her face full of anticipation. What good stuff? Hee. Where are the 3 fresh dumplings? How many did you eat yourself? Wang Yuan asked with narrowed eyes. 6. No, I didn't eat any. Rin Yuan's lie was exposed, and her face immediately turned red. The scene was filled with laughter. At this moment, Zhang Lanfang and others came over with bowls full of dumplings and cutlery in their hands. Captain, let's go to the cab to eat. Wang Yuan looked at their group and frowned. How can so many people fit in? Just stand there. Zhang Lanfang smiled indifferently. The girls squeezed into the cab one after another, put the dumplings on the stools, and ate happily. When the little tiger saw everyone eating dumplings, he also came over. Rin Yuan grabbed a dumpling and handed it over, but unexpectedly the tiger also took it away in one bite. Seeing this funny scene, everyone laughed so hard that they fell backwards. Dahe, go get some wine, let's have a drink. Wang Yuan ordered. Okay. Rin Yuan clapped her hands and couldn't wait to follow Dahe to the storage room. Soon after, several bottles of wine and glasses were brought into the cab. Dumplings go well with wine. The more you drink, the better. Wang Yuan smiled and raised his glass. Captain, this little bit of wine is not enough for me to drink. Zhang Lanfang raised her eyebrows. Wang Yuan smiled and shook his head. Who dares to compete with you in drinking as a northern woman? Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere gradually heated up. At this moment, Xiao Sun suddenly stood up and shouted, Captain, there seems to be an island over there. Everyone fell silent instantly, all looking in the direction he pointed. A black dot appeared faintly on the sea surface. Wang Yuan picked up the telescope and stared at the sea, his heartbeat slightly accelerating. There really was a small island there, or rather, a reef submerged by the high tide. Let's go over and find a place to anchor. Wang Yuan's expression was stern, and he gave the order. Everyone watched his every move nervously, their heartbeats rising and falling with the rhythm of the boat's acceleration and deceleration. Finally, the boat stopped not far from the reef. Drop anchor. Wang Yuan gave the order and increased the strength of his grip on the winch. Everyone else stared at the handle, fearing that something might go wrong. The anchor hit the water, and the boat stopped steadily. Wang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the people behind him. Okay, everyone is free to move around. Eat if you want to, do whatever you want. I want to go to the island. Rin Yuan was the first to jump up with a gleam in her eyes. I'm going too. Zhang Lanfang followed her, and the other women also looked at Wang Yuan eagerly. Wang Yuan shrugged helplessly. Okay, you all go ahead. Be careful on the island. Don't go too far. We men will watch over the house. The girls cheered. Rin Yuan and Zhang Lanfang winked at each other and jumped off the boat first. Their steps were brisk and excited, as if they were about to embark on a new adventure. However, shortly after everyone left, Wang Yuan squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the black spot, and suddenly a sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Was that small island really just a reef? He looked at the backs of the women who gradually disappeared into the twilight, silently calculating his next move. This sea area has never lacked twists and turns, but this time, he didn't know who would become the chess piece on the chessboard. Chapter 167: Fishing on a Boat. The night was shrouded. The island was only a few hundred square meters. The jagged rocks made a dull sound under the waves. From a distance, this island seemed more like a reef that could be swallowed up at any time. Several women jumped off the boat with great interest, each carrying a bucket and waving flashlights in their hands, reflecting their figures searching for seafood. On the deck, Wang Yuan, Dahe, and Xiaosun moved stools and sat leisurely, eating dumplings and drinking. With their eyes narrowed into slits, they watched several women shuttling back and forth among the reefs, with laughter and screams coming from time to time. Captain, look! Ren Yuan rushed back excitedly holding a bucket. The seafood here is so big. Wang Yuan leaned over to take a look and saw two conches as big as footballs in the bucket. Ren Yuan said proudly, there are also big scallops and crabs. We'll have a great meal tonight. In a moment, the girls lined up the seafood in the buckets, and even Dahe and Xiaosun couldn't help but marvel. Wang Yuan smiled and said, if you're hungry, eat the dumplings quickly, and we'll make the seafood later. After dinner, the women carried buckets into the kitchen. The men finished their dumplings and stopped eating. The three of them looked at each other, and Wang Yuan stood up and said, Dahe, Xiaosun, let's go to the warehouse and take a look. The warehouse was rich in supplies, but the most exciting thing was finding a pile of fishing rods and a fishing net in the corner. Dahe, take the fishing net out. We'll have a big harvest tonight. Wang Yuan smiled with his eyes shining. The three of them came to the stern of the boat. Wang Yuan waved the fishing net to the sea, and then tied the rope. He looked at Dahe and Xiaosun on the boat and said, wait and see. There might be a surprise tomorrow morning. Then, he took a few stools, loaded the bait, and the three of them sat quietly at the bow of the boat to fish. Captain, let's eat seafood. Ren Yuan's voice came from the kitchen, and the girls came over with basins full of seafood. There's still a big pot left in the pot. Then we need a bottle of beer to go with it. Wang Yuan patted Xiaosun's shoulder, and Xiaosun immediately ran to get the beer. Soon, a group of people sat around the table, eating and chatting, and the atmosphere was lively. Suddenly, Jiang Yin pointed to the seashore and shouted, Captain, the fishing rod is moving. Wang Yuan turned his head suddenly and saw that one of the fishing rods was bent. He immediately rushed over to grab it and quickly reeled it in. A small fish half a foot long was pulled up. Dahe was stunned for a moment and suddenly laughed out loud. Captain, is this enough for the tiger to fill its teeth? Don't underestimate it. This is snapper. It tastes delicious. Wang Yuan explained awkwardly, but everyone was still laughing. Then, the other fishing rod also started to move violently. Wang Yuan grabbed it, but it felt heavy. He shouted, help! This one is strong. Dahe came over to help, and Jiang Yin also excitedly picked up the scoop net. Quick, scoop net! What a big fish! A huge yellowfin tuna was scooped into the bucket, and everyone cheered. Ren Yuan touched the huge tuna and said with sparkling eyes, Captain, I want to eat sashimi. Okay, leave it to Mr. Jiang. Wang Yuan nodded and watched them carry the fish into the kitchen. The men continued to drink, enjoying this rare tranquility. Xiaosun smacked his lips and said with emotion, Captain, I have never experienced such a luxurious life in my life. This meal tonight will probably cost tens of thousands. Wang Yuan smiled, picked up two large abalones from the side, and threw them to the two tigers at the stern. What's the big deal? We have pets. If we can't finish them, we can feed them. Dahe couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Captain, you are awesome. At this moment, the third fishing rod began to shake again. The three looked at each other and quickly stood up to reel in the line. This time it was another small carp. Don't be discouraged. There are a few more dishes for dinner, Wang Yuan said with a smile. At this time, Rin Yuanyuan's voice came from the kitchen. Captain, the sashimi is ready. Everyone sat on the deck, enjoying the night breeze, eating delicious sashimi and drinking cold beer. In front of them was the vast sea, and in the distance was a dark island. No one noticed that under this seemingly peaceful sea, something seemed to be approaching quietly. Or perhaps fate was quietly changing. Chapter 168, Backhand or Escape. The girls put the seafood on the table aside and served 2 large plates of pink tuna sashimi with a bowl of fragrant sauce next to it. Rin Yuanyuan couldn't wait to pick up a piece of fish, closed her eyes, and said with enjoyment, delicious. Dahe also tried it, but right after he put it in his mouth, his eyes widened instantly, and his face turned darker than the eggplant. He quickly covered his nose. Puff. Cough, cough. This sauce is too choking. His tears and snot were running, and his embarrassed appearance made everyone laugh. No matter how much I choke, I can't stop you. Rin Yuanyuan pointed at Dahe and couldn't help laughing. Dahe scratched his head embarrassedly, but still reached out to pick up more sashimi and finally ate most of it. Time passed in laughter and joy. Wang Yuan looked at his watch and said, Okay, it's almost dawn. We should rest. Everyone nodded and packed up. 1 tuna was eaten and the rest was put in the refrigerator. Several large fish and 8 mullets were also neatly arranged. Captain, why are all the fish we caught these 2 types? Rin Yuanyuan looked curious. The bluefin tuna were just eating the bluefin tuna in groups, Wang Yuan explained. After everyone had finished tidying up, they returned to the cabin to rest. Wang Yuan patted Xiao Sun's shoulder and said, You guys go and rest. Dahe and I will be on guard tonight. In the early morning, Wang Yuan was awakened by the cool sea breeze. He stood on the bow, smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes and saw a vague island on the sea level in the distance. He hurried back to the cabin, picked up the telescope to observe carefully, and opened the nautical chart to confirm that it was indeed a marked island. Dahe was also awakened from his sleep, rubbing his eyes and coming over. Wang, what are you looking at? Look ahead. Wang Yuan handed him the telescope. Dahe took a look and said in surprise, Is the island on the map right here? Why didn't I see it last night? It was too dark last night to see. Wang Yuan took a deep puff of cigarette. I think we should go over and take a look. Are you planning to use that place as a retreat? Dahe raised his eyebrows. Wang Yuan nodded. Yes, that place can be our bridgehead. It only takes half a day to reach the pirate's lair, and it is also a good place to retreat. The two worked together to collect the fishing net, and this time they actually caught 5 tunas. Dahe smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed. It seems that we are lucky today. Wang Yuan started the engine and slowly drove the boat towards the island. Rin Yuanyuan, Zhang Lanfang, and Jiang Yin heard the noise, walked into the cab, and looked at the island in the distance with surprise. Captain, what's going on? Rin Yuanyuan pointed at the island, her face full of disbelief. Wang Yuan smiled and explained to them, We didn't see it last night because it was dark. This island is better than we expected. Let's go over and take a look. Maybe it can become our base. After more than an hour of sailing, the boat finally approached the island. The island is more than 10 kilometers in radius, high in the middle and low around, like a small hill smoothed by nature. The lush trees on the island give people hope. Captain, the meal is ready. Rin Yuanyuan came from behind with a hint of concern in her voice. Wang Yuan nodded. You guys eat first, Dahe, and I have to go take care of some things and hide the speedboat below on the island. Hide the speedboat? Rin Yuanyuan looked confused. Just in case. It's best if it's useless, but if it can come in handy when we need it, that's our fallback. After Wang Yuan finished speaking, he took Dahe down the gangway, and the two drove the speedboat into a mangrove forest on the edge of the island. Pulling the speedboat in the slippery mud, they walked deep into the woods. The mud stuck to their shoes tightly, but the two did not stop until the speedboat was securely tied to the tree, and then they swam back to the boat with confidence. After returning to the boat and changing into clean clothes, Wang Yuan and Dahe returned to the restaurant. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin were sharing seafood noodles. When they saw the two of them coming back, they smiled and said, The soup is still hot, come and eat. At this time, Sister Zhou and the other two finally arrived, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, Captain. I was so sleepy and overslept. Rin Yuanyuan snorted impatiently, but Wang Yuan waved his hand. It's okay, everyone was tired last night, and it's a good thing to sleep well. He paused, looked at the others, and said slowly, however, some things should not be known by everyone. Don't tell others about the speedboat hiding on the island. Everyone exchanged a knowing look and nodded. Zhang Yin whispered, don't worry, Captain, we won't tell. On this peaceful island, everyone was having breakfast together. They looked calm on the surface, but they knew in their hearts that the storm in this sea area had just begun, and every small decision might become a turning point that determines their life and death. Chapter 169 Whale. We can do it ourselves, thank you. Seeing Zhang Yin was about to serve noodles to the three of them, Sister Zhou hurried over to take the bowl. Sister Zhou served noodles to the three of them, and everyone ate. Captain, how did we end up on an island? Xiao Sun broke the awkward atmosphere. Huh, didn't the captain set out this morning? He stopped when he encountered this island. Rin Yuanyuan said, oh I'm so sorry. Xiao Sun scratched his head. Okay, we didn't go far. Yuanyuan, what are the tigers eating? Wang Yuan asked when he saw two tigers eating something in a bowl outside the restaurant. Those dumplings from yesterday. Boss Jiang, we caught a few fish in the fishing net this morning. They are in the cab. You can go and take care of them later. Okay. After finishing his meal and drinking his soup, Wang Yuan pushed the bowl aside and said, I'm going to start the boat. You guys clean up. He held a cigarette in his mouth and walked towards the cab, followed by the pets. Everyone quickly finished their meal and cleaned up. Dahe and Xiaosan came to the cab. Wang Yuan drove the boat out, slowly accelerated, and headed slightly south of the east. Captain, let me drive. Xiaosan said. Okay. Xiaosan gave up his seat and sat on it. Wang Yuan said, Xiaosan, just go in this direction and increase your speed to the maximum. We can reach the next island before dark. Okay. After a while, the girls finished packing and came over. Wang Yuan took out the nautical chart, pointed at it, and said to everyone, we are now at this position. We should sail in this direction at the fastest speed and reach the island before dark. If we go too slow, it may be dark soon, so whoever is at the helm today must speed up. Sister Fong, put the compass here, and everyone keep an eye on the direction. We don't have positioning and navigation, so we can only use this method. Okay. Fortunately, this map shows that there are no reefs or anything along the way. Captain, there's a whale ahead, Xiao Sun shouted. As everyone looked ahead, they saw huge whales leaping high into the air and falling heavily under the rising sun, splashing huge waves of water. This picture is so beautiful, the girls exclaimed. Xiao Sun, turn the rudder quickly and go around. Go around their tail. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Xiao Sun quickly turned the rudder. After an hour, they finally got around the original target. Xiao Sun continued to adjust the direction and speed up the journey. Huh, okay. You guys just watch the sailing. I'll go out and take a look. Wang Yuan said with a long sigh. Wang Yuan walked out of the cab, came to the stern, lit a cigarette, and leaned on the railing. Suddenly, a white wave caught Wang Yuan's attention. Captain, what are you looking at? You look so engrossed. Zhang Lanfang's three daughters and Dahe came over. Look, Wang Yuan pointed at the waves below. Everyone looked over. The waves then rushed to the side, and everyone could see clearly that it was a whale chasing the oil boat. Judging from its size, it should be an underage whale. Suddenly, it spurted out a column of water more than 2 meters high with a puff. It swam to the front and then to the back. Suddenly, it jumped out of the water and crashed into the sea, splashing water onto the deck, and the three women screamed in surprise. Although this little whale is a minor, it is about 8 or 9 meters long and is gray all over. Captain, it won't jump up, right? Rin Yuanyuan asked. No, it's just playing with us. Wang Yuan said. Everyone watched with great interest as the whale played around the oil boat until more than an hour later, when the whale swam away and disappeared. Come on, let's go downstairs now. I'll adjust your watch chains. Otherwise, it will be uncomfortable to wear them. Wang Yuan said. Good. Wang Yuan brought the three girls to the computer room, found some tools, and adjusted their watches. Sister Fong, take a look at what this is made of. Wang Yuan took out a thumb-sized black stone. I don't know, it might be obsidian. Zhang Lanfang played with it for a while and said, it doesn't quite look like obsidian, and it looks a bit like black jade, but probably neither. Zhang Yan also took a look and said, Captain, Isn't this the piece we picked up from the hole on the island? Rin Yuan asked. Yeah, that's right. I can't tell what it is either. Wang Yuan said. I think it's a necklace pendant. There are several chains in our room. Put it on and wear it around your neck. Rin Yuan said. Okay. Everyone returned to the three girls' room. Rin Yuan found a necklace in the cabinet, took off the glittering, beautifully carved stainless steel pendant, and replaced it with the black stone. Here, Captain. Put it on. Rin Yuan handed it to Wang Yuan. Forget it. Whoever of you likes can take it. It's black and ugly, like a tadpole. I don't want it. Rin Yuan said. I don't want it either. It's too ugly. Zhang Yin said. Well, Captain, this is only suitable for you. Zhang Lanfang said. Well, who makes you look good? That's it. Wang Yuan put the necklace around his neck, tucked it into his clothes, and wore it close to his body, and said, That's enough. You guys take a rest. I'm going upstairs. Forget it. It's almost time for our shift change. Zhang Lanfang looked at her watch and said. Everyone came to the deck and saw Dahe leaning on the railing and observing with a telescope. After greeting each other, the three women walked towards the cab. Dahe, is there any water in the tank up there? Yes, enough for us to wash for 5 or 6 days. Okay then, let's go fishing when we have nothing to do and feed the excess to the tigers. Okay. The two carried stools and fishing rods to the stern of the boat to fish. Captain, do you want to go fishing again? Xiao Sun, Sister Zhou, and the other two also came over. Well, how about we go fishing together? We each have a fishing rod. Forget it, we really don't know how. Xiao Sun can go fishing with you guys, and we women can just watch. Sister Zhou said, Why don't you just go and rest? No, we've all slept all night and got up so late in the morning, there's no need to rest. Okay, whatever you want. Xiao Sun also took his fishing rod and sat down, and the three men fished together in vain. Okay, let's stop fishing. Let's go back. Wang Yuan said. What's wrong? Everyone asked. Look, the fish have already escaped from the waves created by the boat behind us. We are just fishing here for fun because we are bored. Wang Yuan smoked a cigarette and strolled away with his pet. Captain, you're here. In the cab, Wang's eyes lit up when she saw Wang Yuan coming in. Okay, you guys go cook, I'll take care of this. Wang Yuan said. Captain, what are we having for lunch? Jiang Yin gave way to the driving seat. I've cooked the mackerel I caught last night, and the rest will be fine. Wang Yuan said. Okay, bring the food over. I'll just eat here. Wang Yuan said when he saw the three girls were about to leave. Chapter 170, Encountering Big Waves. At noon, everyone brought their meal to the cab. Wang Yuan sat in the driver's seat, drinking beer and eating food, looking very nonchalant. Captain, does this count as drunk driving? Rin Yuan asked. Forget it, of course forget it. You report me. He police. Come and arrest me. Wang Yuan shouted proudly, then took a deep puff of the cigarette and took another sip of beer. Ah, so cool. Captain, you really deserve a beating when you look like this. Zhang Yin said. Ah, okay. I don't dare anymore. I'll confess and explain. Then, with a look of regret on his face, he lowered his head to take a puff of cigarette and took another sip of beer. Puff! Ha ha ha! Captain, why don't you go act in a movie? Your acting skills are definitely at the level of an award-winning actor. Rin Yuan wiped away the tears from her laughter. Alas! I originally wanted to be an actor, but one of the investors had a rich woman who wanted to take advantage of me. Who am I? I am upright and strong, so I had no choice but to retire. Now there is still a legend about me in the entertainment industry. Wang Yuan puffed out his chest and said proudly, No, you are so shameless. Rin Yuan said. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Captain, how about I invest in a movie for you when we get back? Sister Zheng suddenly said. Ah! The atmosphere became awkward, and Wang Yuan could feel the temperature drop suddenly. Well, let's talk about it when we get back. Wang Yuan scratched his head. I'm serious. If you become an actor, I promise to make you famous. I can invest in whatever you do. Sister Zheng said. Ah! Everyone opened their mouths wide and stared at the two of them in a daze. Sister Zhou secretly gave Sister Zheng a thumbs up. Ahem, while Sister Zheng, what do you do? Wang Yuan was a little confused. My family is in the jewelry business, and the largest jewelry store in the country is owned by my family, said Sister Zheng. No, we will take care of the captain's future development, and Sister Yin will take care of the investment. Rin Yuan's eyes widened. My family's assets are tens of billions. Sister Yan's family assets are also several hundred billion. Oh, really? Of course, Sister Yan is the princess of Jiangwan Group. No wonder. Humph. Stop trying to take over the captain, you vixen. Who are you talking about? I'll tell whoever talks to me. You. That's enough. I think all of you have nothing better to do. I've told you so many times that you must unite. You must unite. Okay, since you have the energy but nowhere to use it, I'll find more things for you to do in the future. Wang Yuan shouted. Humph. The two women turned their heads away. Whose turn is it to drive the boat? Me? Xiao Sun reacted quickly, hurried over, and sat in the driving seat. Day after day, nothing happens when you're hungry, but everything becomes a problem when you're full. Wang Yuan walked out with a can of beer. Dahei shook his head and walked out. Wang, this woman is not easy to deal with either, said Dahei. Alas, it's hard to lead a team. Wang Yuan sighed and said, Dahei, where did you learn the lyrics from? Hey, web drama. Okay, we're fine now, leave this to them. Let's go downstairs and sleep. Wang Yuan said after taking a sip of beer. The two men walked down to the cabin arm in arm, with the two tigers following closely behind them, with the little tiger holding a fish in its mouth. They found a room and lay down in their clothes. Huh, how infuriating. Listen to what that vixen said. Being rich is not a big deal, came Ren Yuanyuan's voice. Okay, Yuanyuan, don't bother with her. Zhang Lanfang said. I shouldn't have brought them up here. It makes me so mad. Bang! The sound of a door closing was heard, and the world became quiet. Dahei gave Wang Yuan a thumbs up, and Wang Yuan spread his hands with a wry smile. They slept for more than 2 hours, and then they both woke up at the same time and smoked a cigarette. Why does the boat feel a bit bumpy? Said Dahei. Well, go out and take a look. The two ran out. There was a strong wind outside, the sky was gloomy, and waves were coming one after another. As soon as I reached the cab, I heard a scream. I saw huge waves several feet high sweeping towards me. Zhang Lanfang, who was in the driving seat, was about to turn the rudder to avoid the attack. Don't move. Go ahead, Wang Yuan shouted. Oh! Hearing Wang Yuan's voice, the girls felt relieved. Wow! The waves rushed over, and the oil boat seemed to be thrown up and then fell down. Everyone was thrown around, some fell down, and some grabbed the handles. Just as this wave passed, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw another wave coming towards them in the distance. Sister Fang, please move aside first and let me come, Wang Yuan shouted. Zhang Lanfang gave up the driving seat, and Wang Yuan quickly sat in. A wave came over, and Wang Yuan operated calmly. The oil boat experienced the feeling of flying again. Oh! The two tigers lay in a corner and screamed. Captain Wang, what happened? At this time, Sister Zhou and others stumbled over. We must have encountered a strong wind. Everyone hold on tight. The handles and seats are all fixed. Dahei Xiaosan, when you have time, go to the warehouse and get the life jackets. Everyone put them on. Sister Fang, get your backpacks ready. Everyone pay attention. Safety first, Wang Yuan shouted. Clear. New. Be careful. Huge waves swept in, and the deck was extremely slippery. Dahei and Xiaosun, with bruised faces and noses, fetched life jackets, and Zhang Lanfang and her two daughters also fetched backpacks. Even if Sister Zhou and Sister Zheng wanted to help, they had no idea where to start. Hurry up and put on your life jacket, Wang Yuan said. Everyone quickly put on their life jackets. Captain, what about you? Zhang Lanfang said. Don't worry about me for now. Have you brought food and weapons? Wang Yuan asked. I didn't bring it, Zhang Lanfang said with her head down. The wind and waves gradually died down, and it started to drizzle outside. Finally past the stormy area. Dahei, come on, you drive the boat. After passing the danger zone, Wang Yuan said. Okay. Dahei sat in the driving seat. Sister Fang, there are backpacks in the room downstairs. Distribute one to everyone and put survival items in the backpacks. What if our ship sinks and we are scattered? We may have to survive a second time. In order for everyone to survive, anything can happen in the sea. We can only take precautions in advance. Each person is responsible for a backpack filled with survival items. They cannot be used at ordinary times. Everyone will carry them on their backs when something happens. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Zhang Lanfang said. I don't care what's in the backpack, but it must be packed separately. As the saying goes, Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Food, tools, clothes, weapons, medicines, etc. Everyone's backpack must be prepared and not used at ordinary times. Wang Yuan said, I understand. Everyone was smart enough and understood after just a brief reminder. Wang, the rain is getting heavier. At this time, the big black man said, Chapter 171, Encountering a Rainstorm. Sister Fong, you guys go pack your things first. Dahe and I can put our backpacks here. We have already packed ours. Wang Yuan said, Okay. Everyone walked out with their backpacks. Wang Yuan and Dahe were the only ones left in the cab. Wang, are they okay? They have lived on a deserted island for so long. They should know what they need. All right. Boom. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and the thunder was deafening. Voila! Heavy rain poured down. Fortunately, the area with strong winds and waves had passed. Now the wind and waves were much smaller. In the vast ocean, the oil boat was like a leaf swaying in the wind and rain. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the sky was completely dark. Wang Yuan turned on the navigation lights and looked at his watch. It was already past 5 o'clock. At the current speed, it would take another 3 hours to reach the island, and that was without too much wind and waves. At this time, everyone came over, all soaked by the rain, which showed how heavy the rain was. Have all the supplies been distributed? Okay, each person will have 2 packs of compressed biscuits, 3 cans of luncheon meat, 3 bottles of water, a packet of refined salt, a dagger, a pistol, 2 magazines, and a set of clothes. These are standard equipment, and the rest is up to you. Zhang Lanfang said, Okay, don't use the things in your backpack casually in the future so that you can deal with crises. Wang Yuan said, Captain, will our ship sink? Rin Yuan asked, Not now, but if we encounter another natural disaster or man-made disaster, it's hard to say. Just like the big waves just now, it's easy to capsize if we don't operate properly. Oh! So we prepare the supplies first and try to be prepared. When you encounter a big wave like the one just now, don't try to hide. You can't hide, and you can't face it with a broadside. Otherwise, the big wave will easily overturn the boat. We have to face it with the bow and rush over it. Got it. Zhang Lanfang knew that Wang Yuan was talking about her operational problems just now, but he was also teaching everyone his experience at the same time. Sister Zheng, why do you look so bad? Wang Yuan asked when he suddenly saw Sister Zheng's pale face. Humph. Didn't he vomit when he went out just now? So pretentious. Rin Yuan felt unhappy when she saw Wang Yuan caring about Sister Zheng. Okay, stop talking. Zhang Lanfang scolded. Captain, it's okay. It was just too bumpy just now. You just need to rest for a while. Sister Zheng said, By the way, is there anyone among you who can't swim? Captain, I'm not very good at it. Rin Yuan raised her hand. I know. Captain, I don't really know how to do it either. Sister Zheng also raised her hand. Umph. Captain, we both fell into the water at the same time. Who will you save first? Rin Yuan snorted. Well, you silly girl, you still have the mind to think about this at this time. Just listen to what the captain has to say first. Zhang Lanfang couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed when they saw Wang Yuan's deflated expression. I mean, there are 2 lifebuoys on the side of the ship. Once the boat sinks, you 2 can each take one. It would be best if Sister Fong, General Jiang, and Yuan go together, and Sister Zhou, Xiao Sun, and Sister Zheng go together. Those who can swim can help those who can't. To prevent getting separated, you can find a rope and tie it around your wrist to tie you and the lifebuoy together. Wang Yuan said, Well, this is a good idea. What about you and Dahe? Zhang Lanfang said, Dahe and I have good physical strength, so you don't have to worry about this. Your physical strength is not good, so we can only use this method. Okay, let's follow this method from now on. Everyone agreed. At this time, there were still lightning and thunder outside and heavy rain, so the navigation lights could not illuminate far, and the visibility was poor. Is everyone hungry? Wang Yuan asked. Not hungry, everyone said. Although the wind and waves are a little smaller now, it is still very bumpy. No wonder no one is hungry. Okay, let's eat after we drop anchor. Wang Yuan said. After sailing for a while, the sky gradually brightened, but the rainstorm was still going on. Thunder came from behind and became smaller and smaller, and the wind and waves gradually subsided. The visibility is better now. Everyone, please pay attention to your surroundings to prevent us from straying too far. Wang Yuan looked at the time. It was almost 6:30. Okay. At this time, the oil boat had stabilized, and everyone no longer needed to hold on to anything to maintain balance and could move freely. Ayo, ayo. The little tiger ran around excitedly, no longer trembling like before when he was leaning against the big tiger, causing everyone to laugh. Captain, let's give the tiger a name. Rin Yuan said. Good. Everyone became interested. The big one is called Da Huang, and the small one is called Xiao Wang, said Zhang Lanfang. No, it sounds like a dog's name. It should be something more literary or domineering. The big one can be called Dahua, and the small one can be called Xiaohua. How about that? Rin Yuan said. It feels too weak. Zhang Yin said. The big one is called Ruhua, and the small one is called Siyu. Wang Yuan said. It's a bit literary, not bad, no, you're like a flower. Rin Yuan said. Haha, since the tiger is the king of the forest, I think we should just call him Big King and Little King. Jiang Yin glanced at Wang Yuan, her beautiful eyes full of cunning. Hee, this is a good name. Rin Yuan clapped her hands and laughed. Eh? Everyone looked at Wang Yuan. Ah, you guys pick your own names. Why are you looking at me? Wang Yuan looked confused. Okay, that's settled. Rin Yuan said, Xiao Wang, come here. Let your sister hug you. As she said this, she picked up the little tiger, raised her eyebrows at Wang Yuan, and looked at him provocatively. What the hell, Xiao Wang, trying to get close to Tiger. Okay, I can't afford to offend him, but I can't afford to hide from him. Wang Yuan ignored her and continued to drive the boat, muttering. Well, we have another tiger sister. Ha! Wang Yuan, what do you mean? Rin Yuan was also a little confused. He said you were a tigress, said Sister Zhang. Huh. Rin Yuan was furious and was about to explode. I didn't say that, I meant you were very good. Wang Yuan said quickly. Of course, Xiao Wang. If anyone bullies your sister again, just bite him. Humph, Rin Yuan said and rolled her eyes at Sister Zhang. The heavy rain outside still showed no sign of stopping. Wang Yuan drove for a while, and the sky gradually darkened. Finally, a black that appeared right in front of him before dark. Dahe, look and see if there is an island over there, Wang Yuan said, pointing ahead. Dahe picked up the telescope, looked for a while, and said, although it is not clear, but judging from the outline, it should be there. Everyone picked up their telescopes and looked over. As time went by, the black spot became larger and larger, and finally it could be seen that it was an island. Captain, yes, there is an island over there. Zhang Lanfang put down the telescope. Chapter 172, Overnight on the Island. Let me take a look. Rin Yuan took the telescope and started looking. Okay, it's dark now, what are you still looking at? Zhang Lanfang said. Although it was getting darker and darker, and I couldn't see clearly, I could still vaguely see the trees on the island swaying a few times in the wind. Wang Yuan turned on the navigation lights and sped up towards the island. The rain was getting lighter and lighter, and as the rain became lighter, the lights shone farther and farther. Finally, we reached the outskirts of the island, which was revealed under the lights. At this time, the rain outside had turned into drizzle. Wang Yuan gradually slowed down and stopped 1,000 meters away from the shore. With the help of the lights, everyone could roughly see that this island was much smaller than the previous one. It was less than 1,000 meters from south to north and was clearly divided in the middle, with reefs on the north and a beach on the south. Dahe, let's go and drop anchor. Everyone can learn from him. Wang Yuan said. Dahe went to the stern, and everyone followed Wang Yuan to the bow in the drizzle. Come on, Xiao-sun, try shaking it a few times. Wang Yuan pulled out the pin on the turntable. Okay, there was a red arrow on the turntable, with up and down marked in international letters. Xiao-sun grabbed the arm and started to crank it easily. Sometimes the arm even turned by itself, and the big iron anchor slowly sank into the water. They didn't stop until they saw that the cable was obviously loose. That's enough. You may not be able to shake it when we raise the anchor, Wang Yuan said as he inserted the pin. Everyone ran back to the cab, and Dahe followed closely behind. Captain, why don't we get closer before dropping anchor? Rin Yuan asked. Look at the water level on the reef and the beach. It's obviously high tide. If we get any closer, we'll easily run aground after the tide goes out, Wang Yuan said. Everyone suddenly realized. Okay, I'm hungry. It's time to eat, Wang Yuan said. Then everyone and the two kings rushed into the restaurant in the rain. The girls walked into the kitchen, but were shocked by the scene in front of them. The floor was full of pots, pans, bottles, and jars. Fortunately, most of them were made of stainless steel and special materials. The glass and porcelain were almost all broken. The girls cleaned up for a while before starting to cook. Everyone must remember in the future that after cooking or using something, put it back to its original place. These cabinets and hooks and grids on the wall are used to fix these things. Otherwise, they will all fall down again after another bumpy ride, said Zhang Lanfang. I understand, Sister Fong. Everyone responded. Okay. Every failure makes you wiser, said Zhang Lanfang. Wang Yuan and two other men were sitting in the restaurant smoking. When they saw the women busying around in the kitchen, it wasn't that they didn't want to go over to help, but the kitchen was small, and it seemed very crowded with 5 women. Dahe went to get 3 bottles of drinks, and the 3 of them drank and chatted. They waited for more than 2 hours before the meal was ready, mainly because it took a long time to thaw the meat. When the food was served on the table, the 3 felt that the wait was worth it. Each person received a grilled steak, a grilled fish fillet, a fruit salad, a bowl of fish head soup, and a plate of pasta. Even the second king got a steak and a fish fillet. Wang Yuan opened a few more bottles of red wine, and everyone ate and chatted. Chinese food is so delicious, said Dahe. Dahe, this is not Chinese food, this is Western food, Rin Yuan said with a smile. The Chinese chef is so beautiful, Dahe said again. Ha! After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill and packed up, Wang Yuan said, It's almost 12 o'clock, let's take a rest. Tomorrow we will be out of the range of the nautical chart, and we will have to rely on luck from now on. If we don't encounter any islands, we will have to keep sailing, so it will be very hard for everyone in the future. Let's take a good rest, and just sleep until you wake up naturally in the morning. Wang Yuan said. Understood. Everyone responded. Captain, why don't you go down, and we sleep upstairs, said Zhang Lanfang. No need. You guys drive the boat for a little longer during the day. Dahe and I will go down and rest when we are tired. Wang Yuan said. Captain, how about? Xiao Sun said. Before Xiao Sun finished speaking, Wang Yuan patted him on the shoulder and said, It's okay, go ahead. I'll have to work harder for you in the future. Xiao Sun nodded and went down to the cabin with the girls. Wang Yuan and Dahe took her Wang back to the cab, swept the floor, spread out the mat, and lay down. After they finished smoking, they listened to the sound of rain outside and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Wang Yuan woke up and walked out. The rain had stopped, but there was a thick fog on the sea. He stretched his body and stretched his muscles. Dahe also came out, and the two of them started releasing water towards the sea. It seems we have to wait until the fog clears before we can set sail, said Dahe. It's okay, safety first. We have plenty of time anyway, Wang Yuan said. The two went to the kitchen to find some water and washed up. The tide had receded and the anchor rope was a little loose, causing the yacht to sway with the waves. Dahe, let's go tighten the anchor rope. Okay. After tightening the cable, the 2 men came to the cab and smoked. Xiao Sun and the girls also came over one after another. After greeting everyone, the women went to the kitchen to start making breakfast. Captain, we don't know when this fog will dissipate. How about we go to the island to catch seafood? Zhang Lanfang asked. No, it's not suitable to go to the island with such heavy fog. If there is any danger, we can't discover it in advance. Wang Yuan said. But we have guns, Rin Yuan said. That won't work either. Wang Yuan said firmly. Okay, listen to the captain. Seeing that Rin Yuan was about to speak again, Jiang Yin interrupted her. All right. Jiang Yin found a few packets of instant coffee from somewhere, boiled water, and made a cup for everyone, and everyone sat in the restaurant drinking coffee boredly. The fog did not dissipate until the sun rose high in the sky after 9 o'clock. It's time for us to set off. You go to weigh the anchor, and I'll start the engine. Wang Yuan stood up and said, Okay. Everyone walked out one after another. Wang Yuan started the engine, and everyone pulled up the anchor and walked into the cab. Captain, it's really hard to collect the anchor. It took the 3 of us working together to do it. Xiao Sun said, Well, practice a little when you have nothing to do. You look very weak. Wang Yuan patted Xiao Sun's shoulder and said, Captain, look, crocodiles. Zhang Lanfang said, pointing to the beach on the island. Everyone looked and saw that there were indeed a few cedar trees growing on the island, and most of the rest was thatch. At this time, 4 or 5 crocodiles were crawling out from the thatch and basking in the sun on the beach. Fortunately, we didn't go over there, otherwise we would definitely be attacked. Zhang Lanfang said, It's always better to listen to the captain, Sister Zheng said. Humph. Rin Yuanyuan looked embarrassed, but couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard what Sister Zheng said. Okay, it's time for us to set sail. Wang Yuan slowly drove the oil boat away from the island, bypassed the island, and accelerated eastward. Captain, what kind of alligator is that? The saltwater crocodile is a crocodile that lives in the sea. Chapter 173, Calm. Captain, let me drive. Xiao Sun stepped forward and said, Okay. Wang Yuan gave up the driving position and said, Let's keep going east. We don't know what we will encounter next. Anyway, if we encounter an island after 3 p.m. and before dark, we will drop anchor and rest. If we encounter a large ship or something, we will ask for help. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and walked out. The sea was calm today, but we didn't encounter any islands or even reefs until dark. After dinner, everyone packed up their things and came to the cab. Captain, what should we do next? Zhang Lanfang asked. Wang Yuan was driving, turned on the navigation lights, and said, Let's split into 3 shifts. Sister Fang, you and Zhang Zongyuan will be responsible for the first half of the night, and Sister Zhou and Sister Jing Xiaosan will be responsible for the second half of the night. Dahe and I will come early to replace you. Each shift must ensure that at least 2 people are present. One can rest, that is, one person is at the helm and the other helps observe the surrounding situation. The resting ones can sleep on the floor here and be replaced at any time. Does anyone have any questions? No problem. Okay, let's do it. Everyone agreed. Okay, don't sail too fast. After all, visibility is not very good at night. Safety is our top priority. If there is any situation, notify everyone immediately via walkie-talkie. Wang Yuan said, Clear. Understood. Everyone responded. Sister Fang, I'll leave this to you. The rest of you can go and have a rest. When it's time to change shifts, you can send anyone down to notify them. Good. Only Zhang Lanfang and her 2 daughters were left in the cab. The captain is still good to us, Zhang Lanfang said with a smile. What do you mean? Rin Yuanyuan was puzzled. Think about it, the second half of the night is when people are the most sleepy. Isn't it so that we can have a good rest that the captain puts those people in charge? The captain usually gets up early, so there is no problem replacing them in the morning. Jiang Yin also smiled. Yeah, that's right. The captain still sides with us. I think this is what the captain intended when he asked us to learn how to drive a boat, said Zhang Lanfang. Of course it is. Even though the captain looks like a wooden man, he actually has a clear mind like a mirror. Jiang Yin said, Yes, this is the introverted and reserved type. Rin Yuanyuan said, Haha, who of you 2 will rest first? You don't have to lean here. I'll take over later. Zhang Lanfang said, I'm not sleepy now, Sister Yin. You should rest first. Rin Yuanyuan said, Okay. Jiang Yin took out the quilt from the cupboard, spread it in a corner, took off her shoes, and lay down. This should be the quilt Wang Yuan had spread, and it smelled the same as he did that day. Wang Yuan and the others walked down the stairs, and Sister Zhou said, Captain Wang, let's go back to the room first. Wang Yuan said, Well, Sister Zheng, wait a minute. Let me help you adjust your watch strap. Sister Zhou, your watch strap is leather, so you don't need to adjust it. Okay, where do we go for adjustment? Sister Zheng asked happily. Come with me. The 2 went to the machine room on the next floor. Wang Yuan found the tools, removed 2 sections of the watch strap, installed the strap, and handed it to Sister Zheng. Sister Zheng, please try. It's fine, it fits perfectly. This watch is worth more than 1,000 yuan. Sister Zheng said. Sister Zheng also understands this? Of course, although my family is in the jewelry business, we also dabble in watches, said Sister Zheng. Well, that's fine, Sister Zheng. Let's go up. Captain, don't call me Sister Zheng from now on. My name is Zheng Liwan. Li means jasmine, and Wan means evening. Oh, that's a nice name. My grandfather likes to grow jasmine flowers, and we have many at home. The year I was born, the jasmine flowers at home were slow to bloom, probably due to climate problems. Until I was born, all the jasmine flowers in the house were in full bloom, and the whole house and courtyard were filled with the fragrance. Even miles outside could smell the fragrance of jasmine flowers, so my grandfather gave me this name. These are what my grandfather told me, but it's a pity that my grandfather passed away early. Zheng Liwan said with her head down. Wang Yuan listened quietly. Later, my mother also died of illness, and my father and I were left at home to depend on each other. I was only 8 or 9 years old at that time. I have lived in a single-parent family since then. My father inherited my grandfather's inheritance. In order to manage those businesses, he went out early and came back late. I also understood my father's hard work, so I studied hard after resentment. A few years ago, I returned to China from studying abroad to help my father manage the business. On the basis of the original foundation, it took us 2 years to become the #1 jewelry and luxury goods giant in the country. I have been strong since I was a child, so until now no man has been able to catch my eye. So I hope you can help me when you go back, and everything I have will be yours in the future. Haha. After saying so much, do you have any requests? Wang Yuan suddenly felt moved. I just hope that you can protect me in the future and let me go back alive. Even if you don't help me after I go back, you can at least get a reward of 2 million. Wang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, on the first day I joined the army, my leader told us that from now on, you are a member of the Chinese army. As a Chinese soldier, you must have backbone when facing the enemy because we have the motherland and the people behind us. On the day I retired, the leader told us that from now on you have left the army. I hope you will not fade away after retirement. Once a Chinese soldier, you will be a Chinese soldier for life. The army will always be our home. In the past few years, I have been thinking that I have retired from the army. The army has trained me, and my home is the army. But I only remember one thing. Once a Chinese soldier, always a Chinese soldier. This is not just a slogan, but the backbone of my life as a Chinese soldier. Based on what you did to us on the island, would anyone else have saved you? I couldn't save so many people at the beginning, so I took them away, but I also left some survival tools. I didn't expect you to be useless, and so many people died. When I saved you, you didn't know that I would have saved you even if it was Zhao Zhengwo and Li Shaozai. So what you just said was playing the emotional card and tempting with benefits. Those tricks are useless to a real soldier. I just felt that you were deeply humiliating me. I hope that this incident will not happen again. I will treat all of you equally and do my best to bring you back. Of course, my ability is limited. I hope everyone can contribute their own strength. After saying that, Wang Yuan turned and left. Zheng Liwan stood there, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. Finally, she smiled sweetly, walked out, and returned to her room to rest. Sister Zhou got up and asked in a low voice, Xiao Zheng, what happened? He is just a piece of wood. Chapter 174, On the Rocks. When Wang Yuan returned to the room, Dahe was already asleep. He picked up his toiletries and clothes, took a shower, and then went to rest. Because he went to bed early and had something on his mind, Wang Yuan woke up before 5 in the morning. After quickly washing up, I went to the cab. At this time, Sister Zhou was at the helm, Xiao Sun was sitting beside her, and Zheng Liwan was curled up on the floor. Captain, you're here. Sister Zhou greeted Xiao Sun. Well, haven't you discovered the island yet? Wang Yuan asked. No, we weren't driving fast, and it might be because visibility was poor at night, so we didn't notice it. Sister Zhou said, It's okay, leave it to me. You all go and have a rest. Seeing that Zheng Li got up late, he said, Captain, I'm a little hungry. Xiao Sun said embarrassedly. Okay, Sister Zhou, you and Sister Zheng go to the kitchen to make something to eat, and then we can all go and rest after we finish eating. Wang Yuan said, Okay, what do we want to eat? Asked Sister Zhou. Just add some noodles. Wang Yuan said, Okay. Sister Zhou stood up and gave up the driving position. Captain, I'll drive for a while. You can drive again after we eat. Xiao Sun said, All right. After a while, Dahe also came. The three men smoked and looked at the vast sea in front of them. Sister Zhou and her friend came in carrying a large bowl of noodles. It's time for dinner. The two women served each person a bowl of noodles. Sister Zhou, your craftsmanship is pretty good. Wang Yuan praised. Well, delicious. Dahe also gave a thumbs up. Haha, if it tastes good, eat more. Sister Zhou said with a smile. Aha! Slurp, slurp. The entire cab was filled with the sound of eating noodles. Dahe ate 3 bowls before putting down his bowl and chopsticks, touching his stomach and saying, It's so delicious. At this time, the sky was gradually brightening, and a hint of morning glow rose in the east. The two girls packed up the dishes and were about to leave when Xiao Sun suddenly shouted excitedly, Look, is that an island over there? Everyone looked up and saw a black spot appearing in the northeast direction. It should be an island. Yes, it's an island, Wang Yuan said as he looked through the telescope. Shall we go over there? Okay, let's go over and rest for a while. Xiao Sun quickly turned the rudder and sped towards the island. You guys take a rest. It will take at least an hour to get to the island. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and said, No, I can't sleep now. Captain, give me a cigarette. Xiao Sun said, we've been sailing all night. We're so excited to see the island that we don't want to sleep. Sister Zhou said with a smile. Okay, whatever you want. Sister Zhou and Zheng Liwan didn't leave either. They stood in the cab and looked at the island ahead. As time went by, the outline of the island gradually emerged, and it should be much larger than the island they lived on. Just when everyone's attention was focused on the island, suddenly, bang crack! A huge collision sound came from the bottom of the oil boat, followed by a vibration. Oh no, we've hit a reef, hurry! Xiao Sun, get out of the way! Wang Yuan pushed Xiao Sun away and sat on it. Everyone was confused. Dahe, go to the bottom cabin and check the situation. Wang Yuan turned the rudder sharply. Dahe ran out quickly. Sister Fong, get up quickly. We may have hit a reef. Wang Yuan picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted. Captain, what's going on? Zhang Lanfang's voice came from the intercom. Don't worry about it for now. Hurry up, put on your life jackets, take all your belongings, and come to the deck. Wang Yuan said anxiously. Okay. Seeing that Sister Zhou and the other two were still standing behind him, Wang Yuan got angry and shouted, What are you all doing here? Hurry up and move. Oh. Sister Zhou and the other two reacted and quickly put on their life jackets and backpacks. Oh no, water is coming in from the bottom. At this time, Dahe's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Can it be repaired? Wang Yuan quickly shouted into the intercom. It's too late. We have to give up, said Dahe. Okay, come up quickly. We're going to abandon the ship. Wang Yuan said. Everyone came to the cab. Captain, what happened? Zhang Lanfang asked. We've hit a reef and the ship is going to sink. We have to start surviving on a deserted island again. Fortunately, we are not far from the island. Wang Yuan said. What's going on? Who is driving the boat? Rin Yuan asked anxiously. I drove it. What's wrong? Is it useful to say this now? Wang Yuan shouted angrily. Okay, there's no point in saying all this. Everyone is ready. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay then, no one should talk now. And when the boat sinks, let's all swim towards the island. Wang Yuan said. At this time, everyone felt the oil boat tilting to the right and slowly sinking. Wang Yuan pushed the power to maximum. Click, click, click. There was a sound of mechanical friction, and the engine stalled. It must have been flooded. The oil boat continued to move forward by inertia, and the seawater had already flooded the deck. At this time, the oil boat was still more than 2,000 meters away from the shore. Everyone abandoned the boat and swim as hard as you can towards the island. Once you reach the shore, you will win, said Wang Yuan. Oh, this is the only way, Sister Fong said, and then pulled Rin Yuan and Jiang Yin together to swim towards the island holding the life buoy. Sister Zhou also quickly pulled Zheng Liwan and Xiao Sun to take off their life buoys and jump into the sea, paddling hard towards the island together. Wang Yuan and Dahe looked at each other, nodded at each other, put on their backpacks, and dived into the water. The oil boat gradually sank, leaving only a vortex in its place. Everyone stop looking and swim over there as hard as you can, Wang Yuan shouted. The place where the yacht sank was about 2 kilometers away from the shore. Everyone swam to the beach and looked back at the place where the oil boat sank, feeling sad. What happened? Why did we run aground? Rin Yuan asked. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Zhang Lanfang said. The ship gradually sank, with only a small section of the mast exposed. Captain, what should we do next? Jiang Yin asked. We can only start from the beginning. Wang Yuan said. Oh, this is the only way. There is nothing we can do. Zhang Lanfang said. Everyone lay on the beach and looked up at the sky. How could God be against us all the time? Ow. Both the big and small Wang swam over to Wang Yuan, snuggled up to Wang Yuan, and rubbed their heads against Wang Yuan's arms, as if to comfort Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan reached out and stroked the two pets. He sat up and said, Okay, don't be depressed. We have escaped from the range of those pirates. At least we are alive. Life must go on. This island is bigger than the one where we were shipwrecked. This means that the living resources are more abundant. Let's rebuild our home. Okay, this is the only way. Rin Yuan said. Okay, let's start over. Chapter 175, A New Life. Sister Fong, you haven't eaten yet, so just eat something first. Sister Zhou, you haven't slept all night, so just rest here for a while. Dahe, and I will go around and see if there is a suitable place. Wang Yuan said, Okay, Captain, have you all eaten? Zhang Lanfang took out luncheon meat from her backpack. I've eaten on the boat. Wang Yuan took out a bunch of spare parts from his backpack and assembled the M16 with a few clicks. Dahe also followed Wang Yuan's example and assembled an AK in a few moves. Okay, you guys take a rest first and hang up the clothes. Dahe, and I will take a walk on the beach. Wang Yuan said, Okay. Wang Yuan and Dahe put on their guns, took out machetes from their backpacks, and handed one to Zhang Lanfang. Wang Yuan then took out an engineer's shovel and assembled the connecting arm. The two of them smoked and walked towards the north. Wang and Dahe followed closely. Not far away, they came to the reef area, and the two walked in. Unfortunately, it was high tide, and they could not go down and could only search on the periphery. There's a lot of marine debris in the reef area, enough to build a shelter. Suddenly, the big king ran into the bushes and lay down, motionless. The little king also ran over and lay down next to the big king. Wang Yuan and Dahe didn't go over either, just watched quietly. Then the two kings jumped up at the same time. After a while, each of them ran out with a mouse in his mouth and lay at Wang Yuan's feet to eat it happily. Ha, these two tigers didn't eat breakfast this morning. Now they can hunt for themselves when they get to the island. Wang Yuan said with a smile. Well, it's a pity about the food on the ship, said Dahe. It's okay. Let's go down and take a look when the tide recedes. Now a section of the mast is exposed, and maybe most of it will be exposed after the tide recedes. Will there be sharks? It's hard to say. We can make a raft or something, paddle over there, and then dive quickly. It should be fine. Okay, that should work. If there's a shark, give it 2 shots. Wait for the two kings to finish breakfast, and then continue on their journey. I found a puddle not far away. When the tide goes out, maybe I can fish out some seafood. The two walked to the end of the reef area, and a cliff that looked like it was cut by a knife stood before them. It was about 20 meters high and extended all the way into the sea. Below, it was a backwater bay, which was more than 20 meters in radius and surrounded by reefs. Dahe, let's go back and call them over. Let's build a few simple shelters here. Let's solve the accommodation problem temporarily. Wang Yuan said, Okay. The two returned to the beach. The tide had receded and Zhang Lanfang and her 2 daughters were picking clams on the beach. Sister Zhou and Zheng Liwan had fallen asleep with their backpacks as pillows. When Xiao Sun saw them coming back, he sat up and said, Captain, why aren't you sleeping? You haven't slept all night. Wang Yuan asked. I'm sorry, Xiao Sun hesitated to speak, with a guilty look on his face. Okay, Xiao Sun, it was just an accident which none of us could have avoided. Wang Yuan said. At this time, Sister Zhou and Zheng Liwan also woke up when they heard the sound. Captain. Everyone greeted him. Xiao Sun lowered his head and said, But Captain, Wang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting Xiao Sun and said, Xiao Sun, it was me who said we should rest here. It was already daybreak, and we could have sailed directly around, so the biggest responsibility lies with me. I hope everyone won't mention this matter again in the future. Okay. After saying that, Wang Yuan looked around at everyone, and everyone nodded. Thank you, Captain, Xiao Sun said. Wang Yuan patted Xiao Sun on the shoulder and said, Okay, everyone, pack up and go to the reef area to build a few shelters as our temporary resting place. Captain. At this time, Zhang Lanfang and her 2 daughters came back. How was the harvest? Look, I dug 5 clams. Rin Yuan said. Each of the 3 women dug 5 or 6 clams. Wang Yuan looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock and said, Let's go north and build a few shelters in the reef area. Okay. Everyone packed up their things and headed north together. Captain, has the tiger eaten? Jiang Yin was more attentive. They just caught 2 mice and ate them. You didn't see it. They are more professional than cats. Wang Yuan said. Is this true? Let me go and see it for myself. Rin Yuan said. Okay, everyone choose a place. We need to build at least 2 shelters, one for us men and one for you women. Don't go too close to the beach or you'll get flooded when the tide comes in. Also, don't go too close to the grass or there will be rats and poisonous snakes. Wang Yuan said. Understood. Everyone responded. After searching for a while, they finally found a suitable spot near the bushes. There were 2 reefs about 2 meters high, 3 meters apart, with open space on both sides and many reefs facing the sea, about 5 meters away from the bushes. Okay, let's do it here, Wang Yuan said. Captain, are we too close to the bushes here? Zhang Lanfang asked as everyone put down their backpacks. It's okay. We'll sprinkle some wood ash on the back after we build it. It should drive away the snakes and insects. Besides, we have tigers. What wild beasts dare to provoke them? Wang Yuan said. Yes, the captain is the best at taking advantage of the power of others. Rin Yuanyuan said. Ha! Everyone laughed. Okay, we men will go pick up marine garbage, and you women will go fishing and come back to cook later. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Everyone responded. There was an abundance of seafood on the island. The 5 girls picked up a few buoys, cut a hole in them, and carried the seafood in them. Wang Yuan and his 2 companions were picking up marine garbage. They picked up whatever they felt was useful. Soon they had moved a large pile of garbage. This shows how serious the pollution and damage to the ocean is caused by humans. About an hour later, everyone came back and Wang Yuan and the other 2 began to build a shelter. Some of the 5 girls built a simple stove with stones and some prepared seafood. Jiang Yin saw an iron basin in the garbage dump and took it to the beach to wash it clean. Everyone got busy. After the framework of the shelter was completed, the girls' meal was ready. Captain, it's time to eat. Rin Yuanyuan called. Let's go eat. Everyone gathered around a large rock and sat on the ground. Zhang Lanfang distributed the sharpened bamboo chopsticks to everyone and said, Okay, let's eat. Plump grilled crabs and shellfish cooked in an iron pot. The seafood was all large in size and extremely delicious, and everyone ate it with great praise. Rin Yuanyuan even picked out large conch meat or scallop meat from time to feed the 2 kings. After the meal, everyone started to build the shelter. With the help of the girls, it was completed in less than an hour. There are 3 rooms in total, which are actually 3 shacks. The one in the middle of the 2 reefs is the smallest, and the ones on the sides are larger. The roof is covered with tarpaulin and plastic sheeting, and a layer of thatch is pressed on top to protect against rain. The surroundings are filled with cut woven bags and sacks to block the wind, and a door is made facing the sea. Chapter 176, Diving into the Sunken Ship. Okay, where we live now is facing the sea, with flowers blooming in spring. Wang Yuan said, Show off. Rin Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at him. Captain, how do we allocate rooms? Zhang Lanfang asked. How about this? The middle one is the smallest, Sister Zhou, and Sister Zheng will live in this room, and the ones on the sides are a little bigger. We men will live on the left, and Sister Fang and you will live on the right. Is this okay? Wang Yuan said. I agree. No problem. Everyone responded. That's it, everyone go in and clean up, find some wood and foam boards, and make a bed for each of you. After everyone had packed up, Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, what should we do next? You didn't get much sleep last night, so go in and get some rest. Once you've rested enough, go fishing and find something to eat. Dahe and I will take a walk to the south. Wang Yuan said, Okay. Wang Yuan and the big black duck took the smoke and walked towards the south. When we reached the beach, we turned around and looked at the place where the shipwreck occurred. Although the seawater had receded, only the top of the oil boat was exposed, from which we could infer the depth of the seawater there. Suddenly, the 2 saw 2 plastic buckets on the beach. They should be from the oil boat, placed on the deck and washed over by the seawater. They each picked up one. Wang, how about we swim over and take a look? Said Dahe. Okay, let's take a look. The 2 men took off their clothes and wore only a pair of shorts. They rushed into the sea with pistols in hand, dived into the water, and swam towards the sunken ship. When they reached the top of the shipwreck, the 2 men took a breath and dived again. When they got to the cab, they had a lot of trouble opening the door due to water pressure problems. After entering, they only had the blanket and other things they had slept on the floor. The walkie-talkie had been soaked in water, so even if it could be used, it couldn't be charged. So the 2 of them were about to go out with the blanket and pillow rolled up together when they saw 2 sharks swimming over. The 2 of them quickly closed the door, and the sharks swam away in a circle. I pushed the door open with great effort, floated to the surface, gasped for breath, and didn't dare to delay any longer, so I swam to the shore holding the quilt. Wang Yuan looked back and saw 2 shark fins sticking out of the water and rushing towards them. Hurry! Hurry! The shark is chasing us! Wang Yuan shouted. Ah! The two of them paddled hard. When the two men picked up their pistols and turned around to shoot, they saw that the shark had turned and swam away. What's going on? Dahei's face was full of question marks. Fuck! Wang Yuan stood up. The water here is only up to the waist. Dahei also stood up. It turned out that this was a shallow water area, which made the two of them tired like dogs. The two men picked up the quilt and other things and walked to the shore. Ha! The two of them lay down on the beach, looked at each other, and laughed. Xiao Wang ran over and rubbed Wang Yuan's arm. The two men rested for a while, got up, put on their clothes, and walked back with quilts and buckets. When they arrived at the shelter, they spread the quilts and other items on the reef to dry. The rest of the people were still sleeping, which showed that they had not gotten enough rest. Then the two men took the two kings and headed south again. The beach was quite long, and it took them more than half an hour to reach the end. In front of them was a mangrove forest, which was full of silt. The two took off their shoes and walked inside. After walking for half an hour, they still hadn't gotten out of the mangrove forest. Suddenly, a howling sound was heard behind them, and they turned around to look. It turned out that Xiao Wang found a crab hole and dug into it with his front claws, but was accidentally caught by the crab on his chin. He screamed in pain and shook his head back and forth, but couldn't get rid of it. De Wang was also helpless and circled around Xiao Wang. Ha! Wang Yuan walked over with a smile and took the crab down. This crab is quite big, about the size of a palm. There are crab holes everywhere in this mangrove forest. If you dig them, you will definitely get a lot. Dahei, let's go back. Wang Yuan looked at the time. It was past 4 o'clock. Good. After the two returned, the girls were fishing in the sea and Xiao Sun was collecting marine debris. Wang Yuan dug out some wooden boards from the garbage dump, some of which had rusty nails on them. Dahei, take out these nails. Okay. Dahei used a dagger to remove more than 10 nails. Wang Yuan used a stone to knock the nails straight, then picked up the wooden boards and arranged the nails. After a while, an irregular table was made. After shaking it a few times, it was still quite sturdy. At this time, everyone came back. Captain, did you and Dahei sneak into the sunken ship? Zhang Lanfang asked. Yeah. Are the quilts and everything else dry? Wang Yuan said. It's all done. The temperature here is high and the wind is strong at the seaside, so it's done quickly. Zhang Yin said. Okay, then use the stick to hit it a few more times to remove the salt grains and loosen the cotton. Then you two can divide the room equally. Wang Yuan said. What about you? Zhang Lanfang asked. We're fine, we'll go get it tomorrow. Wang Yuan said. All right, you guys should cook, it will be dark soon. The three men started smoking again, while the women prepared the seafood. Before dark, the seafood was ready. Everyone gathered around the table, eating seafood and chatting, living a happy and carefree life. The next morning, Wang Yuan woke up, walked out of the shelter, and stretched. The two Wangs came running over, each holding a big rat in their mouths. The two tigers did not enter the shelter at night and stayed outside all the time. Instead of doing their proper work as tigers, they did what cats did. I don't know how many rats they ate that night. The tide was high by then, so after releasing the water into the sea, I found a puddle to wash up, then returned to the outside of the shelter, lit a cigarette, and sat on a rock watching the two kings eat breakfast. Captain, good morning. Everyone got up one after another and walked out. Morning. Captain, what are these two kings eating? Rin Yuan asked curiously. These two big cats caught the mice. Wang Yuan said. Ha! Everyone went to solve their own problems. Wang Yuan stood up and walked to the ocean garbage dump. He took out planks, wood, and bamboo and started hammering and digging out nails and hammering them straight. Arrange the wood and bamboo and secure them with ropes and nails. Captain, what are you doing? Everyone gathered around. Let's make a raft, and when the tide goes out, we'll go to the shipwreck to get the things. Wang Yuan said. Oh, Captain, what are we going to eat for breakfast? Rin Yuan asked. Eat some luncheon meat, and then we'll make a raft together. Wang Yuan clapped his hands and said. Everyone ate a can of luncheon meat and drank some water, and Wang Yuan directed everyone to make a raft together. With strength in numbers, a raft more than 5 meters long and 3 meters wide was made in a short while. A buoy was tied to each of the 4 corners of the raft, and some foam boards were tied around it. Okay, we'll go into the sea when the tide goes out. It'll probably take until around 9 o'clock for the tide to go out. Let's go check out the jungle first, and everyone go back and get their equipment. Okay, everyone returned to the shelter to prepare their equipment. Chapter 177, finding the traveler's banana. Everyone emptied out the contents of their backpacks, took only a bottle of water, and walked out with their backpacks on. Everyone bring a few empty bottles. We are mainly going to find fresh water. Wang Yuan said. Everyone picked up empty mineral water bottles from the ocean garbage dump and filled 2 or 3 bottles each. Wang Yuan was leading the way with a military shovel, and everyone behind him had a wooden stick, with Dahe following behind. The crowd patted the grass and entered the jungle. The 2 tigers immediately became excited and ran back and forth. Perhaps because of the threat of tigers, we didn't encounter any wild animals along the way. Suddenly, a large forest appeared in front of us, with various huge trees blocking out the sun. Further ahead was a huge mountain range, and the forest almost completely covered the mountain range. Wang Yuan took out a telescope and observed the mountains in the distance. Rin Yuanyuan also took out a telescope and looked. Captain, what can you see? All I see is trees. After looking for a while, Rin Yuanyuan said with a frown, look at the direction of the mountains, where there are gullies and low-lying areas. As long as there are low-lying areas, there is a high probability of fresh water. Oh! Rin Yuanyuan raised the telescope and looked again. When she put down the telescope, Wang Yuan asked her with a smile, how is it? Did you see anything? Well, there's a mountain range in the south that seems to be concave and extends outward. It should be a ravine. Okay, let's go in that direction. We don't need to go into the woods yet. Wang Yuan waved his hand and led the way. The crowd walked south along the outside of the woods. Not long after they went far, they suddenly saw a cluster of bamboo. Dahe, cut one and take it with you. Okay. Dahe stepped forward and chopped down a bamboo pole with a machete. He cut off the branches and leaves, and then cut it in the middle, cutting it into 2 bamboo poles about 3 meters long. He and Xiaosun each carried one, and the group continued on their journey. After taking a few steps, the king suddenly rushed forward. Roar! He used the Buddhist lion roar skill, and then used the move of pulling up onions on dry land, rising more than 5 feet high. Everyone stopped to marvel at the skill. Everyone thought that the king would perform the art of flying over land, but he fell to the ground instead, with his tail raised high like the iron rod of the Monkey King. Bang! Bang! Wang Yuan raised the pistol and blew away the green smoke coming out of the muzzle. Immediately afterwards, a demonic wind blew up in front, and a python tail as thick as a thigh swept out, twisting the dry grass and fallen leaves on the ground into the air, and finally twisted up a thin branch, and using all his life strength, shook his whole body, and broke the thin branch into several pieces. The giant python finally ran out of strength and fell to the ground with a bang, and the snake's body was squirming, and he was using his strength to regulate his breathing to recover his strength. Roar! The king used a tiger pounce move, bit the python's vital point, and then used his dragon claw hand, tiger claw hand, to directly rip open the python's belly. Ouch! Xiao Wang quickly performed the treading snow without trace skill, but his skill was not strong enough, and the fallen leaves behind him were blown up by the strong wind, and he bit the python's tail. Tiger fist, black tiger fist, white tiger roll. After the 3 sets of boxing, the python's tail was already a bloody mess. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The big and small kings retreated backwards, and after finishing their fight, they curled their lips towards the python with a look of disdain on their faces. The python lay motionless on the grass. Everyone looked at the 2 kings in shock. They never expected that there were 2 martial arts masters hiding beside them. When they got closer, they saw that the python's head and neck were pierced by bullets. Captain, look! There's water. Zhang Lanfang pointed forward. When everyone looked, they saw a huge plant rising from the ground behind a cluster of bushes. What kind of plant is this? The leaves look like bananas, but they are not plantains. Sister Zheng asked in confusion. Umph, what a fuss! Rin Yuanyuan curled her lips and rolled her eyes at Sister Zheng, as if to say, she has never seen the world. Sister Zheng glanced at her and ignored her. Okay, Sister Fong, take them to get water, and Dahe and I will deal with this long worm. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Zhang Lanfang led everyone towards the traveler's banana. Wang Yuan started digging the pit, and Dahe swung the machete and chopped off the python's head with 2 swish-swish, pushed it into the pit, and buried it. The 2 walked to the traveler's palm tree. Xiaosun was sitting on the ground with a bottle of water, smoking a cigarette and drinking water. When he saw Wang Yuan coming over, he wiped his tears and said, Captain, we also found 2 traveler's palm trees on the original island. If we had known that this could be used to get water, we wouldn't have been so miserable. Wang Yuan and Dahe also sat down. Wang Yuan patted Xiao Sun on the shoulder and said quietly, "At least we survived." The three men smoked and silently looked at the women laughing from time to time under the traveler's banana tree, as if they were looking at a beautiful scenery and were immersed in it. "Captain, drink some water." At this time, Zheng Liwan and Rin Yuanyuan came over and handed Wang Yuan a bottle of water at the same time. Ah! Everyone looked at Wang Yuan. What was going on? Wang Yuanyuan took the two bottles of water, turned them around in his hands, played some tricks, threw one bottle to Dahe, then unscrewed the cap in his hand and took a sip. There is actually such an operation. I learned something new. If two beauties do this to me at the same time, I can also play like this and then learn this technique from the captain. Xiao Sun thought to himself, "No, I have a wife and children at home." After all the women had filled all the empty bottles with water, Zhang Lanfang pulled out the bamboo tube from the traveler's palm. Wang Yuan looked at his watch and saw it was past 9 o'clock. He said, "Now that we have found Tamsui, we have achieved our goal. Let's go back now." Great! Everyone was very happy to have fresh water. They no longer had to worry about fresh water. Wang Yuan and Dahe carried the 4 or 5 meter long python corpse and walked back with the crowd. "Captain, aren't we going to eat snake meat?" Zheng Liwan said. "That's nothing. We really ate it on that island." Rin Yuan said quickly. "Ah, really? Of course. If we hadn't had too much to eat later, we wouldn't have even killed the snake," said Rin Yuan. "Ah, you didn't even see the captain kill a wild boar with his bare hands. We ate 3 wild boars alone. We've eaten tiger meat, wolf meat, and bear meat. Ah, we also raised a pheasant, but it was blown up by pirates." Rin Yuan liked to see Zheng Liwan's naive look and continued. "Do you know what we did with the snakes we killed? What's it for? Feed the eagle." "Ah, you also have an eagle? Well, there should be 2. Usually, there is only 1. 2 only appear when the python is killed." Everyone chatted and returned to the shelter after a while. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was past 10 o'clock and the tide had already receded. After everyone put their things away, Wang Yuan said, "Let's go." Everyone helped carry the raft over. A few people picked up the raft and reached the beach. Wang Yuan asked everyone to wait on the shore while he and Dahe paddled over on the raft. Chapter 178 Salvage Supplies. Wang Yuan used a shovel as a paddle, and Dahe used a wooden board as a paddle, and the two of them paddled towards the sunken ship. The rest of the people watched silently on the beach. The two rowed to the sunken ship. Wang Yuan took off his shirt and dove into the water, while Dahe held AK in his hand and stared at the water surface, alert. Wang Yuan dived directly into the kitchen, found a sack, put some pots, pans, and other tableware as well as some condiments such as oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar into it. Then swam up, gasping for breath, handed the sack to Dahe, took a deep breath, and dived again. 3 gas tanks and a gas stove fixed on the wall were brought up one after another. Wang Yuan climbed onto the raft exhausted, panting heavily, and said, "Dahe, let's go back first." The two rowed the raft to the shore. Xiao Sun ran over, and the 3 of them dragged the raft up together. Sister Zhou and Zheng Liwan were digging clams on the beach and also came over to help move the supplies back to the shelter. Zhang Lanfang's 3 daughters were fishing in the reef area. When they saw everyone coming back, they ran back to help. First, install the gas stove, place it on a large stone, and secure it with stones. After trying a few times, it didn't light, so I had to use a lighter to start the fire. After Wang Yuan lit the fire, he said, "Sister Fang, did we have enough for lunch? If we don't eat the stored dry food, eating seafood alone is not enough." Zhang Lanfang said, "Okay, let's cook the seafood first. If it's not enough, we can use luncheon meat. I'll go get some more food after dinner." Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, went to process the python, peeled off the skin, cut it into 2 pieces, put them in the pot, and cooked them on the stove. "Captain, do you really want to eat snake meat?" Zheng Liwan asked. "No, cook it and feed it to the tiger." After everyone finished lunch, Wang Yuan asked everyone to go fishing, while he and Dahe paddled a raft to salvage supplies. Wang Yuan dived down again, with Dahe on guard above. When I got to the kitchen, I saw 2 large refrigerators. They wouldn't open due to the excessive water pressure. It seemed that I had to use violence to solve the problem. He turned around and swam to the warehouse and pried the door open with great effort using an engineering shovel. The moment the door opened, Crash. A pile of potatoes, cabbages, radishes, and some green vegetables rushed out. Wang Yuan swam in and pushed out the floating vegetables, bamboo baskets, several buckets of salad oil, and bottles of olive oil, anything else that was floating on the surface. Then he picked up 2 boxes of drinks and swam upstream. Dahe was scooping things up with a basket. When he saw Wang Yuan coming up, he took the drink from him. Don't worry about salvaging Dahe. He will be washed ashore by the waves anyway. It's okay. I'm free anyway. Wang Yuan took a deep breath, and dived down again. Not long after he dived, he saw a shark swimming towards him. He quickly turned around and swam upstream, grabbed the raft and flipped over. Fortunately, the shark swam past his feet. Crack! The shark's dorsal fin sliced across the raft. King, do you want to kill it? Dahe raised his spear. Forget it. That will attract more sharks. The shark kept circling around the raft, and the 2 men did not dare to reach out to salvage any belongings. Dahe, let's row back. If there's nothing else we can do, we can just pick up items on the shore. The 2 men paddled the raft towards the shore. When they reached the shallow water, the shark finally stopped coming, but it was still clearly visible circling around the shipwreck. After fishing for supplies in the shallow water for a while, the 2 returned to the shore and towed the raft ashore. They carried a bamboo basket of vegetables back to the shelter. Everyone come back. Seeing that everyone was going to the beach, Wang Yuan called everyone back. Captain, you got so many vegetables. Everyone was excited to see the full basket of vegetables. Put your things down and let's go to the beach to pick them up together. Wang Yuan said. Everyone put down what they were holding and followed Wang Yuan to the beach. When they saw the supplies washed ashore by the waves, they rushed over shouting. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Ha! Here's a bucket of salad oil. Cluck, cluck, so many potatoes. Xiao Sun, there's a big bag of drinks in the water over there. Oh, these vegetables are all wilted. It's okay. It was soaked in seawater. Go back and wash it. Then you can eat it in the evening. Everyone worked for more than 2 hours, and all the supplies were collected except for some that did not drift over in the deep sea area. It took more than an hour to carry the supplies back. Everyone was tired and out of breath, but looking at the huge pile of supplies, they felt that it was all worth it. Captain, there is no meat, Rin Yuan said. The meat is all in the refrigerator. The water pressure is too high, and the refrigerator cannot be opened. I will destroy the refrigerator tomorrow and take it out. There is also luncheon meat, which cannot float up. The flour has been soaked in the sea water, but there are a few bags of rice. After washing and drying, they should be edible. Okay, let's cook. Wang Yuan looked at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock. The women began to wash vegetables and seafood and busy themselves with cooking. Wang Yuan cut 2 more sections of the python and stewed them for the second king. Captain, do you want to stew some snake meat? Zhang Lanfang asked. Aren't you afraid? Just stew it for a while longer. It's okay. It's not like you haven't eaten it before. Rin Yuan said. Okay. Wang Yuan cut off a large piece of the python, then cut it into several small pieces, put them in a basin, and handed it to Zhang Lanfang. The 3 men sat on the rocks, smoking, looking at the scenery, and cooking. Their life was really comfortable. Xiao Sun, do you think we are on vacation now? There is a special chef to prepare our meals, and tomorrow I will go to the boat and get those fishing rods, and then we will have a leisure life. Wang Yuan said with a smile. Captain, it's because we're with you that we survive. If we weren't together, I really don't know how many days we could have lived. Xiao Sun said with a wry smile. If he had known earlier, he would have followed Wang Yuan when he met him on the original island. The sky gradually darkened and Ren Yuan came over to invite everyone to eat. Stir-fried vegetables, vegetable and seafood soup, and snake meat stewed with radish. Because there were so many people, each dish was served in a bowl with a spoon in it, and each person had a bowl so that everyone could serve themselves. Although there was no staple food, it was enough to fill everyone up. This snake meat is so delicious, said Sister Zhou. Yeah, it tastes better than chicken, Zheng Liwan said. After dinner, it was getting dark, and everyone sat around the fire. Sister Fong, our vegetables have been soaked in seawater for a day. They will probably turn yellow soon, so we need to plan which ones to eat first and which ones to eat later. Wang Yuan took a deep puff of smoke and said, Potatoes, radishes, and cabbages may be able to be stored well, but I don't know if potatoes soaked in seawater in hot weather will sprout. Captain, it's okay. If the potatoes sprout, we can clear a piece of land and plant them. Then we won't have to worry about food in the future. Zhang Lanfang said with a smile. Sister Fang, can other vegetables be planted as well? This way they can stay fresh. Rin Yuanyuan asked. Chapter 179, Watering Hole. It's no use. Those vegetables have been soaked in sea water for more than a day. The root system has been damaged long ago, and they can't survive. Zhang Lanfang said. Oh, that's a shame. But the seeds of peppers, tomatoes, and pumpkins, etc., may be able to grow. Well, how long will it take to harvest? Based on the climate here, at least 2 months. Sister Zhou came from the countryside and was more familiar with these things. Okay, let's save the seeds first and plant them when we find a place. Wang Yuan said. Captain, aren't we going back? Rin Yuanyuan said. Who knows? Even if we go back, we can leave it to future generations. Oh well. By the way, Captain Wang, I know how to pickle vegetables and make sauerkraut. Radishes can also be dried into dried radishes. Do you think we can do the same with so many vegetables? Said Sister Zhou. That's great. Sister Fang, you all helped Sister Zhou to get all of this done. Wang Yuan said happily. Okay. After Wang Yuan finished smoking, he used bamboo sticks and a rotten fish net to patch things up and soon made a fish cage. Zhang Yin and Zhang Lanfang next to them also followed Wang Yuan's example and made a fish cage each. Sister Zhou and the other two were stunned. If they had this skill on the original island, they wouldn't have been hungry every day. Okay, Sister Fang, wait until the tide goes out tomorrow to put the fish cage down. Okay, that's all for today. Everyone go back and have a rest. After everyone solved their personal problems, they returned to the shelter to rest. The next morning, Wang Yuan got up, lit the stove, and stewed the remaining python meat for the two kings. The tide had receded by then. He quickly solved his personal problems, picked up a bucket and a basin, and went to the puddle he had discovered the day before. He put a cigarette in his mouth and struggled to scoop water out with the basin. At this time, everyone had finished washing up and gathered around. Captain, why are you scooping water? Rin Yuanyuan asked. Go put the fish cages up, and then come over to pick up some seafood for breakfast. Wang Yuan stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Okay, everyone dispersed. Dahe stayed behind, picked up the bucket, and the two of them started scooping water out. At this time, Zhang Lanfang and the others came over after lowering the fish cages, all carrying buckets and floats to prepare to catch the seafood. Seeing that the water had been drained away, they all rushed down. Oh, such a big lobster. What a big crab. I'm trapped. Help me. Wow, such a big conch. This eel is so ferocious. Captain, kill it quickly. Captain, there is a big abalone in this crevice, and I can't reach it. Everyone was very happy to see the harvest. Although there were not many, they were all big. With some vegetables, it was enough for everyone to eat. Okay, ladies, go back and cook. Dahe, Xiaosun, let's go pick up some rotten fish and shrimp and throw them into the pit. Next time the tide goes out, we'll have a bigger harvest. Okay, the women went back with their harvest. The three men went to the beach and picked up a few dead fish. Every time the tide came in, dead fish would be washed ashore, and the stench was so bad that it made people feel sick. Throw the dead fish into a large puddle and cover it with stones to prevent it from being washed away by the waves. The three of them washed their hands and went back to prepare for dinner. After a while, the meal was ready and everyone sat around the table. It would be nice to have a bowl of rice. This braised eel goes really well with rice. Rin Yuanyuan said, Okay, I'll go get the rice today. Everyone finished their breakfast and fed the two kings. Wang Yuan led everyone and the second Wang to the beach in a mighty procession, and everyone helped to drag the raft into the sea. Okay, Dahe and I will go over there. You guys wait here for the goods. After Wang Yuan said this, he and Dahe jumped onto the bamboo raft. The two rowed to the location of the sunken ship. Wang Yuan took off his shirt and dived into the sea. Dive to the warehouse, open the door, and swim in. There were 4 bags of rice in total, and because they were soaked in sea water, the pockets looked bulging. He swam out of the water with a bag in each hand, and Dahe helped pull him up. After taking a breath, he dived again. After several trips back and forth, he fished up 4 bags of rice, 2 boxes of luncheon meat and drinks, a box of refined salt and some condiments, 2 boxes of well-preserved eggs, and most importantly, 5 fishing rods and 2 fishing nets. The trip went smoothly. No sharks came to harass us, and Wang Yuan climbed onto the raft. The two rowed to the shore and everyone carried down the supplies. Wang Yuan decided to go down again while the shark was away, lit a cigarette, and took a break. Come on, Dahe, let's go down again. Okay. Sister Fong, please move the supplies back. Good. Wang Yuan and his companion rowed the raft out again. Sister Fong, come, let's carry this bag of rice together. Rin Yuan said. Okay, come on. The two of them lifted it up with force. Bang! Rin Yuan fell onto the beach. Ouch! Oh my god! This is too heavy. Rin Yuan climbed up. Sister Fong, you two carry one in the front, and I'll carry the other in the back. Xiao Sun walked over. Okay, Sister Fong, these 4 bags of rice should be enough for us to eat for a few months. The 3 of them carried a bag of rice and walked towards the shelter. Well, if each bag of dry rice weighs 50 kilograms, 4 bags of rice may be enough for the 8 of us to sustain for 2 or 3 months if we eat sparingly. But we also have other supplements, which are enough to sustain us for half a year. Zhang Lanfang said, Haha, our potatoes and other things will be ripe in a few months, and we can still survive even if we can't go back. At this time, Sister Zhou, holding a box of drinks, said with a smile, Yes, then our place can become a kingdom, and we can let the captain become the king. Zheng Liwan said, Ha, that's great. When the time comes, let the captain appoint Dahe as the general, and you as the general's wife. Well, it makes me so happy just thinking about it. Rin Yuan said. You, huh? Zheng Liwan turned her head away and pouted. I'm not angry. The captain is my son-in-law. You little girl will be mad to death. Wang Yuan dived into the water again. This time he swam to the cabin, grabbed the stairs and sneaked in, entered the room, and carried out quilts, pillows, blankets, etc. 4 or 5 times in a row, and also carried out guns and ammunition. Go into the water again. This time the target is the refrigerator. I first used an engineering shovel to pry the refrigerator door a few times, but the door didn't move at all. I went to the fire hydrant, took out the fire axe, and hacked at the refrigerator, but unfortunately the resistance was too great, and only a few marks were left on the refrigerator. Wang Yuan only glanced at the trademark on the bottom corner of the refrigerator when he was about to float up to breathe, as he could no longer hold his breath. Damn it, I was careless. How come it's made in China again? Wang Yuan swam out of the water depressedly, catching his breath. Dahe, give me your Italian, no, give me your AK. Wang Yuan shouted angrily. What's wrong? Give it to me first, and we'll talk later. Chapter 180. Snatching food from shark's mouth. Wang Yuan sneaked into the kitchen with a rifle, came to the refrigerator, pointed the gun at the gap of the refrigerator door, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots. The gunshots in the water were not loud, but the vibration of the water waves could be felt. Looking at the gap in the refrigerator, there were 3 small holes pierced by bullets, bubbles were bubbling out, and sea water was pouring in. After a while, Wang Yuan saw that it was almost done, so he pulled hard and the refrigerator door opened. He picked up the sack next to him and put all the wine and drinks inside into it. After filling 2 bags, he swam up. Dahe pulled Wang Yuan onto the raft. Wang Yuan rested for a while and said, Dahe, take these back first. Okay. When the 2 men rowed to the shore, Zhang Lanfang and others had not yet finished moving the supplies, so everyone worked together to unload the supplies from the raft. Captain, do you still want to go? Zhang Lanfang asked. Forget it, Sister Fong. You and Mr. Jiang go back and cook. We will move the rest and then dive down to salvage after dinner. Wang Yuan looked at the time. It was 11 o'clock. Okay. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin each carried a box of beer and walked back. The rest of the people continued to carry the supplies, while Wang Yuan and Dahe dragged the raft up. After several trips back and forth, all the supplies were finally moved. Everyone looked at the huge pile, and their faces were full of smiles. Wang Yuan sat on a rock, smoking a cigarette with a big smile on his face. Captain, it's time to eat. Jiang Yin came over and invited everyone to eat. Okay. What do tigers eat? We caught a few fish in the fish cage. We gave them to the big king and some sausage to the little king. It's like feeding a cat. Wang Yuan looked depressed. What the hell, Big Wang and Little Wang? Are you playing landlord? Ha! Hee, Captain, have a drink. Rin Yuan said with a smile. What? Are you craving for wine again? Hey. Okay, let's drink, Wang Yuan said, looking at everyone's eager eyes. Hey, it's a pity it's not iced. Everyone was given a bottle of beer, and Rin Yuan took a sip and said, "Come on, you little drunkard, it's good enough that you have something to drink." Zhang Lanfang rolled her eyes at her. "By the way, Sister Yin, why don't you make some rice?" Rin Yuan asked. "Oh, the rice has been soaked in sea water for 2 days. Even if it is washed with clean water, it is still salty and bitter. I have soaked it in a basin of water. It should be ready to eat in the evening." Jiang Yin said. "Oh." After lunch, Wang Yuan said, "Sister Fang, why don't you girls go to the traveler's banana and wash the rice? You don't need too much, just one bag will be enough. The three of us men will continue to salvage supplies." "Okay. Then bring your weapons with you and wipe your guns. You need to prevent unnecessary problems after they have been soaked in seawater." "Clear." Wang Yuan left with Dahe and Shaosun. Rin Yuan picked up an AK and said, "Everyone, watch my moves." After that, he disassembled the gun with a few clicks. He then took a piece of rag and wiped the parts, saying, "Here, and here, we need to apply some gun oil, but we don't have gun oil, so we can only use machine oil instead. Don't we have a few barrels of machine oil? And here, apply some oil too, otherwise the bullet will easily jam. Have you learned it?" "Ah!" The girls shook their heads at the same time. "Sister Fang, Sister Yin, stop messing around." Rin Yuan continued, "That's right. That's it. After the bullet is pressed in, find something to knock it against. It will go more smoothly. No, it should be like this. Oops. Why are you so stupid? I don't want to kill anyone. So what if I can't use a gun?" Zheng Liwan complained in her heart. "Okay, Yuan, it's enough for us to use it. They can learn it slowly in the future. No one can use a gun from the beginning." Zhang Lanfang said, "Well, okay. If there is danger, hide behind me and I will protect you." Rin Yuan said, "Humph. I'll let you show off for a while. I already know how to use a pistol. It's not certain who will protect whom when the time comes." Zheng Liwan thought to herself. Although she was angry, she was also very envious when she saw Rin Yuan assemble the gun with a few clicks. "Oh, I have never been smart since I was a child. I will never be able to learn these things." Sister Zhou said, "It's okay. We just need to know how to use it. You just need to know how to use a pistol." Zhang Lanfang said, "Yeah, I can already use a pistol, but I may not be able to shoot accurately." "Tisk." Rin Yuan curled her lips in disdain. "Okay, let's divide the bag of rice. Each person takes some, and then we'll set off," said Zhang Lanfang. The women poured a bag of rice into buckets. Each took a little, and set off towards the traveler's banana with their equipment. Wang Yuan, Dahe, and Shaosun dragged the raft into the sea. Shaosun said, "Captain, I'll go over too. At least I can help carry the things." "No, you better just wait on the shore. You won't be able to carry too many things when you come up." Wang Yuan refused. "Oh, okay." Shaosun watched Wang Yuan and Dahe row the raft out. "Wang, there shouldn't be much left. Why don't you ask him for help?" asked Dahe. "I was going to open the refrigerator containing meat and take the meat back, but there was a shark nearby," Wang Yuan said. "Oh, I see." When he arrived at the shipwreck, Wang Yuan dived down with a rifle, went to the kitchen, prepared sacks, and found the last refrigerator. Raise the gun, aim it at the opening of the refrigerator lid, and pull the trigger. Bang! 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 After 3 shots, sea water flowed into the refrigerator through the bullet holes. After a while, Wang Yuan opened the refrigerator easily. The power had been out for 2 or 3 days, and the food inside hadn't thawed. He was relieved when he saw the refrigerator's trademark. The damn domestic refrigerator probably wouldn't thaw for another month. Fortunately, the meats were all packed in cartons. If they were packed in bulk, they would have probably frozen into a lump, and you would have to wait for them to thaw before taking them out. Wang Yuan filled 2 bags of meat and swam up. He and Dahe worked together to pull them onto the raft, took a deep breath, and dived again. He put all the remaining meat into 2 sacks and was about to swim out when he saw a shark swimming towards him. Wang Yuan quickly closed the kitchen door as the shark was swimming nearby. This must be because the meat in the refrigerator attracted it. As time passed, Wang Yuan gradually couldn't hold it back anymore. Open the door and rush out. Suddenly, a shark rushed over. Wang Yuan quickly took out a piece of frozen meat of unknown origin from the sack and pushed it towards the shark, while using the force to move backwards. The shark bit into the piece of frozen meat. Crunch, crunch. Crunchy bits of frozen meat flew everywhere, and the shark shook its head due to the cold. Da-da-da. Wang Yuan seized the opportunity, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger at the shark. Puff, puff, puff. Beautiful blood flowers appeared on the shark's head. Chapter 181. Shark Shooting. The shark was shot in the head and its body rolled over, stirring up huge waves, with the splashes reaching several meters high. Wang Yuan threw 2 sacks onto the raft and quickly climbed up. Shark, paddle back quickly, Wang Yuan shouted. The 2 men quickly rowed to the shallow water and turned around to look. Sure enough, a group of sharks were biting the shark that was shot. 4 or 5 sharks were fighting for the shark. The huge waves pushed the raft towards the shore. Suddenly, a shark rushed towards the raft, and its dorsal fin drew a water line on the water. Hurry, hurry, hurry! The shark is coming. The 2 of them paddled hard. Xiao Sun, come and help. When they reached the shore, the 2 jumped off the raft. The 3 of them worked together to drag the raft onto the beach. The 3 of them sat down, catching their breath. Suddenly, I saw the shark struggling in the shallow water, creating huge splashes of water. Ha ha, we're stranded. Wang Yuan stood up suddenly. Ah! Dahe and Xiao Sun also stood up. Dahe, hurry up! Kill it! Wang Yuan shouted, then picked up the fire axe and rushed over. Dahe picked up his spear and followed. The 2 men stopped 5 meters away from the shark and looked at it. Xiao Sun also ran over with a pistol in his hand. Ha ha ha! This shark must weigh 1 ton. Wang Yuan looked at the shark and laughed. Hee hee, this is more than 5 meters long, said Dahe. Well, shoot. Da-da-da-da. Dahe raised his gun and shot. The shark struggled for a few times and then stopped, and its blood dyed a large area of the sea red. Wang Yuan walked over, raised the fire axe, and chopped at the shark. Bang! The fire axe hit the shark's head. Come on, drag it up. The 3 of them grabbed the axe handle and pulled it towards the shore. As the shark emerged from the water, its buoyancy became smaller and smaller, and Dahe went around behind the shark and pushed it hard. Ha! No more. Let's break it down here, Wang Yuan said. Okay. Dahe, where's the machete? Give it to those women. Well, we'll just have to use daggers. The 3 men took out daggers and began to decompose the shark's body. When they encountered bones, they used fire axes to chop them off. Most of the shark's bones are cartilage, so it was very labor-saving. They took out the internal organs, washed them with sea water, and threw them to the tigers. The 2 tigers actually ate them with gusto. Throw the foul-smelling internal organs such as intestines and stomachs directly into the sea. It took the 3 of them more than 2 hours to complete the decomposition. Let's go. First move the frozen meat that was salvaged back, and then bring a few woven bags to pack the meat, Wang Yuan said. The 3 men first transported the frozen meat back, and then transported the bedding and other items back to dry in the sun. Then the 3 of them filled 4 woven bags and 5 basins with shark meat. The second king ate some of the meat and was full, but there was still a lot left, which he also carried back. The 3 of them sat on the rocks smoking and looking at the mountain of meat in front of them, feeling very happy. Captain, will this go bad if we can't finish it? No, we can marinate it and dry it into jerky. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was almost 5 o'clock, and the women should be back. Captain, it's so heavy. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Rin Yuan's voice from a distance. Let's go and help. Wang Yuan flicked away his cigarette but stood up and walked towards the bushes. Dahe and Xiao Sun followed closely. Captain here. Seeing Wang Yuan, Rin Yuan put down the bucket and waved quickly. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. Wang Yuan walked over, picked up her bucket, took Jiang Yan's bucket, and asked, Are you tired? How can I not be tired? I'm so tired. Rin Yuan wiped the sweat from her forehead. At this time, Dahe took Zheng Liwan's bucket, picked up the iron basin held by Zhang Lanfang, and put it on his head, supporting it with one hand. Xiao Sun took the iron basin from Sister Zhou, and everyone walked back. Okay, let's have some drinks when we get back, Wang Yuan said. Hey! Back at the shelter, the women stared at the mountain of flesh in amazement. Captain, have you emptied the slaughterhouse? Rin Yuan said in shock. Just killed a shark. Oh, what kind of shark is this? The great white shark, also known as the man-eating shark. Wang Yuan distributed drinks to everyone. Everyone sat around the mountain of meat, drinking beverages and admiring this great work. A layer of plastic sheeting was spread on the open space with shark meat piled on top. Boxes of frozen meat were stacked on the side and were slowly thawing, with drops of blood oozing out from under the cartons. We'll be busy now, Zhang Lanfang said with a wry smile. It's okay, we have a lot of people, Wang Yuan said. What do you mean? Rin Yuan asked puzzledly. Too much meat will go bad in 2 days in this weather, said Sister Zhou. Oh, it's okay. We made bacon on the original island. Sister Fong, Mr. Jiang, go and cook. Let's marinate the shark meat first. Okay. Zhang Lanfang took away a bowl of rice. Jiang Yin picked up 2 pieces of shark meat, and they went to cook together. Wang Yuan found a piece of plastic sheet and spread it out on an empty space. He poured the rice that the girls brought back on it and spread it out to dry. Captain, will the rice be eaten by mice? After all, mice love rice. Rin Yuan asked. No, we have 2 big cats and big cats love mice too. Oh, it's another love triangle. It's like a melodrama. It's annoying, but you girls love to watch it. Humph, I just love watching. Am I proud? Ah, you also like to watch this interracial thing? Then you might as well watch White Snake or Green Snake, or something like that. Those are between humans and beasts. What's the point of this between beasts and beasts? Ah, you are vulgar. You make me so mad. Rin Yuan pinched her waist with her eyebrows raised. Ha! What's wrong with me? Wang Yuan looked innocent. I'm ignoring you. Ha! Wang Yuan took a bucket, filled half of it with shark meat, then opened a bag of salt and poured it in. He reached in and used the soft power of Tai Chi to stir it evenly, then put it aside and let it marinate for a while. Okay, everyone just pickle it like this. Captain, this is too easy. Zheng Liwan said. That's fine. We have limited resources. As long as it doesn't spoil, just soak it in clean water for a while before eating. All right, Dahe, let's build some racks on the rocks so we can dry the meat. Okay. The 2 of them used sticks and bamboo poles to build a few racks on the higher reefs, and then everyone helped to hang the shark meat on them. The remaining shark meat was hung on 2 racks directly next to the fire. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin came over to help after cooking. Everyone was busy until it was completely dark before they finished hanging the shark meat. Okay, let's start eating. We've been tired all day. What kind of wine would you like to drink? Red. Yeah, red. Chapter 182, Don't Be Too Lazy in Life. Captain, these bones can be eaten, Zheng Liwan said in surprise. Well, shark bones are mostly cartilage. We stew them for a little longer, so of course they are edible. Sister Fong, this rice is still a little salty, but it tastes better. Yeah, not bad. It seems to taste sweeter with a little salt. Captain, what's in those basins? Those 2 large basins contain some internal organs, which are kept for feeding Wangjia. Ah, who is Wangjia? Puff. Ha. The king bomb is of course the big king and the small king. Ha. Zhang Lanfang sprayed out a mouthful of red wine. Puff. Ha ha ha. Puff. Cluck cluck. The red wine rice was dancing on the table. Wang Yuan quickly reached out to protect his bowl and said aggrievedly, What a sin! The food I worked so hard to get is wasted like this. Can we still have fun? Can we still have a good chat? Oh my God, my stomach hurts. Zhang Lanfang wiped the tears from her eyes, which were not tears of joy, sadness, happiness, anger, etc., and said, Captain, what are those other pots? Some fats like suet and lard. We need to refine oil again? But don't we have so much cooking oil? Can we finish our meal first and then talk? Wang Yuan nervously protected his bowl again. Poof! Rin Yuan covered her mouth in time. The others also blushed. Wang, what's wrong with these people? Why do they laugh when we talk? Their sense of humor is too low. Dahe said seriously with a confused look on his face. Sure, don't talk, or they might spray you in the face. Wang Yuan said with lingering fear. Captain, what are you talking about? Rin Yuan asked puzzledly. Well, the moonlight tonight is so beautiful, and the weather today is so nice. Isn't it, Dahe? Yeah, Dahe nodded repeatedly. Puff! Ha! Seeing these 2 funny guys talking nonsense seriously, everyone quickly turned their heads and the food in their mouths sprayed all over the floor. Wang, you really can't talk to them casually. Dahe gave Wang Yuan a thumbs up. Wang Yuan was indeed foresight. The 2 nodded to each other, lowered their heads, and focused on eating, without saying anything else. Finally, after eating and drinking their fill, the girls went to wash the dishes. The 3 men sat on the reef, enjoying the sea breeze and smoking. The second Wang lay under the reef and snored. The 2 guys ate too much in the afternoon and didn't eat anything at night. At this time, it was obvious that the sea water was rising little by little. Dahe, Xiaosun, the tide is rising. Let's put away the bedding. Wang Yuan said after finishing his cigarette. After being dried in the sun for an afternoon, it was already dry, but there was still a layer of white salt on the surface. The three of them beat it with wooden sticks for a while, but there was nothing they could do. They could only wash it again when there was enough fresh water to wash away the salt. However, this no longer prevented people from using it. Captain, look, we have refined 2 pots of oil. How do we use it? Zhang Lanfang asked. When the oil cools down, find some big bottles to put it in. Wang Yuan said. Then he found a few cans and poured oil into them with a spoon. He also found a few wine bottle caps, drilled a hole in the middle, inserted a strip of cloth soaked in oil, and stuffed the cloth into the cans. He used the wine bottle caps to prevent the cloth from sliding in completely, leaving only about 2 centimeters of it on top. Wang Yuan used a lighter to light the cloth strips. Oh my God! Captain, this is the oil lamp used in the old society, right? Rin Yuan said. Well, even if it is, this oil lamp is actually based on the same principle. Well, we understand the principle, but we never thought of using this principle to make oil lamps, said Zhang Lanfang. I don't know if you have heard of a legend. What legend? Everyone looked at Wang Yuan curiously. The legend of the eternal lamp. Ah? Isn't that the oil lamp that is lit in front of or under the bed after a person dies? The customs vary from place to place, but the meaning is the same. Sister Zhou said. At this moment, the girls suddenly felt a little creepy, but they couldn't help but want to hear Wang Yuan's explanation. The meaning of the ever-burning lamp is the same. It is a custom passed down from ancient times. In the earliest times, people said that there was a kind of lamp oil that only needed 1 bowl to keep the lamp burning for 100 years. If there was more of this lamp oil, wouldn't it be able to keep burning forever? So at that time, some people studied this. Where can we get this oil? Ancient books say that there is a creature in the sea called mermaid. There are many legends about mermaids, and we can find them on the internet. In fact, in ancient times, people called sharks mermaids or sharks. Sharks are large and have high fat content. You can see it by looking at their lard. Therefore, the ancients often used the oil refined from the captured sharks as lamp oil, but sharks are ferocious. It can be imagined how difficult it was to catch them when tools were backward in ancient times. Therefore, at that time, oil lamps made of shark oil were only luxury goods that could be used by nobles, and lamp oil boiled from shark oil was even more expensive. This also indirectly shows that oil lamps made of shark oil are very durable. Wang Yuan explained to everyone slowly. Oh, of course this is just my personal understanding. There is no basis for it. Any similarities are purely coincidental. Huh? Ah, I have never heard or seen such a story. Zheng Liwan said. Yeah, it's creepy to hear. Rin Yuan agreed with Zheng Liwan for the first time. Okay, let's pack up and take a rest. Now that we have the oil lamp, we won't mind the day, not understanding the darkness of the night. Wang Yuan joked. TSK, show off. All the girls rolled their eyes at him. Xiao Sun gave Wang Yuan a thumbs up and said, Captain Awesome. Dahe gave him a black look, and Xiao Sun resisted the urge to vomit and ran behind a reef to solve a personal problem. Wang, what's wrong with him? Dahe asked with a question mark on his face. I don't understand. Maybe I'm a little fragile these days of the month. Wang Yuan touched his nose and went to solve the problem. Dahe scratched his head and said to himself, It's all incomprehensible. The next morning, everyone collected the fish cages and had a delicious seafood meal. The 2 kings refused to eat anything until everyone found a few pools of blood outside the rice drying area. Then they realized that the 2 kings had been having a snack here last night. Their hunting ability is so strong that they are worthy of the title given to them by everyone. They really have the demeanor of a king and can intimidate some rats. Captain, what are we going to do today? Zhang Lanfang asked. Now that the tide is out, let's go and scoop up the puddle. After a day of fishing, there must be a lot of good stuff. Wang Yuan said, taking a deep puff of cigarette. Okay, let's go shopping together. It will be faster. Everyone came to the puddle with buckets and iron basins. Wang Yuan smoked a cigarette and thought, Oh, I don't want my future life to be so boring. Chapter 183, Finding a New Place to Live. Everyone worked together to clean the puddle, and the speed was very fast. The water level dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fish could be seen running around and jumping out of the water from time to time. We could clearly feel that there was a lot of seafood, which made us even more excited and our enthusiasm soared. Oh, Oh, a fish is touching my feet. Rin Yuan was surprised. Wow, wow, so many crabs. Zheng Liwan also shouted. When the water was clear, many fish jumped at the bottom of the puddle. Oh, this fish is so beautiful. Rin Yuan caught a colorful little fish. This fish is too small. Let it go quickly, Wang Yuan said. Yeah, okay. Captain, this crab has so many seeds. Zheng Liwan was holding a big crab in her hand, with a nest of seeds in its abdomen. It's about to lay eggs, so let it go. Aha! Everyone had a great harvest, and looking at the seafood in the buckets and basins, they felt a sense of happiness. Sister Fong, let's keep the seafood first and cook it later. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Everyone filled the buckets with seawater, separated the fish into 3 buckets, and separated the shrimps and crabs and placed them in basins. Sister Fong, the frozen meat has been thawed. You can pickle it. Sister Zhou, you can also prepare the vegetables. The 3 of us men are going to find fresh water, and we'll be back at noon. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and said, Okay, leave it to us. The women responded. Zhang Lanfang, Jiang Yin, and Rin Yuan pickled meat, while Sister Zhou and Zheng Liwan pickled vegetables. Wang Yuan and his 2 companions took their equipment and headed south, followed by the second Wang. Soon they arrived at the mangrove forest. Dahe, if we enter the jungle from here, the terrain here is low, and it should be connected to the valley we saw the other day. Okay. Dahe took a wooden stick and cleared the way ahead. Not far into the jungle, the 3 men found 2 coconut trees, both full of coconuts. Captain, don't we pick some coconuts? Xiao Sun asked. Don't pick it for now. We'll do it later. Oh! At this time, the second king ran to the front to lead the way, and the 3 followed behind. The king of the forest led the way, and the wild beasts gave way. They found a lot of wild vegetables along the way. The vegetables at home had not been eaten yet, so they would dig them up later. They found 2 orange trees and picked dozens of ripe oranges. They tasted them and found them a little sour, but they could also provide everyone with a large amount of vitamins. When passing through the woods, the view in front of us suddenly opened up, and we saw a large meadow. In the middle of the meadow, there was a small round lake with a diameter of about 1 mile, like a mirror embedded in the meadow. In the distance, a small stream in the valley meandered into the lake. Suddenly, the 2 kings rushed out and went to the lake to drink water. The 3 of them ran over immediately. Seeing the clear lake water and a group of small fish and shrimps playing under the water plants, Xiao Sun scooped up a handful of water and drank it. Wow, so refreshing. Haha, Xiao Sun, try to boil the water before drinking it. Be careful of parasites. Wang Yuan said. Yeah, Xiao Sun nodded. Seeing these small fish and shrimps, there shouldn't be any danger. Let's go down and take a bath, said Dahe. Okay, let's go for a swim. The 3 of them quickly took off their clothes, ran into the water, and then swam around the shore. The second king followed the 3 of them on the shore, circling around the lake, and occasionally jumped into the water to play with everyone. After swimming around, the 3 of them climbed onto the shore. Wang Yuan took off his shorts, wrung out the water, shook them, and put them back on. Xiao Sun, have you found anything? Wang Yuan asked when he saw Xiao Sun's shocked face. Huh? It's so big. Did I ask you that? I said you swam around and didn't find anything wrong. No. Xiao Sun looked embarrassed. Well, let me tell you, in the wild, water sources like this are often frequented by wild animals. We need fresh water, and so do the animals, so this is the most dangerous place. We haven't seen any wild animals yet because of the tigers, and wild animals usually come to the water source to drink water in the evening. We swim around mainly to observe some traces on the shore, such as what animals come here. The traces are mainly footprints, feces, and even the hair dropped by animals. When we go to a new environment, we must be careful for our own safety. How is it? Have you learned it? Xiao Sun blushed and nodded repeatedly, saying, Captain, how do we tell which are herbivores and which are carnivores? That depends on experience. I'll just keep it simple. Let's start with the large animals that threaten us. Carnivores generally have claws with a pad in the center of the claws. Their footprints are shaped like a plum blossom, such as cats and dogs. Herbivores have hooves, which are mostly keratinous. Some are in one piece, such as horses and donkeys, and some are in 2 halves, such as pigs and sheep. Of course, not all of them are like this. I'm just using livestock as an example, but the basic shape of the footprints of those large animals is like this. I want to talk about small animals for now, as they pose no threat to us. Let's talk about their feces. I'll take livestock as an example. Herbivores like cows, horses, and sheep have feces in lumps, horses in pieces, sheep in grains, and cats and dogs in pillars. Of course, some are very similar, but herbivorous animal feces contain a lot of plant fibers, while carnivorous animal feces do not. If that doesn't work, use a stick to dig it open. Herbivorous animal feces don't have much odor and have the smell of grass and leaves, while carnivorous animal feces are extremely smelly, and the smells are easy to distinguish. Yeah, I understand. Xiao Sun nodded. Okay, let's go back. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was 11 o'clock. Everyone put on their clothes, filled up their water bottles, and headed back with their equipment. Captain, are there any carnivores around that lake? Xiao Sun asked curiously. Haha, I knew you wouldn't be able to help but ask. Of course there are wolves, jackals, and even a leopard. There are also wild boars, wild goats, hares, etc. Wang Yuan laughed. Then we won't be able to finish all the meat? Well, in theory, yes. But we are not butchers, and we cannot be destroyers, so we must not destroy the ecological balance here. Otherwise, we will be destroyed by the environment here before we even return. Xiao Sun fell into deep thought. Before they knew it, the three of them were back at the shelter. The smell of food filled the air around the shelter. Captain, you are back! Ren Yuanyuan shouted happily from a distance. Eh? The second king ran over and rubbed her calves. Apart from Wang Yuan, Ren Yuanyuan feeds them the most. Captain, is Xiao Sun possessed by a demon? Zhang Lanfang asked in a low voice. It's okay. Don't disturb him. He's just having an epiphany. Ah, epiphany? Yes. When he wakes up, he will become an unrivaled master. Chapter 184 Decision to Move. Captain, have we found a water source? Zhang Lanfang asked when she saw Wang Yuan and the other two taking out more than 10 bottles of fresh water. Well, come on, try it. Wang Yuan threw an orange to everyone. Hiss, so sour. Ren Yuanyuan peeled a petal, put it in her mouth, and squinted her eyes because of the sourness. Don't spit it out. The sourness means it contains a lot of vitamin C. Wang Yuan said hurriedly when he saw that she was about to spit it out. It doesn't taste sour, it's delicious. Zheng Liwan said while eating with her beautiful eyes. These two cute guys feel uncomfortable if they don't have a fight with each other for a day. Snort! After the girls ate the oranges with sad faces, Zhang Lanfang said, Captain, our meal is ready and we've had our appetizers. Shall we eat? Okay, let's eat first. Everyone sat around the table and started eating. The tuna I caught on the boat that day was placed in the refrigerator. I fished it out this time and cooked everything. I made soup with the fish head, pan-fried the fish meat, and steamed a big pot of seafood and served it with rice. It was so delicious. Yuanyuan, 2 bottles of beer. Okay. Xiao Sun looked at the food and beer in front of him and suddenly shouted, Captain, I understand. We can live there as long as we live in peace with those animals. It's totally fine. Ah, everyone looked at Xiao Sun. Come on, Xiao Sun, give this stone a chop and see how it goes. Bang! Xiao Sun did as he was told and chopped with his palm. Hiss! It hurts! Xiao Sun gasped and held his hand, crying out in pain. Ha ha! Everyone laughed. Xiao Sun, your skills are not that good. Ha ha! Captain, what kind of water source did you find? Zhang Lanfang asked. It's a small lake. It's not too far from the beach. It only takes about 40 minutes to walk there normally. Oh, is it habitable there? It is possible, but we haven't found a suitable place to live yet. Then let's go take a look after dinner. Have you prepared the meat and vegetables? Well, it's all done. Okay, let's go check it out this afternoon. Everyone finished their meal in a hurry, and the second king was also full. Ren Yuanyuan urged, Captain, let's go. We can't be without people here. What if the food is taken away by wild animals? Wang Yuan said, Captain, why don't I stay? Xiao Sun said, Okay, Dahe, you can stay too. You can go fishing when you have nothing to do. Okay. The girls took all their equipment and set off with Wang Yuan. This time the 2 kings ran in front to lead the way. They walked smoothly all the way to the meadow, and the 2 kings and the women rushed to the lake. This water is very clear. Well, the surrounding scenery is also beautiful. Now that there is no danger, go down and take a shower. Wang Yuan said, Ah, what's the danger? Now that the tiger is here, the wild animals dare not come over, but they will definitely come to drink water in the evening. Oh, But how are we going to wash while you're here? I'll go along the stream and take a look. I'll be back in an hour. You can come find me after you're done washing. Remember, don't leave your weapons too far away. Good. Wang Yuan turned and walked towards the stream. After he turned a corner and disappeared from view, the girls took off their clothes and jumped into the lake. Soon, sounds of laughter were heard. The vegetation on both sides of the stream was very dense. Wang Yuan used a machete to clear a path, cutting away some thorns and vines and branches that blocked the way. The trees on both sides of the valley are also very lush, and the sounds of unknown birds can be heard from time to time. Finally, we walked out of the thorns and saw a meadow in front of us. Behind the meadow was a cliff. The stream flowed out from the cracks in the cliff and flowed past the meadow. It would be nice to build a few houses here and live here. Wang Yuan looked around and thought that the trees on the slopes on both sides could be used, and it would be even better if he could find bamboo. After observing the terrain and environment, Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and walked back with the two Wangs. Bang! Bang! Suddenly 2 gunshots were heard from the direction of the lake. Wang Yuan was shocked and rushed out with the 2 Wangs. When he arrived at the lake and saw all the girls were there, he felt relieved. Oh, what? The king roared and rushed into the woods nearby. What's wrong? Wang Yuan asked. Just now, 2 wolves rushed over from the woods over there. I fired 2 shots, but I missed them. Instead, I scared them back, said Zhang Lanfang. Oh, it's all right. The wolf came out just as we finished washing and put on our clothes, Ren Yuan explained. Only then did Wang Yuan realize that the girl's hair was still wet. The beauties who had just emerged from the bath were more pleasing to the eye than each other. Ahem, that wolf was very cunning. It rushed over when it saw you were off guard. Fortunately, you were very vigilant, Wang Yuan said with a light cough. At this time, Xiaowan came over and rubbed Ren Yuan's jade feet. Eh? Ren Yuan smiled sweetly, bent down and picked up the little tiger. After a while, the king also ran back and drank some water by the lake. The girls put on their shoes and straightened their clothes. The tiger must have driven the wolf away. Wang Yuan said, I found a place over the stream that is suitable for us to live. Is it far? It's not far. Turn around and walk about 400 or 500 meters inside. There is a meadow. There is nothing on the meadow. It is a little smaller than the meadow on our island. Wang Yuan said, Okay, let's go over and take a look. The girls all looked at him expectantly. Wang Yuan looked at the time. It was past 2 o'clock, so there was still plenty of time. He said, Okay, let's go over and take a look. The road is not easy to walk on, so be careful. Yeah, don't worry. Wang Yuan led the way, cutting down obstacles and saying, When the time comes, we'll open up a road here, so it'll be convenient for us to go back and forth. Well, there are many of us, so it won't take long to clear these weeds and thorns, said Zhang Lanfang. The key is that we must be alert to the woods and bushes on both sides. There may be poisonous snakes and ferocious beasts hiding in them, said Wang Yuan. It's okay. Don't we have a trump card? Ren Yuan said with a smile. Wang Yuan said depressedly, What if they are not here? How about we build 2 rows of fences on both sides? That would cost a lot of wood and bamboo. That's fine. For safety, it's worth doing whatever it takes. As they chatted, they came to the grassy area. Well, that's good. Build a few wooden houses against the cliff and put up fences around them to form a yard. The grass can be reclaimed and potatoes and vegetables can be planted. Then dig a pond and bring in stream water. Zhang Lanfang has already made plans. Yes, let's raise a few more pheasants and rabbits and raise some fish in the pond. Ren Yuan said excitedly. Okay, we should go back. We will move tomorrow. Wang Yuan always interrupts others when they are happy. Humph. All right, let's go back. Everyone walked back together. It was already 4 o'clock when we arrived at the beach, and the tide was high. Captain, there's a shark. Jiang Yin pointed in the direction of the sunken ship. Chapter 185 Night Helicopter. Everyone looked towards the sea and saw 2 shark fins exposed above the water near the shipwreck, swimming there. Okay, let's go back. After everyone looked at each other for a while, Wang Yuan said, Back at the shelter, Dahe and Xiao-sun were killing fish. Captain, you're back. Xiao-sun greeted quickly. Well, what's up? I caught a lot of fish this afternoon. No, we only caught 4. We collected the fish cages before the tide came in and caught quite a few. Okay, Sister Fawn, you guys go and cook. We can't finish all the fish, and the excess can be made into dried fish. Wang Yuan said as everyone put down their equipment. Okay, the girls went to cook. After the three of them finished smoking, Wang Yuan took out 2 large pieces of shark meat and put them in the pot to cook for the second one. Captain, why are you stewing shark meat again? At this time, the girls also sat around. No, this is for the tiger. Have you prepared your meal? No, there's beef stewing in the pot. It'll take a while, Jiang Yin said. At this time, the water boiled. Wang Yuan opened the lid of the pot, and a pungent smell rushed out. Wang Yuan took out the meat and soaked it in cold water. Captain, why does it smell like ammonia? Rin Yuan frowned. Oh, that's what shark meat is like. Its muscles contain a lot of uric acid. Then why didn't you taste it when you ate it yesterday? Ha, we have done the acid removal treatment. My father and I once had it with Chaos On customers on a business trip and heard them explain it. Jiang Yin said with a smile. Oh. Wang Yuan brushed the shark meat with a brush, changed the pot of water to stew it, lit a cigarette, and sat down. Captain, are we moving tomorrow? Zhang Lanfang asked. No, let's build a wooden house there first. After it's built, it won't be too late for us to move. But if we are far away from the sea, won't we be able to find help? It's okay. If there is rescue, they will definitely land on the island. But we are not far away from the pirates' sphere of influence, and we can't stay on the beach for long. The place we found today is relatively hidden and suitable for survival. Yeah, okay. The sky gradually darkened. Captain, it's time to eat. Okay, let's eat. Wang Yuan flicked away his cigarette butt. A big pot of rice, a pot of beef stew with potatoes, a big plate of braised eel, a pot of fish soup, and a few steamed crabs. It smells so good. Well, this is too delicious. The Chinese chef is so beautiful. Dahe gave a thumbs up. Ha, Dahe, you're really good at talking. Sister Fong, give us a bottle of 1982 Ergua, Wang Yuan said. Zhang Lanfang rolled her eyes at him and brought over 2 bottles of red wine and a bottle of brandy. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they sat on the rocks, enjoying the sea breeze and watching Rin Yuan feed the second king the cold shark meat. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the sound of an engine came from a distance. Oh no! Hide quickly! Wang Yuan shouted. Everyone jumped off the rocks, put on their backpacks, and ran quickly into the jungle. Wang Yuan carried a bucket, most of which was filled with sea water, and poured it onto the stove. He then carried a backpack, picked up a rifle, and followed the crowd. Everyone spread out. Don't gather in groups. Keep at least 10 meters apart. Wang Yuan shouted. Just as everyone lay down in the grass, 2 helicopters flew over the island from north to south. They didn't even stop and flew straight past. Only when the engine noise could no longer be heard did everyone heave a sigh of relief and stand up. Back outside the shelter, Wang Yuan lit the oil lamp, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and said, well, let's not sleep tonight. As long as the helicopter doesn't come back, we can't rest well. Why? Zheng Liwan asked puzzledly. Humph. If you don't even understand this, I really don't know how you survived. Rin Yuan said with a pout. Oh, then tell me about it. Zheng Liwan was not willing to be outdone. Okay, I'll tell you about it. Rin Yuan glanced at her. Everyone looked at Rin Yuan, who continued proudly. Ordinary helicopters generally cruise about 500 kilometers, while advanced military helicopters can travel 1,000 to 2,500 kilometers. But these two are obviously not. The maximum speed of a helicopter does not exceed 250 kilometers per hour. So it can be imagined that these 2 helicopters took off from a base or a ship to perform a mission, but it was definitely not a rescue mission. Why isn't it a rescue mission? Zheng Liwan asked, unconvinced. Why did the rescue team just fly away without even searching the island when they encountered it? Rin Yuan glanced at her. Captain, am I right? Well, it's almost certain. These 2 helicopters are old military fighter jets, the same model as the ones we encountered on the original island. So Yuan's analysis should be correct. Wang Yuan said with relief. Dahe nodded at Rin Yuan and gave her a thumbs up. Humph. Rin Yuan raised her chin proudly. Okay, if we don't see the helicopter coming back before 12 o'clock, we'll take a break, but we have to arrange for shifts, with at least 2 people on each shift. Wang Yuan looked at his watch and said it was almost 9 o'clock. Okay, everyone could only sit down and chat about random things. Sure enough, less than an hour later, the sound of an engine was heard in the distance. Wang Yuan blew out the oil lamp, and everyone quickly ran into the bushes again. After a while, the sound of the helicopter engine became closer and closer, coming from the east, then gradually flew away to the north, and the sound gradually disappeared. Okay, everyone go back and rest. You should be fine tonight, but don't sleep too deeply. You must stay alert. Wang Yuan said. Everyone returned to the shelter and rested, without saying a word all night. The next morning, Wang Yuan woke up, walked out of the shelter, lit the stove, and cooked shark meat for the second king. After solving his personal problems, he sat on the rocks and smoked. Captain, good morning. Dahe and Shaosun also woke up and greeted each other. After they finished washing up, the sea water receded in the middle of the night. The three of them went to collect the fish cages, but they only caught a few mantis shrimps. Let's go. Let's go to the water hole, Wang Yuan said as he put the fish cage into the sea. The girls got up and came to help. Everyone tried their best to drain the puddle, but unfortunately, they didn't catch much, just a few small crabs and shrimps. Captain, our gains are too small. Okay, let's cook some seafood porridge. It's enough for us to eat. Captain, there must be something wrong with this sea area. Perhaps there are more sharks nearby. Jiang Yin said. It's possible. Let's not think too much about it for now. We have done what we should do. I think we will survive. Wang Yuan encouraged everyone. Yeah, come on, come on, come on. The girls went back and made a big pot of seafood porridge for everyone. After everyone had eaten, Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, shall we all go and set up camp? Chapter 186, Building a Camp. How about this? We leave 2 people to cook for everyone and look after the shelter, and the rest of us go to set up the camp. How about that? Wang Yuan asked. Okay, I agree. Everyone expressed their opinions. Who will stay then? Everyone, tell me something. I'll stay, Jiang Yin said. Now Jiang Yin and Wang Yuan may have the least communication among everyone, but she should be the one who understands Wang Yuan the most. Then let Yuan stay as the remaining one. Zhang Lanfang said. But I don't want to stay. I want to go and build the house. Rin Yuan said. But these 2 days we are mainly cutting trees and so on, and building the house may take another 2 days. After cutting down the trees, we have to move them, which is very tiring, said Wang Yuan. Why don't you let Xiao Zheng stay? Zhang Lanfang said. I don't want to stay either. Zheng Liwan looked at Wang Yuan pleadingly. Why don't I stay here? Sister Zhou said quickly. It's hot here, and the dried fish and radishes are almost done drying. I'll stay and collect them. That's settled then. Wang Yuan said, Captain, we still have 3 bags of rice that have not been processed. Although they have been soaked in sea water, they will go bad if we don't wash and dry them. Zhang Lanfang said, Well, each of us brings some buckets and basins and goes to the lake to wash and soak them. Wang Yuan said, Okay. Everyone set off with all their equipment, and the second king rushed out first to lead the way. As soon as he entered the woods, the king stopped and roared like a lion, no, like a tiger. Some small animals in the distance ran away upon hearing the sound. There are at least 3 wild wolves that can be seen. Ren Yunyan giggled and touched the king's head. After seeing all this, Zheng Liwan was no longer afraid and reached out to touch the king's back. Be careful, you can't touch the tiger's butt, Ren Yuan said to Zheng Liwan. Why are you so nervous? I didn't touch your butt. Zheng Liwan confronted directly. What did you say? Ren Yuan raised her eyebrows. Okay, let's go, Wang Yuan said. Ren Yuan turned around and left with the king. Everyone quickly followed. Captain, I feel that the resources on this island are richer than the previous one. Look, these wild vegetables can be found almost everywhere, said Zhang Lanfang. Yes, if we didn't have enough vegetables, I would have wanted to stop and dig wild vegetables. Xiao Sun said, Well, we'll dig after we build the house and live in it. We can also open up a vegetable plot and transplant some wild vegetables. Then we don't have to worry about vegetables in the future. Wang Yuan said. Soon they reached the lake, and the 2 kings drank the lake water in big gulps. Wang Yuan looked at his watch and saw it was almost 9 o'clock. He said, Let's go. Let's get to the place first. We can only work for 2 hours in the morning. Okay. Everyone followed Wang Yuan and walked along the stream. When they arrived at the grassland, Dahe and Shaosun looked around, and everyone put down the rice. Sister Fong, go wash the rice, and we'll go clear the path. Wang Yuan said, Okay. The 3 girls went to the stream and fetched water to wash the rice. When Wang Yuan, Dahe, and Xiaosan went to the future, they cleared all the weeds and thorns on the road. After a while, the three girls came to help. Have you washed the rice? I have washed it 3 times, and it is soaking now. Okay, you guys clean up here towards the outside, and we'll go outside and clean up towards the inside. Wang Yuan said, Good. Wang Yuan and the other two went outside again and cleared the weeds on both sides at the same time, and their speed increased. When the two parties met, a path was cleared, which was about 1 meter wide and about 400 meters long. Wang Yuan looked at his watch and saw it was 11 o'clock. He said, Okay, let's pack up and go back. Okay, but Captain, we can't get much work done every day like this, and all our time is wasted on the road, said Zhang Lanfang. It's okay. We will go cut trees in the afternoon and prepare the wood for building the house. Tomorrow we will build a few small shacks and move in. Then we will continue to build slowly. Wang Yuan said, Okay. Everyone took their things and walked back. When we returned to the shelter, Jiang Yin and Sister Zhou had already prepared dinner. Everyone hung the rice out to dry and started eating. Captain, how's the progress today? Can we move there tomorrow? Jiang Yin asked. We only opened a small path this morning. We'll go cut some trees in the afternoon. We'll build a few shacks tomorrow and move in first. We'll build the house later. Do you want me to come over this afternoon? You can go, but Yuan can stay. Wang Yuan said, Huh? Why me? Because you do the least work. Zhang Lanfang said, I don't have the least, do I? Rin Yuan glanced at Zheng Liwan. Okay, why don't Yuan and Sister Zheng stay? We need to chop trees and carry things in the afternoon. You guys are not strong enough, so you can stay and go surfing or fishing, cook, etc. Sister Zhou said, Oh well. Okay, that's it. You two must be careful. Don't leave your pistols and don't stay away from your rifles. Wang Yuan warned. Okay, got it. After lunch, everyone took the remaining unprocessed rice and all their equipment and set off with the two kings. Captain, the tide is rising. As soon as we arrived at the beach, we found that the sea water was rising. Well, the tide will probably go out in the evening. Look, the shark is still at the shipwreck, Wang Yuan said. Well, why do they always hang around there? Zhang Lanfang asked. Maybe it's because the smell of meat in the refrigerator hasn't dissipated yet. After they leave, I'll go downstairs again and move some tables, chairs, and benches. Wang Yuan said. Everyone walked into the jungle. Just as they reached the edge of the woods, they heard a wolf howl, followed by a rustling sound. The king felt that his dignity was being violated and rushed out. Xiao Wang followed closely behind. A tiger's roar spread throughout the mountains and forests, followed by a commotion of chickens and dogs. Let's go! Wang Yuan held his head high and took the lead, walking with a stride that showed no one cared about him. Why not recognize him if he is not related to you? Anyway, I am an orphan, and even 800 relatives may not recognize me. Then he caught up with the two kings. Everyone followed the two kings, showing off their ability to bully others to the fullest. Sister Fong, you guys should deal with the rice first, and we can go cut down trees on the hillside next to it. Wang Yuan said when they arrived at the grassland. Okay. Wang Yuan took Dahe and Xiaosan, put down the rice and backpacks, and crossed the stream. There was a hillside on the opposite side of the stream. They first cleared the weeds along the stream to prevent snakes, insects, and poisonous ants from hiding. Xiaosan, those are wild vegetables. Don't destroy them. You could dig them out and eat them later. Wang Yuan explained to the two while cleaning up. The three men were armed with machetes and engineer shovels and quickly cleared the tall weeds in this area. There are dense trees growing on the hillside, the tallest of which is eucalyptus tree over 20 meters high, which is very suitable for building houses. Chapter 187 Dinner is a mess. Wang Yuan stuck the engineer shovel into the ground, took out the fire axe from his backpack, and said, Dahe Xiaosan, let's start from the nearby areas and cut down all the trees one by one. No matter how tall, short, thick, or thin, we can use them. At worst, we can dry them and burn them for fire. Don't be afraid of damaging the ecological environment. These tropical plants are very resilient and will sprout from the roots after a while. We are just clearing them out and destroying the hiding places of the beasts. We are only doing this to protect ourselves, not to destroy them. Clear. Even the three girls who were shopping heard Wang Yuan's words, and they all admired him very much. If human beings make rational use of natural resources, they will be inexhaustible. However, blindly demanding and destroying them will ultimately bring enormous harm to human beings. The trees were cut down one by one, and all those above knee height were cut down. After processing the rice, the three girls came over to help, first moving the cut-down trees, shrubs, and weeds to the grass. Zhang Lanfang picked up an engineer shovel and helped cut off branches from the big tree. "Captain, it would be great if we had a saw," Zhang Lanfang said. "There is one in the shipwreck, but the saw is not suitable for logging. I will go down and fish it out some other day and process the saw blade." Wang Yuan said. "Captain, look, there is a big taro over there," Xiao Sun shouted. "Where is it?" Everyone ran over. "Ah, okay, this is not taro. This is the weeping goddess of mercy. Be careful, don't touch its juice, it's highly poisonous," Wang Yuan said when he saw the weeping goddess of mercy that was almost 2 meters tall. "Should we eradicate it? Forget it, keep it. Maybe it can be used later." "All right." The group continued to chop down trees, and after chopping down more than a dozen large trees, they looked at the time. It was already 4:30. Wang Yuan said, "Okay, let's drag the trees down, and then clean up and go back." "Okay." Everyone rolled the wood down and carried it to the grass. After washing my hands, I filled a few bottles of fresh water, took some rice and equipment, and followed Erwang back. When we arrived at the lake, we saw a group of 7 or 8 wild goats drinking water by the lake in the distance. Not far away, there were 2 big wild boars with fur piglets playing in the mud. On the other side, there was a group of jackals also drinking water. This group of animals also saw Wang Yuan and his companions, but they continued to do their own things, only occasionally looking up and glancing at Erwang vigilantly. But Erwang didn't even look at them and continued to walk forward with cat steps. "Captain, what should we do?" asked Sister Zhou. "Don't worry about them. We can live in peace with them," Zhang Lanfang said. "Yeah." Wang Yuan nodded. "Oh well." The crowd walked to the seashore in a show of force, but the tide had already receded. "Captain, you are back." After returning to the shelter, Rin Yuan ran out of the shelter and said happily, "Well, are you free this afternoon?" Sister Zheng. She fell while collecting the fish cages and got a big cut on her arm. She was about to cry as she spoke. "Ah!" Everyone hurriedly put down their things and ran into the shelter. "Sister Zheng, what happened?" Everyone asked with concern. Zheng Liwan was sitting on the floor at this time. Just as she was about to stand up, she was pushed down by Sister Zhou. Seeing that everyone was looking at her with concern, she said, "It's okay. Thanks to Yuan, the wounds have been treated." As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand, rolled up his sleeves, and saw that his arm was bandaged very delicately with cloth strips. "Does it hurt? Have you applied the medicine?" "It doesn't hurt now. Yuan gave me some medicine, and I took 2 anti-inflammatory pills. It's okay now. It's just a small cut," Zheng Liwan said. "Well, I'm glad you're okay." "Oh no! Oh no!" At this time, Rin Yuan ran out. "Ah! What's wrong? What's wrong?" Everyone followed him out. A burning smell wafted out. Yuan, what's wrong?" I stewed a pot of beef and rice, but it was all burnt." Rin Yuan was about to cry again. The girls rushed over to help, but unfortunately, it was too late to fix the problem. Even the steamed seafood had a burnt smell. "Wow, wow, wow." Rin Yuan squatted on the ground and started crying. "It's okay, Yuan, we can just do it again." All the girls went to comfort Rin Yuan. "But it's almost dark. If we make it again, how long will it take before we can eat?" Whoa. Wang Yuan took a deep puff of cigarette and said, "Okay, Yuan, stop crying. I'll take you to find something delicious. This thing can only be found after dark." "Huh? What is that?" "Don't worry about it for now. You'll know when you get there. Thanks to Yuan for reminding me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have remembered it." "Really?" Rin Yuan wiped her tears. "Just make sure you like it." "Okay then, let's go. Bring the buckets and follow me," Wang Yuan said. Everyone took 3 buckets and followed Wang Yuan to the beach. "Sister Zheng, why are you here too?" Rin Yuan asked when she saw Zheng Liwan also came. "It's okay, I just want to take a look. Besides, my legs are not injured," Zheng Liwan said. "All right." When everyone arrived at the edge of the mangrove forest, it was already dark. Wang Yuan took out 4 flashlights from his backpack, distributed them to everyone, and then said, "Everyone take off your shoes, follow me in, and pay attention to the ground." Then Wang Yuan took the lead in taking off his shoes and socks and walking into the mangroves. Woo-woo, Wang ran into the mangroves, and wooing sounds could be heard from time to time. Ah! Ren Yuanyuan followed in and screamed instantly. What's wrong? Everyone ran over quickly. I saw Ren Yuanyuan fall into the mud and slowly climb up, holding a flashlight in one hand and a big crab in the other. Ha ha! Go catch them quickly. There are so many crabs. Ren Yuanyuan laughed. Everyone looked in the direction of the flashlight, and sure enough, they saw many crabs crawling around in the mangroves, some even waving their big claws at the entrance of their holes. Huh. Everyone ran out like the wind. Ah! Oh! Well! Huh! Whoa! I'll let you pinch me. Look at me again, and I'll eat you up. Ha ha ha, this is so big. Discordant sounds floated over the mangroves. Only when the buckets were full did everyone walk out of the mangroves with a sense of unfulfilled desire. This is so interesting. Captain, my fingers are pinched and bleeding. How about you suck the blood from me? Zheng Liwan said tearfully. Get lost. You damn girl. Your arm doesn't hurt anymore, right? How did Run Yuanyuan and Zheng Liwan become so close that they could even joke around? And then she said coquettishly, Captain, my toe was pinched by a crab. How about you suck it for me? Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Dahe and Xiaosun looked depressed again. That's enough. Wang Yuan picked up his shoes, went to the beach to wash his feet, and put them on. Chapter 188. The plan was disrupted. You damn girl. Zhang Lanfang pointed her finger at Ren Yuanyuan's forehead. Everyone quickly picked up their shoes and went to the beach to wash the mud off their bodies. Carrying 3 full buckets of crabs back to the shelter, everyone changed their clothes, and the girls came out and got busy, washing the crabs, steaming some in one pot, boiling some in another, and roasting some by the fire. The pot of stewed meat and seafood mixed with mushy rice was fed to the second king. But unexpectedly, Wang Jia ate it with relish. The 3 men smoked and watched the busy scenery, and they couldn't help but smile. Xiao Sun, you have gained weight in the past few days. Ah, well, I didn't have any food before, but now I can't finish it all. Of course I've gained weight. Captain, have you eaten too much chili beef recently? Ah, why are you bleeding from the nose? Are you getting angry? Captain, let's eat. Ren Yuanyuan shouted. Well, bring the wine. Hey, Sister Zheng, please stop drinking. It's not good for your wound. Have a drink. Good. Cheers. Oh my. This one is so yellow. So fresh. Wang, what's in this bowl? Dip it in the sauce before eating it. Try it. Isn't this vinegar? You are nothing, you foreigner. Ha ha. I'm not crooked. I'm very upright. Puff. Dahe, don't talk to them while eating. Wang Yuan wiped his face. Oh, I forgot. Their sense of humor is too low. Look, they sprayed you in the face again. Yeah. The 2 of them lowered their heads and drank beer and ate crabs in silence. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill and had cleared their tableware, they were just about to go back to rest when suddenly a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening thunder. Oh no, it's going to rain. It's time to put away the clothes. No, put away all the things hanging outside. Wang Yuan shouted. Everyone quickly worked together to bring all the clothes, rice, meat, dried fish, dried radish, etc. that were hung out to dry into the shelter. Wang Yuan also put away the gas tanks, stoves, etc. At this time, raindrops as big as beans began to fall, and they were getting bigger and bigger. Wang De and Wang Xiao also squeezed into Wang Yuan and his room. Crack! Boom! There was lightning and thunder outside. Fortunately, everyone retrieved the items in time. The rain came down in torrents, making the roof of the shelter crackle. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette in front of the oil lamp and took a deep breath. He didn't know when the rain would stop. Even if it stopped, it would take a day before he could go into the mountains. His plan was completely disrupted. At this time, everyone was crowded in the room of the 3 men, and the room full of things seemed even more crowded. Captain, what should we do? Zhang Lanfang asked. It's okay. Let's build the house in 2 days. It's just a delay of a few days. It's no big deal. We have enough food now and don't have to worry about anything. Let's go back and rest. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The girls filed out again and ran back to their rooms. Okay, let's go to sleep. Wang Yuan blew out the oil lamp. Listening to the sound of wind and rain, I gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Wang Yuan woke up and walked out. It was no longer raining heavily outside. It had turned into a drizzle and there was thick fog. Nothing could be seen beyond 10 meters. No other sound could be heard except the sound of waves on the shore. After washing up at the beach and coming back, everyone else was awake and greeting each other. Wang Yuan returned to the shelter, turned on the gas stove, lit the fire, and cooked shark meat for Air Wang. Everyone came back one after another. Mr. Jiang, please make some rice porridge. Yuan, please help Sister Zheng change the medicine. The rest of you, come with me to dig the water hole. Wang Yuan assigned the tasks. Okay. Everyone took buckets and iron basins and headed for the beach. Sister Fong, Sister Zhou, go collect the fish cages first. After you're done, send them to President Jiang as breakfast. Wang Yuan said, Good. After the group separated, the three men began to dig the water hole with all their might. After fishing for a while, I could feel the fish in the puddle swimming anxiously, so I was sure to catch a lot of fish. Captain, we are here. Rin Yuan shouted. Oh, Sister Fong? How is the harvest? I don't know what's going on, but I harvested a lot more today than usual. Xiaoyan is working on it. Yuan, have you changed the medicine for Sister Zheng? Yes, so except for Sister Yin who is cooking, we are all here. Okay, Sister Zheng, don't come down. Just stay up there and watch over the bucket. Yeah, okay. Zhang Lanfang, Rin Yuan, and Sister Zhou joined the team, cleaning the puddle, and the water level in the puddle dropped little by little. Ah! Captain, hurry! Something is wrapped around my feet. Rin Yuan suddenly screamed. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Everyone gathered around, and Wang Yuan quickly comforted them. Ah, it's still wriggling. Rin Yuan stood in the water with her eyes closed, not daring to move. Don't be afraid, it's my hand. Wang Yuan reached out and fell in the water. Wow! Wang Yuan grabbed an octopus from the water. Wow! So big! The octopus's tentacles stretched out were bigger than its face. Yuan, it's okay. Look, this is it. Rin Yuan opened her eyes and saw the octopus Wang Yuan was holding in front of her. Wow, these tentacles are so thick and long. They will definitely taste delicious when made into sashimi. Rin Yuan's beautiful eyes lit up. You foodie, why aren't you afraid anymore? Zhang Lanfang rolled her eyes at her. Humph, how dare you scare me? I'm going to kill it. Yes, anyone who bullies Yuan will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Wang Yuan echoed. That's right. So we all allow you to take revenge and eat it all. Huh? No, but this is too big. I can't eat it. Ha ha. Wang Yuan put the octopus into the bucket. Everyone started to dig the water hole again. Captain, how come we got so much today? I don't know either. It may be because of the rainy weather. There is less oxygen underwater, and all the creatures in the sea run to the shallow waters. Well, it's possible. Everyone gained a lot, put on their shoes, and walked back. Wow, so many, Jiang Yin said in surprise when she saw 3 large buckets of seafood. Hurry, the octopuses have crawled out, Rin Yuan shouted. Ha! Everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw her flustered look. A total of 2 big octopuses were harvested. Wang Yuan walked over and slaughtered them with a sharp knife. Mr. Jiang, I leave it to you. Wang Yuan washed the ink off his hands. By this time the drizzle had stopped, but the fog was getting thicker. Everyone returned to their room, dried their hair, changed their clothes, and gathered in the man's room again. Zhang Yin had already blanched the octopus, cooled it, sliced it, and prepared a large bowl of dipping sauce. Okay, let's eat. A big pot of seafood porridge and a big bowl of fried fish. This fish is fried to the perfect temperature, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. So delicious. This octopus tastes good, very chewy. Chinese chef, so beautiful. Roll! Chapter 189, Leisurely Life. Everyone was so full after breakfast that even the big and small Wangs ate so much that they could not walk anymore. Captain, what are we going to do today? Zhang Lanfang asked. We have free time today, so let's not go too far. Wang Yuan said. All right, when the sun comes out, won't we go build a house? Xiao Sun asked doubtfully. Oh, don't you know not to go into the mountains after the rain? Rin Yuan looked at Xiao Sun with contempt. Ah, why? When it rains, many poisonous insects hibernate. After the rain, snakes, insects, poisonous ants, and so on all come out, and they are extremely aggressive. Oh, if we understood, so many people wouldn't have died. Xiao Sun said sadly. Okay, let's go fishing. The tide will probably be high at noon today, Wang Yuan said. It was not until 9:30 that the sun came out, and the fog gradually dissipated. By 11 o'clock, the sea water gradually rose, and everyone returned to the shelter. Mr. Jiang, Sister Fong, you guys go cook first. We'll move the things out. Wang Yuan moved the gas tank and stove back to their original places. Okay, everyone started working again, and the weather gradually became warmer. A lot of dried fish and meat have already been dried, so there isn't much that needs to be dried. After everyone finished their work, they rested for a while and then started to eat. Captain, it would be better if our beer and drinks were chilled. Rin Yuan said, You silly girl, it's good enough that you have something to drink. Why do you need a bicycle? Zhang Lanfang rolled her eyes at her. After the meal, everyone was sweating profusely and was too hot to move. You can do whatever you want in the afternoon. You can take a nap or swim, but you can only stay here at the beach. Don't go too far. I'm going fishing. Wang Yuan saw that everyone was lazy, picked up a fishing rod, and said, Then I'll go too. Dahe and Xiaosun also picked up the fishing rods together. Captain, let's take a rest first. We didn't sleep well last night. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay. Xiaosun, bring a few bottles of drinks. Okay. Xiaosun put 3 bottles of drinks in the bucket and followed. The 3 of them found a random reef and sat on it, drinking drinks, smoking, fishing, and chatting. After a while, the girls also joined in one after another. Unfortunately, there were not enough fishing rods. Rin Yuan and Zheng Liwan, 2 good friends, sat by and watched. Every time a fish was caught, they would shout and comment on it. It was almost 4 o'clock and the tide had receded before everyone put away their fishing rods and took their catch back home. Captain, shall we go dig the water hole? Zhang Lanfang asked. No need. The seafood won't run away. Save it for tomorrow morning. I'm gonna go fishing. You guys do whatever you want. Wang Yuan said. Then I'll go too. Rin Yuan said. Okay, let's all go. Zhang Lanfang said. I'd better not go. I have to cook soon. Zhang Yin said. All right, Captain. What are we having for dinner? Eat vermicelli. Ah, where are the fans? Wang Yuan returned to the room and took out a large basket of dried shark fins, handed them to Zhang Yin, and said, Soak them in water first. Wow, shark fin. I've never eaten it before, and I don't know if it tastes good or not. Rin Yuan said happily. It doesn't have much taste on its own. It relies on the soup to enhance the flavor, said Zheng Liwan. As they talked, they came to the beach. Wang Yuan took off his clothes and jumped into the water, swimming around in the sea. It felt so good after being hot all afternoon. The girls were simply stunned. They couldn't just take off their clothes and go swimming. Humph. Rin Yuan stomped her feet, turned around and left. In the air, Wang followed her. Ah! Zheng Liwan shook her head and went to catch some seafood, but the 8-pack abs kept lingering in her mind. Dahe! Xiaosun, aren't you going to come down? Wang Yuan poked his head out of the sea and shouted when he saw that the women had all left. Humph! Women, if you are okay, just follow me. No. Let's just walk around on the shore. Dahe and Xiaosun shook their heads. Okay. Wang Yuan dived into the water again and came out with a handful of seaweed in his hand. It would be nice to go back and make some seaweed soup. After filling half a bucket with kelp and seaweed, Wang Yuan went ashore, returned to the shelter with his clothes, opened a bottle of water, and poured it over his head, dried himself, and put on his clothes. When he turned around, he saw a pair of beautiful eyes staring at him. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Yin withdrew her gaze and smiled awkwardly. I picked some seaweed, and I'll cook it later. Wang Yuan scratched his head. Yeah, good. Are they still fishing? Well, I'm back first. Wang Yuan looked at the time. It was 5 o'clock and asked again. Is the shark fin ready? It's not that fast. Just steam it, otherwise we'll be too late. Wang Yuan looked at the shark fins soaked in 2 separate basins, took out a dagger, and cut along the stripes. Okay. Wang Yuan and Jiang Yin cooked together, and they looked like a husband and wife following each other's lead. In fact, they both wanted to be together. Wang Yuan killed the fish and washed the vegetables, while Jiang Yin cut the meat and prepared the ingredients. Wang Yuan chopped the ribs, and Jiang Yin prepared the side dishes. Do. This pair of dogs are showing off their love here. At this time, Rin Yuan's sour voice was heard. Get lost! Who is showing off their affection? Jiang Yin knew that she was just talking. Then everyone came back from the sea one after another. Okay, I'm the chef today. Who will help me? Wang Yuan said. Is this true or false? Captain, Do you know which is salt and which is sugar? Go away. After all, we are from the most awesome Special Forces kitchen squad. Ah, what do you do in the most awesome kitchen team? I won't tell you that I'm the one who picks the vegetables. No, I'm the one who cuts them. The one who cooks. Um, the one who watches the big pot. Yes, I understand. I know. Captain is awesome. Well, just average third in the kitchen team. Ahem, then Captain. What should we do? Zhang Lanfang was so depressed that the veins on her neck were exposed. Well, then I'll assign the tasks first. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, sat on the rock, and crossed his legs. Just follow my orders. Zhang Lanfang bowed. Xiao Yuan. No. Yuan. Take the shark fins out of the steamer and let them cool down. Then use a dagger to cut the shark fins open. This is like calling yourself. You can't call her like that. Yes. Ren Yuan took the order and retreated. Madame Fong, please dice the ham and carrots. I obey your command. Madame Zhou, please steam those shellfish. Pft. Ha ha ha. Try not to laugh. I obey your orders. Queen Yin, please cut these fish into fancy shapes. I obey your order. Late concubine, come and drink with me. Your Highness, I can't do it. Ha ha ha. My little grandson, no. Steward's son, go. Drag Dahe out and beat him to death. He's such an eyesore. He. Chapter 190, Getting Tools. I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything. Dahe thought. What's going on? I don't reflect light, so why are they paying attention to me? Is there something shiny on me? Nemo. No, Wuliang. No, Ali. Wrong. Oh, what is the name of the most supreme god in those online novels? I can't remember it. I don't want to think about it. Anyway, Wang Yuan will help me. Wang, I treated you to dinner before. Dahe said pitifully. Okay. Come, have a cigarette. Wang Yuan handed over a cigarette. Thank you. Dahe took the cigarette with tears in his eyes. Puff. Ha ha ha. Ha. Oh my God. Everyone couldn't hold it in any longer, and we're almost getting internal injuries. Umph. You're quite good at making up stories. There's the Empress, the Queen, the beloved concubine, and even the nanny has come out. Have you thought about this a long time ago? Ren Yuan looked at Wang Yuan jokingly. Well, isn't this just to lighten the mood? Don't think I don't know your tricks, you big pig. Okay, Yuan, you know he's like that. He has the intention, but not the courage to do something. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay, I'll show you my skills. Mr. Jiang, let's steam a pot of rice first. Wang Yuan lit a stove and put the sliced shark fins into a pot with cold water to cook. Put the scallops, abalone, and sea urchins harvested from the sea into the steamer and steam them. Marinate the cut fish and set aside. After waiting for a while, take out the steamed seafood, let it cool aside, and pour the seafood juice in the pot into a bowl for later use. Put the marinated fish on top and steam it. Come on, everyone, help pick out the meat of these shellfish. Wang Yuan said. The girls gathered around and used daggers to pick out the steamed scallops and abalone. Wang Yuan scooped out the sea urchin roe with a spoon and put it into a bowl, crushed it with a spoon, and cut the abalone meat into pieces. Take out the stewed shark fins and put them into a bowl. Brush the pan and add oil. When the oil is hot, add diced onion, diced ham, diced carrot, and the picked shellfish meat in turn. Add the seafood sauce and bring to a boil. Add sea urchin roe and salt. Remove from the pan and pour into the shark fin basin. The steamed fish was taken out and a sauce was poured on it. Then the seaweed egg drop soup was served. Then the shark meat was cooked for the second king. Wang Yuan operated in an orderly manner, and everyone was dazzled and stunned. This is a master. Xiao Sun gave a thumbs up. Aha! It looks good. It smells nice. The Chinese chef is so handsome. As a dish of shredded kelp salad was served, Wang Yuan called out, "Let's eat." Oh. Everyone came to their senses, and the girls quickly took the cutlery to share the rice. Tasty. It smells so good. Captain, you are so well hidden. Chinese chef. Roll. Captain, it's time to make it clear. Okay. Everyone was full and satisfied. Wang Yuan fed the second king. The girls rubbed their bloated stomachs and sat on the rocks, too lazy to stand up. Captain, shall we continue building the house tomorrow? Zhang Lanfang asked. Not necessarily. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. No words were spoken that night until the next morning. Wang Yuan walked out of the shelter and there was still heavy fog outside, but it was much thinner than yesterday. It seemed like today would be another dull day. After taking her Wang to wash up, I lit a cigarette and cooked food for him. After everyone had dealt with their personal issues, they asked the girls to collect the fish cages, while Wang Yuan took Dahe and Xiaosun to dig in the waterhole. After everyone finished breakfast, Zhang Lanfang asked, "Captain, what are we doing today?" "We will continue with our free time today. Now that the tide is not high, let's go and see if there are any sharks near the shipwreck. If not, I will dive down and bring up some tools." Wang Yuan said, "All right." When everyone arrived at the beach, the fog had dissipated a lot, and the visibility was much better. They looked in the direction of the shipwreck and saw that the sea was calm and nothing else was found. "It looks like there's no problem. Let's tow the raft down." "Okay." Together, the three men dragged the raft out of the grass and into the sea. "Okay, Dahe and I will go over there. You guys can do whatever you want." Wang Yuan and Dahe jumped onto the raft and said when they saw everyone watching, "We have nothing to do anyway, so let's just take a look here." Wang Yuan nodded, and he and Dahe rowed the raft out. When they reached the location of the sunken ship, they saw that there was no movement on the sea, so they took off their shirts and shoes, took a deep breath, and jumped into the sea. Dive into the cabin and swim down the stairs. After so many days, it has become a paradise for small fish and shrimps, with groups of small fish and shrimps swimming around. He successfully reached the machine room on the ground floor, found a portable toolbox, emptied out the contents, and then put in some useful tools, including a few screwdrivers, 2 pairs of pliers, several wrenches, 2 hacksaw bows, and a dozen saw blades, a few chisels, and a hammer. After putting everything in the toolbox, he swam out and took out a fire axe on the way. I put the tools on the raft, took a rest, and dived again. This time I fished up more than a dozen stools. The frames of the stools were all made of iron, strung together with ropes, and lifted up. I originally wanted to get some tables and chairs, but they were basically fixed to the floor, and it would take a lot of effort to remove them, so I didn't take any. He climbed onto the raft, took a few breaths, and said, "Let's go, Dahe, let's go back." Dahe retracted his spear and said, "Okay." The 2 men returned to the shore. Everyone stayed there and sat on the beach watching them. When they saw them coming back, they all came over to help. Everyone moved the supplies back to the shelter and dragged the raft into the grass and hid it. Then the sea tide rose. On this day, everyone had nothing to do, just fishing at the beach, chatting, smoking, until evening. After dinner, everyone was resting when suddenly 2 helicopters flew over again. Just like the previous 2 days, they extinguished the fire and hid. The helicopters flew around once and then went back. "Captain, is there a base or something in the north?" Zhang Lanfang asked after everyone waited for the helicopter to fly back. "Well, it's possible, but we must not expose ourselves, because we are not too far from the northern land. Country C is very close to here, and there is a civil war going on in Country C. This helicopter may belong to one of their forces. So we must hide well and don't let them find us and regard us as hostile forces." Wang Yuan said, "Yes, I understand. Okay then, let's take a rest. We must be alert at night." Wang Yuan looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. "Okay." Everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Wang Yuan originally wanted to arrange a shift, but then he thought it was unnecessary. Chapter 191, Living in the Jungle. The next morning, Wang Yuan walked out of the shelter. The sun had not yet risen, and a thin layer of white mist was floating over the island. It should be possible to go into the mountains today. After a while, everyone got up one after another and washed up quickly. After collecting the fish cages and cleaning the puddles, the sea water began to rise. After breakfast, Zhang Lanfang asked as usual, "Captain, what are we going to do today?" "Today we are all going to build a new camp. We will stay there tonight. Sister Fang, you women will be responsible for carrying the supplies, and the 3 of us men will be responsible for chopping trees." "Okay, let's try to bring as many supplies as possible and set off." "Okay," everyone responded. With their backpacks filled, the 3 men each carried a gas tank, and the women carried buckets and tableware, and they set out into the jungle in a mighty procession. When they got outside the woods, Wang Yuan saw the big cat walking slowly in front of him with a cat-like gait, and he kicked it in the butt. "Oh my God! You dare to kick the tiger's butt?" Rin Yuanyuan yelled. The king turned his head and looked at Wang Yuan pitifully. Wang Yuan angrily said, "Go! What are you looking at?" Swoosh! The king ran out. "What?" A tiger roared from the woods, followed by a rustling sound in the jungle. Then the king came back happily and rubbed against Wang Yuan's trouser leg. Let's go. Wang Yuan kicked it lightly in disgust, and the king quickly ran in front to lead the way. Ox. Awesome. Bull circle. After a short break, we finally reached our destination. Everyone unloaded their stuff and sat down on the wood. Oh, I'm so tired. The girls fanned themselves with their hands. I'll weave a few more hats when I find the right leaves or bamboo. Well, what a pity for my original hat. Wang Yuan looked at the time. It was 9 o'clock. He flicked away his cigarette, stood up and said, "Okay, it's time for us to get to work, Sister Fong. You guys just have to work harder. We can move another batch of supplies in the morning, and you can cook when you come back." "Okay, sisters, let's make one more run." The women emptied their backpacks and put them on their backs, then set off with their weapons. "Dahe, Xiaosun, let's build a shed here, first to store supplies and cook." Wang Yuan used a branch to draw a rectangle about 10 meters long and 5 meters wide in the middle of the grass. First, let Dahe and Xiaosun cut a few pieces of wood about 3 meters long as support, while Wang Yuan used an engineering shovel to dig a hole in the ground. After digging the pit, Wang Yuan also went to help chop wood. "Wang, it would be great if we had bamboo. It would save us a lot of effort." "Okay, the one we built with wood is stronger than the bamboo one." The 2 fire axes were also very powerful, and in a short while more than a dozen thick wooden stakes were chopped down. The 3 of them buried the wooden stakes together and erected several pillars about 5 meters long on the wide central axis. After putting up a few beams and tying them firmly, the frame of the shed is basically ready. "Dahe, Xiaosun, you guys piece together the tarpaulin and put it up to make the roof. I'll make a ladder first." After a while, a simple ladder about 2 meters high was completed. Then the 3 of them worked together to set up the canopy and secure it. The 3 of them were very happy looking at their masterpiece. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and said, "We'll just need to find some straw or palm leaves to press it down." "I remember there was thatch by the lake," said Xiaosun. "Okay, let's go and harvest some other time. They should be back by now." Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was already 11:30. Maybe they took more things. At this moment, Ren Yuan's voice came from a distance. "Captain, we are back." Wang Yuan smiled and said, "Let's go and greet them." The 3 men picked up the girls at the valley entrance. When I saw the built shed, I was amazed. "Captain, you are very efficient. If you add fences around it, it can be used as a house." Wang Yuan put down the stool and asked everyone to sit down and rest. The girls picked up the bottles and started drinking. "Are you guys in no danger?" Wang Yuan asked. Ren Yuan rushed to say, "How could there be none? When I came back, a few wolves followed me. I fired a few shots, but unfortunately I missed them, so they ran away." Yuan is amazing. "By the way, Sister Fong, how many supplies do you have?" Zhang Lanfang thought for a moment and said, "There's still some shark meat, some rice, a small amount of pickled vegetables, and the rest is wine, bedding, etc. It will probably take at least 2 trips." "Okay, after dinner you guys can work harder and bring back the things we need most. You don't have to bring too much, since we'll be there often to collect fish cages and other things in the future anyway." Okay, let's cook." Wang Yuan put 2 stools together, put the gas stove on them, and connected the gas tank, and said, "Use it for now. I'll make a table and put it on in the afternoon." "Okay." The girls were busy cooking. "Dahe, Xiaosun, let's make a table for eating first." The 3 men began to chop wood again, specifically looking for some wood as thick as their arms, and fixed them together to make a long tabletop about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. After a while of clanging with chisels and hammers, the table legs were installed, and a long table about 1/2 meter high appeared in front of everyone. Although the tabletop was not flat, it was big enough for everyone to sit around and eat together. It was already 1 p.m. when everyone finished lunch. The girls spontaneously moved supplies, while Wang Yuan took Dahe and Xiaosun to cut trees on the hillside on the right. It was not until around 6 in the afternoon that the girls came back for the second time. They collected the fish cages and harvested a lot of seafood. Wang Yuan and his 2 companions also cut down more than a dozen eucalyptus trees and some large and small trees, and cleared a piece of open space on the eastern hillside. When the 3 dragged the tree to the meadow, it was already dark and the girls were busy cooking. Wang Yuan directed several people to surround the shed with trees and place pots and pans in some places. Ren Yuan asked curiously, "Captain, what are you doing?" "Well, look around. If a wild beast rushes in, it will take a lot of effort. As long as it rushes in from any direction, something will definitely fall down, which will serve as a warning to us. The wind in the valley is not strong, so it will not blow those things down. This gives us enough time to respond. Don't we have tigers? What if the tiger is lured away from the mountain? That's right. At this time, Zhang Lanfang said, "Okay, it's time to eat." Well, let's eat first. After dinner, everyone fed the two queens, spread out their bedding in the shed, lay down and chatted. They were very tired after a busy day, and before they knew it, they fell asleep gradually. Chapter 192, Discovering the Bamboo Forest. The next morning, Wang Yuan woke up, stretched, and walked out. The morning jungle air was very fresh. He collected all the pots and pans outside, moved the wood a little, and took the two kings to the stream to wash. Everyone got up one after another, came over to wash and greet each other. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, went back to the shed, took out the telescope, and walked to the stream again. "Dahei, let's go observe the surrounding environment." Dahei wiped his face hastily and said, "Okay. Sister Fong, you guys cook first, we'll be back soon." "Okay." Wang Yuan and Dahei carried their guns and picked up their machetes, crossed the stream, and climbed up the hillside. Half an hour later, Wang Yuan said, "That's enough, Dahei. Let's not climb anymore. It will take at least 2 or 3 hours to climb to the top of the mountain." Dahei stopped, took out his telescope, looked around, and said, "No, it's blocked by trees. I can't see anything." "It's okay." Wang Yuan found a eucalyptus tree that was more than 20 meters high, jumped up, and climbed up in a few steps. He picked up the telescope and looked. On the grass below, the girls were busy washing vegetables. Xiao Sun couldn't help and was sitting aside smoking. The view in the shed was blocked, so Jiang Yin should be cooking inside. Wang Yuan adjusted the focus and looked around. It was almost entirely woods, with grass or rocks visible only near the top of the mountain. Suddenly, I found a bamboo forest on the opposite hillside. It turned out that the bamboo was right in front of me, but it was blocked by the trees below, so it was not discovered. Wang Yuan quickly slid down and said, "Dahei, let's go back. I found bamboo." "Where?" "It's on the opposite hillside." "Well, if we were cutting trees there, wouldn't we have discovered it long ago?" "Haha, yeah." Wang Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. The two returned to the grassland, breakfast was ready, and everyone started to eat. Zhang Lanfang asked, "Captain, have you found anything?" Wang Yuan pointed to the western hillside and said, "Yes, there's a bamboo forest over there." "Ah, haha, then our progress will be even faster." "Yes." After everyone finished their meal, Zhang Lanfang asked, "Captain, what are we going to do today? What supplies are there in the shelter?" "The only things left are the alcohol and drinks. They're too heavy, so we didn't bring them yesterday." "Okay, you girls go to the shelter again today and collect the fish cages. I think the tide is going out, so you can clean the puddles. Don't worry. If you have time, pick up some useful marine debris. Just come back before noon to cook." "Okay." The girls packed up and set off. Wang Yuan flicked his cigarette butt and said, "Dahei Xiaosan, let's go cut bamboo." "Okay." The three men brought tools and weapons and led the two kings to the western hillside. The slope of this hill is not steep, and most of the trees outside are pine and cypress. Although they are very thick, these trees are not suitable for building houses, so people did not choose to cut down trees here at the beginning. "Captain, look, there are mushrooms!" Xiao Sun shouted happily. Wang Yuan patted Xiao Sun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Haha, haven't you eaten enough yet?" Xiao Sun knew that Wang Yuan was talking about him and Sister Zhou eating raw mushrooms, so he smiled awkwardly. Actually, those mushrooms are also very sweet when eaten raw." "Okay, don't make a fuss. There might still be bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest. Let Sister Fong and the others come over to pick them this afternoon." The three of them arrived at the bamboo forest. The thick bamboo was a good material for building houses. "Captain, there are indeed bamboo shoots," Xiao Sun shouted again. "Okay, stop being so surprised as if you've never seen the world before. Let the women do the bamboo shoot digging." Xiao Sun touched his nose and said, "Haha, Captain, I have eaten bamboo shoots since I was a child, but I have only seen bamboo shoots growing on the ground on TV. Okay, let's get to work. Let's cut down 3 trees each." The three men began to cut bamboo. After cutting the bamboo, Wang Yuan and Dahei carried it and left, but Xiao Sun couldn't lift it at all and said anxiously, "Captain, this is too heavy." "Huh?" Wang Yuan and Dahe laughed in an unkind way. Okay, Xiaosan, this is downhill. Just drag it along. After the three men dragged the bamboo back, they asked Xiaosan to clean the branches and asked Dahe to cut wood to be used as pillars for building the house. First, use a wooden stick to draw a line next to the shed, an east-west rectangle approximately 5 meters wide and 12 meters long. Then we started digging the holes. To make them firm, we had to dig at least 1 meter deep and at least 12 holes. Of course, there will be at least 12 pillars, which will take a lot of effort and time from everyone. After Xiao's son finished cleaning up the bamboo branches, he started to help Dahe chop wood. Fortunately, the three of them cut enough trees that day. The pit was dug, and the pillars were cut. The three of them worked together to set up the pillars, and then filled the pit with a lot of stones before burying it and stepping on it firmly. When the 12 pillars were set up, they found a rope and measured a length of about 1.5 meters. They measured the height and used a hacksaw and chisel to cut grooves at the same height as the pillars. Then they measured the grooves with wood and fixed them horizontally with mortise and tenon structures. This was to be used as support for the attic floor. The attic was divided into 3 rooms, which were originally roughly rectangular in shape, but the width was changed to length, so the 3 rooms were approximately 5 meters long and 4 meters wide. After the framework was set up, the girls came back. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. Wow, Captain, it looks like we can live in this house tonight. Rin Yuanyuan said in surprise after coming back. It's okay to live here, but you can't be careless about the follow-up matters. We all know this, don't worry. Okay, let's cook quickly. We are all hungry. Wang Yuan called Dahe and Xiaosan to come down and wash their faces by the stream. We got a lot of seafood today. Not much. We searched the puddle and didn't find much, but we did get a lot of seafood in the fish cage, said Rin Yuanyuan. Well, okay. Next time after cleaning the puddle, put more rotten fish and shrimp in it, so it will attract more seafood. After lunch, Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, do we have to go back and move things in the afternoon? Wang Yuan said, no need. How about this, Sister Zhou and Mr. Jiang stay and wash everyone's bedding? After all, they have been soaked in seawater. It will be more comfortable after washing away the salt. When drying them, use a wooden stick to pat them a few times to make the cotton more fluffy and not clump together. Rin Yuanyuan couldn't wait to ask, what about us? Dahe Xiaosan, take them to cut bamboo. You are responsible for assigning the tasks. Wang Yuan winked at Dahe and Xiaosan. Xiaosan understood. Sister Fong, let's pack our equipment and go. Dahe cooperated very well and walked towards the western hillside with all his equipment. Zhang Lanfang brought Rin Yuanyuan and Zheng Liwan to catch up with Dahe and Xiaosan. Chapter 193 Women Digging Bamboo Shoots. Wang Yuan continued to build the house. The frame had been set up, and now he had to lay the attic floor first. He decided to arrange and fix bamboos as the floor, but bamboo is quite flexible, so he had to use wood to support it from below. Wang Yuan measured the length with a rope, then cut the wood. After cutting, he carried the wood to the floor, built 2 pieces of wood as support, measured the height, adjusted the position, and fixed it with a rope. Use a hacksaw to cut the bamboo into the width of the floor. Only the lower ends of the 9 bamboos can be used, and the upper ends are too thin and can only be used to make walls. After fixing the bamboo, I stepped on it and found it was okay and quite sturdy. At this time, Dahe and Xiaosan came back dragging 3 bamboos each. Wang Yuan asked, are those women picking mushrooms? Yeah, we're all pretty excited. Okay, you guys continue to cut bamboo. I'll go later. We're going to need a lot of bamboo. Okay. Dahe and Xiaosan went back to cut bamboo. Wang Yuan sawed off 6 bamboos and fixed them on the tree. He then used the remaining bamboos to build a few racks nearby to dry the bedding. He went to the stream to hang the washed bedding out to dry, then said to the 2 girls, Sister Zhou, Mr. Jiang, I'm going to cut bamboo, and Sister Fong and the others are picking mushrooms. You can go over and help after you finish washing. Okay, are there many mushrooms over there? Jiang Yin asked. There are quite a lot, and there are also bamboo shoots. Really? Then let's wash quickly so that we can go over and help. Sister Zhou said happily. Wang Yuan turned around and walked away with the machete. As soon as they reached the edge of the woods, they ran into Zhang Lanfang and her 2 daughters. Rin Yuanyuan said happily, Captain, there are so many mushrooms. Our backpacks are full. Have you finished picking? Only the little one is left. Okay, Send it back and put it aside for now. I'll ask Sister Zhou to go dig bamboo shoots with them later. Yes, yes. When they arrived at the bamboo forest, Dahe and Xiaosun each dragged 3 bamboos back. Wang Yuan wielded the machete and chopped the bamboo with all his might. After a while, everyone came over together. Sister Fang, you girls can go dig bamboo shoots. Dahe and Xiaosun will cut the bamboo first, and then we will all carry it back together at the end. Okay, everyone responded. Then the bamboos fell one by one. The 3 men did not cut in one place, but picked the thickest ones. It was past 4 o'clock. The girls came back with their backpacks full of bamboo shoots. Rin Yuanyuan shouted, Captain, our backpacks are full. Okay, let's take a break and go back together later. Everyone sat on the bamboos, and the girls put down their backpacks. Zhang Lanfang said, Captain, this bamboo forest is so big, we can't dig up all the bamboo shoots. It's okay. We can dig more after we finish eating these. I guess new ones will have grown by then. Wang Yuan picked up a bamboo shoot, peeled off the skin, cut off a small piece with a dagger, tasted it, and found it was a sweet bamboo shoot. Zheng Liwan asked curiously, Captain, can bamboo shoots be eaten raw? No, there are sweet and bitter bamboo shoots. The bitter ones need to be blanched and soaked in water for a few more times to remove the bitterness before eating. It just so happens that ours are sweet. Oh! Seeing that everyone had rested for a while, he crushed out his cigarette, stood up and said, Okay, let's go back. Okay, let's go. Everyone stood up. Wang Yuan carried 3 bamboos and followed the second king to lead the way, and everyone returned to the camp in a mighty manner. Well, Sister Fang, Mr. Jiang, you guys can cook, and the rest of you can go back with me to move the bamboo. We can still move 2 more loads before dark. Okay, Oklahoma? Everyone responded. The 3 men and 3 women went into the bamboo forest, not the grove again. Wow, it's so heavy. Yes, this bamboo is thick, long, and too heavy. You women just need to move 1 tree. If you can't carry it, just drag it along. Oh! At this time, Sister Zhou held a bamboo in each hand and dragged it away. Wang Yuan asked in surprise, Wow, Sister Zhou, what did you do before? I'm a farmer. The dialect came out. Then can you beat 10? Puff! The bamboos that everyone had lifted with great difficulty fell down. Ha! The 6 of them chatted and laughed as they moved 2 loads of bamboo, and the sky gradually darkened. The food was ready and served on the table. Everyone sat around the table and prepared to eat. Sister Fang, do you have any wine? Let's drink some to relieve our fatigue. Wang Yuan asked. Yes, I brought all the wine today. There are also a few boxes of drinks in the shelter. Okay, give me a bottle of Louis XIII. Zhang Lanfang rolled her beautiful eyes, threw him a bottle of brandy, and said, What do you want? Rin Yuanyuan raised her hand. Red wine. Okay, red wine. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, beef stewed with potatoes, seafood, ham and mushroom soup, and the second king was fed 2 large pieces of shark jerky. This soup is so delicious. Tasty. China. Shut up, everyone shouted. Cough, oh. Dahe looked aggrieved, and I hadn't finished speaking yet. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Wang Yuan asked, Sister Zhou, are the beddings dry? I checked, it's still a little wet. Luckily, we fished out a lot of bedding, and half of it is still unwashed. Okay then, take the bedding back and dry it tomorrow. Okay. The girls went to collect the bedding. Wang Yuan handed a rope to Dahe. Dahe, cut the lower part of the bamboo according to the length of this rope. Xiaosun, clean up the branches and leaves of the bamboo. Okay. Wang Yuan picked up a fire axe and chopped wood for table legs, preparing to build a table. The bamboo was cut into certain lengths. Holes were drilled with a chisel, and the bamboo was fixed to the table legs to make a table frame that was about 1.5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high. After the girls finished collecting the bedding and came over, Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, are you going to make a table? Well, if you have nothing to do, make one too. We'll use it when we eat. Okay. The girls worked together to make a low table. Wang Yuan split the bamboo in the middle into bamboo strips, cut the strips into pieces according to the width of the tabletop, and laid them on the table, tying them tightly with ropes. The table was ready. He put the gas stove on top, put bottles and jars of seasonings on the other side, and temporarily put pots and pans under the table. The table we made is pretty nice too. Yeah, it's still very sturdy. The girls also finished making the coffee table. Thump, thump, thump. At this time, the roar of a helicopter engine came from the distance. Oh no! Hurry! Scatter and hide! Wang Yuan shouted. Everyone blew out the oil lamps and ran to the hillsides on both sides. The engine's sounds were getting closer, but they did not appear over the camp. The two helicopters simply flew from north to south in the east. Only when the sound faded away did everyone return to the shed. Okay, very good. Next time when you encounter danger, you must disperse and avoid it like this. Don't gather in a group to avoid being wiped out. Wang Yuan found that he, Dahe, Shaosun, and Zhang Yin ran to the west slope, while the other women ran to the east slope. Chapter 190 For the attic is built. Everyone returned to the shed, lit an oil lamp, and everyone looked at Wang Yuan. Okay, relax, it's no big deal. The helicopter is definitely not for rescue. Let's not have any illusions. We can only rely on ourselves. But this helicopter flies past here every few days. Maybe we can ask them for help. Sister Zhou questioned. No, we can't tell whether they are friends or foes right now. We can only ask them for help when we can ensure safety. Since this is an armed helicopter, it means they are from the military. As long as we identify ourselves, they will definitely rescue us. But there's a civil war going on in Country C. What if they think we're spies? International conventions don't protect spies. One missile would be enough to finish us off. But, okay, Sister Zhou, just listen to the captain. After all, our country may not have diplomatic relations with them, and we don't know which force they belong to. Zhang Lanfang said. After a while, the helicopter flew back, and everyone hid again. The helicopter flew back from another direction. Okay, let's all take a break. Wang Yuan arranged wood and bamboo around the shed, placed pots, pans, etc. on it, and made it into an alarm. It seems that this place is not very safe. If a helicopter flies overhead during the day, it will definitely be discovered. I have to think of a way to camouflage this place tomorrow. Wang Yuan fell asleep while thinking. The next morning, Wang Yuan woke up. His mind was still not clear. There was no wind in the valley at night, and there was nothing to block the shed, so there were a lot of mosquitoes which kept buzzing in his ears. Everyone fell asleep after covering their heads with blankets. They didn't get a good night's rest, so their brains were dizzy. It has been like this for the past 2 days, and it only got better after I took a shower. It seems like I have to find some mosquito repellent. Everyone finished washing up, and while the women were cooking, the 3 men went to carry some bamboo. After breakfast, Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, are we all going to move bamboo today? No, you women should go to the beach and pick some mugwort or something to repel mosquitoes at night. Well, I'm annoyed by mosquitoes at night. Okay then, let's take action. After the girls left, Wang Yuan and the other 2 went to the bamboo forest and moved all the bamboo they had cut yesterday back to the camp. Then they asked Dahe and Shaosun to continue cutting bamboo while Wang Yuan built a house. Dahe and Shaosun also carried back several loads of bamboo and finally paved the floors of the 3 rooms before noon. At this time, the girls came back with seafood and drinks, and each of them had some mugwort in their backpacks. Sister Fong, Mr. Jiang, you guys cook. Sister Zhou, you guys dry the mugwort. Yuan, and Sister Zheng, take a can and follow me to the grove, no, to the pine forest. Wang Yuan arranged the work for the girls. Okay, the girls started to get busy. Wang Yuan took the 2 girls to the west hillside, where there were many pine and cypress trees. Cut off the top of the can and use the can to collect pine oil. There is oil on many pine trees. Wang Yuan cut off the top of a can. Some of the oil that flowed out from the pine trees fell to the ground, and some hung on the trees. After drying, it formed hard lumps, which he took out and put into the can. The 2 girls followed suit and searched every pine tree. Captain, what are you looking for? Dahe and Shaosun came over dragging bamboo. Song, you will be back soon. Go back and have a rest. We'll talk after dinner. Good. After a while, Wang Yuan and the other 2's cans were filled with pine oil. Wang Yuan broke some pine branches, and the 3 returned to the camp. At this time, the food was ready. After lunch, Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, what are we going to do in the afternoon? Our house will be built this afternoon. You women can go to the lake to cut some thatch. There's no rush anyway. Go take a bath in the lake. But be sure not to keep your weapons too far away. Got it. The girls happily took their weapons and toiletries and left. The remaining 3 people, Wang Yuan, built the house together at a very fast speed. They first tied the surrounding walls with bamboos side by side at the bottom, and then lifted them up to fix them. The room partition walls were also tied with bamboos side by side. There were 3 rooms in total, and a bamboo door was made on the south side. The bamboo door was even simpler to make. All they had to do was build the roof. Then the women came back, each carrying a bundle of thatch. I couldn't help but admire the emerald green bamboo house. Wow, so beautiful, so beautiful. Everyone sat in front of the house to rest. Only Jiang Yin saw something and asked, Captain, why don't you build the house close to the cliff? Why do you want to build it into a loft? Oh, yes, wouldn't that save more materials? The girls all looked at Wang Yuan in confusion. Well, if it rains, the rain will flow into the house along the cliff wall. Sometimes there will be a rockfall on the cliff, and it will hit us. The main reason for building the attic is because it is too humid here, and it is just to isolate the ground. When the time comes, we can also put some hay and firewood underneath and let the tiger live there. Oh! The girls suddenly realized and looked at Wang Yuan in admiration. Ahem, okay, I guess one more batch of thatch will be enough. Wang Yuan blushed a little when being stared at by the girls. Okay, sisters, let's go. We'll come back after taking a shower. Zhang Lanfang called the girls and walked towards the lake again. After Wang Yuan and the other two finished smoking, they pieced together the tarpaulin, plastic sheeting, and woven bags, put them on the roof, and tied them securely with ropes around them. The thatch was clamped onto the roof using bamboo strips, and finally some bamboo branches were thrown on top for camouflage. Seeing that there was still a lot of wood and bamboo left, they simply built a corridor at the entrance of the house, put up railings, and built stairs on both sides of the corridor. Finally, they inserted bamboo branches everywhere to create camouflage, and the job was done. The three of them looked at their masterpiece happily, and even the cigarettes they smoked tasted sweet. Wang Yuan looked at the time, and it was already 4 o'clock. He said, Dahe, Xiaosun, we still have to go cut bamboo and build a fence around it to keep out some wild animals. Okay, the three of them went to cut bamboo together again. About an hour later, as it was getting dark, the three men came back dragging the bamboos. It would take a lot of bamboo to make a fence, and it would probably take the whole morning tomorrow. The girls have returned, their hair still wet, each one more charming than the other. Captain, can we stay in the house tonight? Rin Yuanyuan asked. Of course, but there's no bed, so I have to sleep on the floor. Tisk. All the girls were very excited. Okay, you guys build a fire and have a barbecue. We'll need some charcoal later. Okay, then we'll grill some seafood, stir-fry some bamboo shoots, and make some mushroom soup tonight. Jiang Yin said as she steamed the rice. Chapter 195, Making Mosquito Coils. While the girls were busy cooking, Wang Yuan and his two men tied the thatch tightly with bamboo clips and placed it on top of the shed, also throwing bamboo branches on top for camouflage. After it was done, the food was served. Zhang Lanfang smiled and said, Captain, do you want more Louis XIII? Forget it, just have a bottle of XO. Tisk. The girls rolled their eyes at him. What are you drinking? It's still a good wine, it's good for your skin. Okay, Sister Fong, put the beer in the stream tomorrow and soak it there. When you take it out when you're ready to drink it, it will definitely be cool. Wang Yuan said after taking a sip of brandy. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Jiang Yin suddenly frowned and said, Oh, by the way, Captain, a few potatoes have sprouted. It's okay, Sister Zhou. I'll leave it to you. Find a place to plant them tomorrow. Eat the potatoes that haven't sprouted in the next few days. Okay, you can eat the sauerkraut and pickles I pickled now, said Sister Zhou. Really? That's great. I want to eat fried pork with sauerkraut and fish with sauerkraut. Rin Yuan exclaimed. Foodie, Zhang Lanfang scolded. Okay, let's go to the lake some other time and see if we can catch some freshwater fish. After everyone finished eating, the girls went to wash the dishes, and Wang Yuan placed 3 cans full of pine oil on the dying fire. Dahe, chop the pine needles into pieces. Xiaosun, crush the mugwort leaves. Wang Yuan brought over the pine branches and mugwort that had been dried in the sun during the day. Okay. Wang Yuan collected some sawdust and put them into cans of pine oil. He also took out a few pieces of charcoal from the fire, crushed them into powder with a stone, and put them into the cans. After a while, the pine oil will melt. Use a wooden stick to pick out the can and pour it into a basin. Add the pine needles and chopped mugwort leaves. Stir evenly with a wooden stick and set aside to dry. After the girls came back, they collected the beddings that were hung out to dry and put them in the rooms in the attic. The girls had already divided the rooms. The 3 men were in the east room, Zhang Lanfang, Jiang Yin, and Rin Yuanyuan were in the middle room, and Sister Zhou and Zheng Liwan were in the west room. After the girls were assigned to their rooms, They returned to the shed and watched Wang Yuan make mosquito coils. Wang Yuan flicked the cigarette but into the fire, then used a dagger to cut a few thin bamboo tubes with closed ends. He stuffed the pine oil mixture into the tubes and pressed them firmly with a wooden stick. He did this until more than a dozen bamboo tubes were filled before he used up the mixture. Okay, once the mosquito coils are solidified, they will be ready. We can light them up later. We will make more tomorrow and use them later. Let's all take a rest now. Wang Yuan distributed mosquito coils to everyone. Okay, everyone walked into the room, lit a lamp of oil in each room, laid out the mat, and the mosquito coils solidified. They lit another one in each room, and immediately the scent of pine resin mixed with mugwort wafted out from the bamboo tubes. After closing the door and turning off the lights, everyone went to rest. The second king also walked to the bottom of the attic and lay down. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Wang Yuan woke up and walked out of the room. The mosquito coil had burned out, but it was really useful. He slept comfortably without being disturbed by mosquitoes all night. I lit a cigarette and went down to the cliff to drain the water. Today I not only had to build a fence, but I also had to build a toilet, otherwise it would be too inconvenient. Hey, why didn't the second king follow us? I looked down into the attic and saw that the two of them had caught a wild rabbit and were eating it. Everyone got up after a while, and Ren Yuanyuan shouted, "Captain, the mosquito coils are really useful. I didn't hear any mosquitoes all night." Of course. After washing up, Jiang Yin cooked a pot of rice porridge and fried a large bowl of shredded potatoes. After breakfast, Zhang Lanfang asked, "Captain, are we women still going to the beach?" "Well, go ahead and collect the fish cages. If the tide goes out, clean out the puddles. We men will build a fence here and enclose a yard." Okay. Zhang Lanfang took the women away. "Let's go, let's get busy." Wang Yuan flicked the cigarette but away. The three of them went to the bamboo forest and moved all the bamboo they had cut yesterday back to the camp, and then continued cutting bamboo. It was not until 10 o'clock that they felt there was enough bamboo, so the three of them returned to the camp to build a fence. The north side was a cliff and did not need to be built, but the other three sides had to be built. The east side would be right next to the stream, so you would be at the stream as soon as you go out. The south and west sides did not need too much space, just enough for everyone to move around, so they built doors on all three sides. The sharpened bamboo was divided into 2 layers, just like on the previous island. Except for small animals like rabbits and mice, no larger animals can get in. The three of them didn't need to dig a hole. They just used bamboo poles to divide it into 2 layers and fix it horizontally. Xiao Sun learned quickly, and the three of them finished it in an hour. At this time, the girls came back, and looking at their happy expressions, it was clear that they had a good harvest. "Wow, the fence is built." "Well, you didn't run into any danger today, did you?" "No." "Okay, Sister Fong, Mr. Jiang, you guys go cook. Sister Zhou, you can plant those potatoes behind the house. Yuan and Sister Zheng will help." "Okay." Wang Yuan and the other 2 took bamboo sticks and stuck them into the fence as camouflage. Some were inserted outside, some inside, and some were thrown on it randomly. If they were discovered too regularly, they would definitely attract attention. Sister Zhou's 3 daughters cut the sprouted potatoes into pieces and planted them on the grass under the cliff behind the house. They cleared a small area of weeds around it and planted more than a dozen potatoes. After finishing everything, we washed our hands and ate. Potato stewed with beef, braised sea fish, mushroom soup. The remaining seafood was kept in buckets with seawater. "Captain, the weather is so hot. Let's drink some beer," Ren Yuan said in a soft voice. "Okay, there are cans and bottles, and everyone wants something. I'll have a can. I want a bottle." Ren Yuan and Zheng Liwan each took a basin and went to the stream to fill it with beer. "Wow, it's chilling. Yeah, my heart is flying," Ren Yuan and Zheng Liwan, 2 good friends, sang in unison. "When did you 2 become the 2 heroes?" Wang Yuan said. "Haha." After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Zhang Lanfang asked, "Captain, what are we going to do this afternoon?" "I have nothing to do this afternoon. Why don't you go and dig wild vegetables? We found a lot of wild vegetables on the eastern hillside. Dahe and Xiaosan will go build a toilet." "Okay, sisters, let's go." The women took their equipment and headed towards the eastern hillside. "Dahe, Xiaosan, go cut some more bamboo. 1 trip will be enough." "Okay." Wang Yuan took an engineering shovel and dug a big hole in the corner of the western fence. He put wood on it, leaving a hole. Dahe and the other man dragged back 6 bamboos and asked the 2 men to cut the bamboos and add the remaining ones, split them in half from the middle, and then tie the bamboo strips side by side to make a bamboo wall. The 4 corners of the toilet were supported by wood, a bamboo door was made, the roof was covered with plastic sheeting and thatch, the surroundings were camouflaged, and some wood ash was sprinkled to prevent snakes and insects. The toilet was built. Chapter 196. Fierce Battle in the Sea. Dahe Xiaosun, we've done our job. We'll be free for the afternoon. Let's go take a bath in the lake and see if there are any freshwater fish. If there are any big fish, we'll go fishing tomorrow. Okay. The 3 men brought their weapons, toiletries, and changes of clothes to the lake, took off their clothes, and jumped into the lake. The second king also jumped in, but only played in the shallow water. Wang Yuan swam to the center of the lake and dived directly into the water. The water was very clear, so he could observe the situation in the water. Sure enough, there were freshwater fish, and there were a lot of them. Upon closer inspection, they were all tilapia, in various colors, black, white, and gray, and in groups. This kind of fish reproduces quickly and grows fast. Maybe there are no natural enemies in the lake. Some tilapia have grown very large. Thinking of the fishing nets pulled up from the sunken ship, if one net is caught, it will definitely be enough for everyone to eat for a week. Wang Yuan surfaced, swam back, and said excitedly, "There are fish, and there are quite a few. We have nothing to do tomorrow, so it's nice to come here and fish." Very good. After taking a shower, the 3 returned to the camp. The girls also came back and were picking vegetables in the shed. "Captain, are you guys going to take a shower?" Rin Yuan asked. "Yeah." Wang Yuan took a sip of water and responded. "Did you clean it up?" Puff. Wang Yuan spat out a mouthful of water. Ha ha. Wang Yuan and the other 2 hung the wash clothes on the rack. Just then, the sound of a helicopter engine was suddenly heard. Wang Yuan shouted, "Quick, quick, quick." The 3 men collected their clothes again. Wang Yuan kicked the shelf down, threw the clothes into the shed, put on his backpack, and picked up his weapon. The girls were all packed. At this time, the sound of helicopter engines came from the north to the west. The western shelter was there. "Let's all go west," Wang Yuan said, and ran to the west first. When they ran to the bamboo forest and looked back, they saw that only Dahe had caught up, and Xiaosan and the other girls were far behind. They could only shout back, "Sister Fong, we'll go over and take a look first, and you can just follow." "Okay, go ahead," Zhang Lanfang shouted. The slope of the hill here is not steep. After a while, he passed through a bamboo forest, then a forest, and finally reached the top of the mountain. He saw a big tree, and Wang Yuan quickly climbed up. He vaguely saw 2 helicopters flying over the sea. Wang Yuan raised his rifle and looked through the scope, only to see a helicopter chasing a small oil tanker. "Dahe, let's go and take a look." Dahe also saw it through a telescope from another tree. The 2 slid down, and Wang Yuan made a mark on the tree trunk with a dagger. The 2 rushed out again, making marks at certain distances. After a while, we came out of the woods and arrived at the traveler's banana tree. At this time, the second king also followed, and the 2 tigers then ran outside. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Gunshots were heard from the sea. The 2 men arrived at the grass by the sea, hid themselves, and looked towards the sea together. The second king also squatted beside them. There was a fierce exchange of fire between the helicopter and the tanker on the sea. It could be seen that the firepower on the tanker was suppressed. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter engines was heard from the north. After a while, 3 helicopters revealed their true faces. The patterns on their fuselages were exactly the same as the previous 2. It was obvious that they were going to reinforce the 2 helicopters. At this time, the firepower on the tanker suddenly increased, probably a last-ditch effort. Suddenly, a rocket flew out from the oil tanker, boom, and hit a helicopter, which was blown into pieces. Another helicopter quickly turned and retreated, waiting for the arrival of 3 other reinforcement helicopters, and then directly launched missiles. 6 missiles rushed towards the tanker with tail flames. Boom, boom, boom. After a loud noise, the tanker tilted noticeably. People could be seen jumping into the sea from the tanker from time to time. For helicopters were hovering in the sky and firing at the sea from time to time, until the tanker completely sank into the sea. The 4 helicopters circled for a while, and finally launched a salvo at the sea before flying north. Only after the star flew far away did Wang Yuan and Dahe stand up, walk down, Come to the outside of the shelter, sit on the reef, and smoke. Dahe, can you tell which force it is? The logo on the helicopter should be that of the opposition forces in Country C. The Mod family must be behind this. They're just scum who want to make money from war and national disasters. They don't care about the lives of people in other countries. The war in Country C must have been instigated by them. At this time, the second Wang suddenly raised his head and looked towards the bushes. Rin Yuanyuan poked her head out, and when she saw Wang Yuan, her beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents and she shouted, "Captain, we are here." Then the girls and Xiao Sun came over. Wang Yuan asked, "Are you okay on the road?" "It's okay. We saw the mark you carved," Rin Yuanyuan said. Zhang Lanfang asked, "Captain, what happened?" "We also heard an explosion." Wang Yuan told them what had just happened and said, "According to my and Dahe's guess, the two sides of the civil war in Civil Sea should have started fighting here. Will they bring the war to this island? It's hard to say. We also have to be prepared to move at any time." "Okay, got it." Wang Yuan looked at his watch and saw it was almost 6 o'clock. He said, "It's getting dark soon. Let's stay here tonight and go back tomorrow." "I see. Fortunately, we have salt and fresh water in our backpacks. Let's go and collect the fish cages first," Zhang Lanfang said, and then took the girls to collect the fish cages. She didn't know if there would be enough food for everyone. Wang Yuan, Dahe, and Xiao Sun went to check out the puddle, but unfortunately it had been emptied by the girls in the morning, and the tide had not yet risen, so the puddle was empty. I walked around the surrounding reefs and only picked up a few shells and some sea vegetables. "Captain, the food harvested from the fish cages is not enough for us to eat." The women came over. "How much did you get?" "There are just a few fish and shrimps." Zhang Lanfang handed the float to Wang Yuan. There were only 4 or 5 palm-sized groupers and a few mantis shrimps in it. "Captain, why don't we go to the mangroves to catch crabs again?" Rin Yuanyuan couldn't help smacking her lips when she thought of the delicious crabs. "Okay then, after you catch it this time, don't think about it anymore. You can't go there to catch it for at least 3 months." Wang Yuan said. Zheng Liwan asked in confusion, "Why?" "Ecological balance." Rin Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at her. "Oh, I understand a little bit. But can we really live here for 3 months? Who knows this?" "Okay, it's going to be dark soon, let's go." It was already dark at this time. Everyone picked up a floating ball with an open mouth and walked towards the mangroves. When they arrived at the mangrove forest, everyone turned on 4 flashlights and just took off their shoes and rolled up their trouser legs when suddenly, "Whoa!" Xiao Wang ran over screaming. Chapter 197. Toss or Play. Xiao Wang ran up to Wang Yuan and looked at him pitifully. I saw a big crab lying on Xiao Wang's nose, and one of the crab's claws was clamped on Xiao Wang's nose. Xiao Wang kept shaking his head back and forth, but he couldn't get rid of it. Wang Yuan touched Xiao Wang's head to comfort him, then pinched the crab with one hand and flicked the crab's abdomen with the other hand, easily taking the crab off. The crab was placed in front of Xiao Wang, and then everyone watched a fight between the little tiger and the big crab. Chuckle, chuckle. Ha ha! Push harder. This move is called Black Tiger Heart Digging. Oh, go straight to Huang Long. Oh my god, why is it another feint? Haha, Turtle Fist. Crack, crack. Finally, the king couldn't stand it anymore, and he used his move that never failed. The dragon claw hand, no, it should be a tiger claw. He held down the crab, then opened his tiger's mouth and chewed the crab into pieces and swallowed it into his stomach. After eating, he even licked the tiger claw. Too arrogant. This king is so boring. Rin Yuanyuan said. That's right. That's right. Zheng Liwan agreed. After catching the crabs, everyone went to the beach to clean them. There were obviously not as many as last time, but it was enough for everyone to eat. They returned to the shelter, built a fire, skewered the crabs on sticks and grilled them, and also grilled the fish caught in the fishing cages to feed them to the 2 kings. After everyone had eaten, they saw that it was already past 10 o'clock. Wang Yuan flicked his cigarette, but into the fire and said, "Well, it's getting late. Let's all rest." Okay. Everyone returned to the shelter to rest. The next morning, everyone got up one after another, collected the fish cages and cleaned the puddles, and harvested a large amount of seafood. Everyone had a delicious seafood breakfast, and a large portion of it was given to the second king. Only then did they finish all the seafood. Zhang Lanfang asked at the right time, "Captain, what are we doing today?" "We have built the camp now and have enough food. As the saying goes, when you are well fed, you will think about, no, we should do some work or play now." and then we can enjoy life happily. We will play in the jungle, and it would be best if we can find wild fruits or something to supplement our vitamins. Okay, Captain, you can torture me. I can bear it. Rin Yuan shouted. You female pervert, do you know what modesty is? You have no sense of shame. Zhang Lanfang patted her head. All right then, Captain, shall we play together? Pucci. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's go. Wang Yuan said. Everyone followed Wang Yuan to the beach and chose a patch of grass that was not too dense and walked in. Wang Yuan screwed on the connecting arm of the engineer's shovel and handed it to Dahe. De Wang led the way in front, while Xiaowang excitedly ran around and acted as the happy pill for everyone. After walking for a while, we found a patch of pandanus trees with many wild pineapples growing on them. Some of them were ripe, and their attractive orange-red color made people salivate at the sight of them. Wow! Wild pineapple! Rin Yuan exclaimed. Is it delicious? It looks very tempting. Zheng Liwan asked. The taste is okay, sweet and sour, but there is not much pulp, so I can only eat it like sugarcane. Okay, Yuan sister Zheng Dai Xiaosun, you go and pick them, and the rest of you will weave the hats. Wang Yuan said. Yes, yes. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin had both seen Wang Yuan weaving straw hats and learned how to weave them, but Sister Zhou learned how to do it just by watching. The four people picked a large pile of pandanus leaves, first cut off the serrated thorns on the edges of the pandanus leaves, and then began weaving. After a while, Rin Yuan and Zheng Liwan came over, each holding a wild pineapple and eating it. Dahe and Xiaosun followed behind them. The four of them had their backpacks full. Rin Yuan put down her backpack. Ouch, it's so heavy. Then she twisted off a piece of wild pineapple and handed it to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan took it, took a bite, chewed it for a few times, spit it out, and said, It's very sweet. Then he picked up a straw hat and put it on Rin Yuan. Rin Yuan smiled and helped him up, then asked, Does it look good? Wang Yuan looked at it for a while and said, It looks good. Pretty people look good in anything. Rin Yuan's beautiful eyes smiled in a crescent. You, a blockhead, have finally come to your senses and learned how to praise others. Wang Yuan wove another straw hat and handed it to Zheng Liwan. Sister Zheng, you wear this one. Zheng Liwan played with the hat and couldn't let it go. Wow, it's so beautiful. At this time, Zhang Lanfang's three daughters had also finished braiding their hair and put them on their heads. Let's eat some wild pineapples first, one for each person, and don't eat too much, Wang Yuan said. Okay. After everyone finished eating the wild pineapples, Wang Yuan said, Let's share the wild pineapples, and then set off. Each person was given 2 wild pineapples. Rin Yuan asked, Captain, don't you men wear hats? Well, we men are not suitable to wear green hats, so you women should wear them. Go to hell? The girls rolled their eyes at Wang Yuan. Eh? Dahe and Xiaosun were grinning foolishly. What are you laughing at? Let's go. Rin Yuan shouted angrily. Oh. The group went around the pandanus forest and continued forward. Just as they were outside the woods, Zhang Lanfang suddenly pointed to a small patch of trees in front of him on the left and asked, Captain, what kind of tree is that? Its leaves look like those of a money tree, but the petioles are red. Wang Yuan looked over and was delighted. Haha, that's not a money tree, but it is a tree that can make us rich. What? It's like a tongue twister. Let's go and take a look. Everyone walked over. Wang Yuan took the engineer's shovel and dug into a small tree. After digging for a while, the small tree was pulled out with the roots underneath. There were 5 or 6 roots, some of which looked like yam and some like sweet potato. Captain, what is this? Cassava. Oh, I've seen tapioca starch, said Sister Zhou. Well, that's what tapioca starch is made of. Then let's dig. Everyone started digging quickly, some using daggers, some using machetes, and some using engineering shovels. Haha, Yuan, look, mine is so long. Sister Fong. What's the point of being long? Look at how thick mine is. Tisk, what's the use? Look at me, I can't even pull it out. I'm sure I'll beat you guys. Zheng Liwan shouted. Ahem, Captain, I suspect they are driving. Xiao Sun said weakly to Wang Yuan. These women are using such lewd words. How much do they need that? Xiao Sun, you must protect yourself in the future. Wang Yuan carefully warned Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun said depressedly, Captain, I don't think I need protection. I am the kind of person who is born with a protective layer. I think you should just give in to them. What? Xiao Sun, I feel like you definitely have the potential to be a pimp in ancient times. Captain, What are you talking about? Oh, Mr. Jiang, I feel that it is not appropriate for Xiao Sun to be a programmer in our company. What do you think about letting him do public relations? Puff. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 198, Fishing by the Lake. Wang Yuan saw that everyone had almost finished digging, so he shouted, "That's enough for now. Let's dig more after we finish eating." Okay. Everyone had almost filled their backpacks, which were still very heavy to carry, plus weapons, equipment, and other supplies. So everyone walked for a while and then took a break. They didn't touch the wild fruits and vegetables they encountered on the road, but just left a mark and would come back later. Finally, at about 11:30, everyone returned to the camp. Everyone was tired and sat in the shed, drinking beverages or fresh water frantically. There was no change around me. Everything was still the same as when I left yesterday. The wild vegetables I dug yesterday had all wilted, but the washed clothes were hung out to dry. "Captain, how do you eat cassava?" Zhang Lanfang asked. Wang Yuan took a deep puff of cigarette and said, "Don't eat it directly. Cassava is poisonous. It has to be processed before eating." "So how do we deal with this?" "Okay, go cook first. I'll teach you after we finish eating." "Okay." The girls went to cook, but the three men were discussing going to the lake to fish in the afternoon just for fun anyway. "Captain, it's time to eat." Ren Yuan invited everyone to eat. Everyone sat around the table and started eating. "Boss Jiang, this salad is really good, and it has a fresh orange fragrance. The oranges I picked that day were too sour and no one wanted to eat them, so I squeezed them into juice and used it as vinegar, which can also supplement some vitamins." "Yeah, our CEO Jiang is a woman who knows how to live." "Then you should be together," Zhang Lanfang said. "Let's not talk about this topic, okay? We can talk about it when we get back." "Okay." The women all had different expressions. Some were happy, some were disappointed, some were resentful, and some were admiring. "This bacon fried with shredded potatoes is also very good. The cooking time is just right." "But Captain, we only have enough potatoes for one more meal," Jiang Yin said. "It's okay. We have cassava. We can use cassava instead of potatoes in the future." After everyone finished lunch, Zhang Lanfang asked, "Captain, what should we do with this cassava?" "Cassava is poisonous, but don't be afraid. The toxins in cassava can be dissolved in water, so we peel the cassava first, then soak it in water, changing the water twice in the middle, and it will be ready to eat tomorrow morning. You can steam, boil, fry, or stir-fry it. Of course, we can also make cassava flour." "Sister Fong, do you remember how to make kudzu powder? It is made with the same method." "Okay, I already know how to do it. I can do it too." "Okay then, I'll leave it to you. The three of us are going to go fishing at the lake." "Okay." The three of them carried the fish, the bucket, and the small stool to the lake, and found a windy place to put down their things. I found a few earthworm holes in the grass, and dug up a few earthworms to use as bait. The three of them sat by the lake and started fishing, with Wang Yuan lying at his feet. Although there was an occasional breeze, the temperature was still very high, and the three of them had to wash their faces with lake water from time to time. Dahe said, "Alas, it's too hot, Wang. Let's make a parasol. Look at you, Dahe. You're getting darker and darker. You're absorbing all the sunlight. How can you not feel hot? Go back and ask those women for some sunscreen and some skincare products with good whitening effects." "Poochie, ha ha ha." Dahe looked depressed. "Who the hell got tanned? You were the one who got tanned. You need sunscreen and skincare products." "Okay, Dahe, I'm just kidding. Don't be depressed. We're the ones who got tanned. How about we go down and swim?" "Great, I'm really hot." Just then Xiao Sun shouted, "Fish caught, fish caught." Everyone looked at Xiao Sun's fishing rod. Xiao Sun pulled it hard and caught a palm-sized tilapia. He took the fish out and put it in a bucket, then filled the bucket with some water. "Not bad, Xiao Sun. You're the first one to catch a fish." Soon after, the three of them caught fish one after another and were so excited that they didn't even want to swim anymore. Suddenly Wang Yuan shouted, "Wow, this one is so heavy." Everyone stared at Wang Yuan's fishing rod, which was bent into an exaggerated arc. Wang Yuan and the fish started a tug of war. 10 minutes later, he finally pulled the fish into shallow water and could see clearly that the fish weighed at least 7 or 8 kilograms and was more than 40 centimeters long. The two kings jumped into the water to help drive the big fish towards the shore. These two guys really understand human nature now. Dahe took off his shoes and went down with an empty bucket. He directly scooped the fish in, removed the hook, and pulled it up. "Captain, what kind of fish is this?" Xiao Sun asked. "Tilapia. We fish for tilapia." Oh, I thought it was a Christian carp. They look so similar, especially this one. I've never heard of a Christian carp this big. Well, tilapia is also called African Christian carp. The largest one caught in our country weighs more than 20 kilograms. Okay, let's continue fishing. No one has been here before, so it should be easy to catch. Okay, Dahe and Shaosan were both in high spirits. They had long forgotten about swimming and started fishing excitedly. You need to keep a steady mind, be patient when fishing, and don't be impatient. No, Captain, we are here. At this time, the girls also came over with small stools and 2 fishing rods. Is the cassava ready? Well, half of it has been made into potato flour and is settling, and the other half has been peeled and is soaking in water. Okay, you guys want to swim? We can get out of the way for a bit. No, we can just take a shower at the stream in the evening. Oh my God, such a big fish. Let me see. I want to eat boiled fish, pickled fish, fish with sauce, sweet and sour. Wipe your saliva quickly. It's become a stream. Isn't it disgusting? Captain, what kind of fish are these? They look like Christian carp. Tilapia. Oh, I see. We have it in our country. It's an invasive species. Yes, this kind of fish has very few bones. This small fish is very delicious when grilled. Just sprinkle some salt on it, and it will be very delicious. Okay, let's have a barbecue tonight for the little one and make pickled fish for the big one. The girls also sat down. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin also set up their fishing rods and started fishing. Rin Yuan and Zheng Liwan took out some wild pineapples and shared them with everyone. People continued to catch fish, and the weather became increasingly hot and humid. Captain, the fish here are so easy to catch. It's probably going to rain. Look, there are more and more dark clouds in the sky, and the fish are floating upwards. Sister Zhou, Yuan, go dig some more earthworms. We don't have enough bait. Okay, Captain, can we keep so many fish? We can only keep a few small ones in buckets. Why don't we dig a hole by the stream tomorrow, so we can keep more? They kept fishing until about 4 o'clock, when raindrops as big as beans began to fall. Hurry, pack up and go back! When everyone returned to the shed, they were all soaked. Chapter 199, The Beautiful Girl Among Birds. Everyone ran to the attic carrying plastic sheets or woven bags, changed their wet clothes, and returned to the shed. Air Wong was circling around the bucket, looking at the fish inside, wanting to put out his claws but not daring to, causing everyone to laugh. The girls replaced the water in the basin with cassava and poured out the water on top of the cassava flour. Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, can we make noodles with so much cassava flour? Of course, there will be noodles, dumplings, and buns. Hey, I want to eat them all. You're a foodie. What don't you want to eat? At this time, Wang Yuan said, Well, I'll make a snack first, and then you guys can cook. Ah, Captain, are you going to make something delicious again? No, I'm just making one ingredient, and you guys can make it after it's done. Oh. Wang Yuan first boiled half a pot of water, then added clean water and some salt to half a basin of cassava flour and stirred it evenly to form a milky white liquid. When the water in the steamer boiled, he poured the liquid in the basin into the pot and stirred it constantly. When a jelly-like substance formed in the pot, he filled 4 basins respectively. Wang Yuan shouted, It's done! Captain, what is this? Rin Yuan was about to reach out to touch the basin. Don't move. It's hot. You'll know when it cools down. All right, Sister Fa, Mr. Jiang, you guys should kill the fish, marinate it if necessary, grill it if necessary, and we'll start eating when it gets dark. Okay, the girls started to get busy. The sky gradually darkened, and everyone gathered around the fire to grill fish. There was a large pot of sauerkraut fish on the table. The sauerkraut was made of cabbage, but it seemed to taste even more delicious. The tapioca flour that had been cooked in the pot had also cooled down completely. Wang Yuan poured out a portion of the pot, cut it into small cubes, and asked Jiang Yin to mix it with cold water. Each of them got a bowl. This grilled fish is delicious. I think this pickled fish is delicious. Well, this soup is more delicious. This cassava jelly is still the best, chewy and light. China, shut up. Cough, woo, cough, cough. King, I. Don't talk, close your eyes and enjoy it. Dahe took a big sip of sauerkraut fish soup, closed his eyes, and shook his head with enjoyment. This grilled fish is good too. Well, it's really not like the Christian carp in China, which is full of bones. Well, not only is it thornless, it's also very delicious. Captain, what we fished in the pond on the last island were black carp or Christian carp. Those fish should only be found in our country. Zhang Lanfang said. Yes, I suspect those fish were put there for breeding earlier, such as the owners of the buildings we saw in the valley. Yes, those buildings are all in the ancient style of our country. Okay, we're not doing archaeology. Why think so much? Rainy days are the best for sleeping, so let's finish eating and rest. All right. In the end, no one even ate rice, and they were full after eating a bowl of cassava jelly. The second king also ate the leftover grilled fish and sauerkraut fish soup mixed with cassava jelly, and he ate them with gusto. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and no one knew when it would stop. Wang Yuan looked at the time and saw it was almost 9 o'clock. He said, Okay, let's go back and rest. We can't do anything after the rain stops. Okay. Everyone ran back to the attic to rest, and the second king also ran to the bottom of the attic and lay down. The next morning, a tiger roar woke everyone up. Wang Yuan pushed open the door and walked out. The rain had stopped. Wang was standing in front of the attic, looking at the grass ahead with fear. There were 2 cobras coiled on the grass, spitting out their tongues at the 2 kings. Everyone pushed the door open, and Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, what happened? Look, 2 cobras. Oh, just go over and kill him, and it will be over. Ren Yuan said as she went to look for weapons. Wait a moment. These 2 big, beautiful birds flew into the grass in the yard. Ren Yuan exclaimed. What a beautiful crane. The tails and thighs of the 2 big birds are black, and the rest of the body is snow white. They are about 1.5 meters tall and 1.5 meters long. There are a few feathers behind their heads that are like hairpins inserted on their heads. Wang Yuan said, This is not a crane. Ah, what is that? This bird is called a secretary bird. Dahe should know that it is a bird unique to Africa and is one of the natural enemies of snakes. Its long legs, graceful figure, long eyelashes, and orange-red eyeshadow make its beautiful phoenix eyes even more charming. Add to that the hairpin on the back of its head. Do you think it looks like Zhou Zhirua? Wang, who is Zhou Zhirua? A Mei sect leader. Dahe, wouldn't it be better if you read less of those cool novels and more traditional novels? Captain, do you like Zhou Zhirua? Don't make a fuss. I like Yuan. Ah, you like Yuan. Some of the girls' hearts skipped a beat. Some were surprised. Only Yuan blushed and didn't dare to look at Wang Yuan. Yes, Gao Yuan. Humph, I really want to beat you to death. Ren Yuan gritted her teeth. Haha, so you're a celebrity. At this time, 2 secretary birds walked in front of the cobra. When one cobra was about to attack, the other secretary bird swung its long legs and swept the snake's head to the side. Then it kicked the snake's head to the ground, stepped forward, and stepped directly on the snake's head to the ground. The other foot stepped on the snake's body. The cobra was unable to move at this time, and the secretary bird pecked out its heart with its beak and swallowed it. Great kick! Another cobra was pecked to death by another secretary bird in the same way, and finally the 2 snakes were swallowed by the secretary birds. Then the 2 secretary birds spread their wings and flew away. What a great skill! This is a peerless master. When the work is done, I will leave, hiding my achievements and fame. King, what do you mean? Don't you often read online novels? How could you not know? I'll just read some Chinese literature. Those profound and difficult to understand novels are not suitable for me. That's right. Captain, this secretary bird is so beautiful and powerful. Can we catch one and raise it? Ren Yuan asked. No, secretary birds only have one mate in their lifetime, and they only have one nest in their lifetime. We can't separate them, and we shouldn't force them. Well, just for this love, we can't hurt them. Don't be like someone who attracts all kinds of people. Ren Yuan glanced at Wang Yuan while saying this. What does it have to do with me? Why are you looking at me? I'm helpless too, okay? Ahem, well, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, Wang Yuan ran into the bathroom like the wind. Yuan, look how scared you are, the captain. I'm innocent too, okay? Ha, you're still innocent? Okay, go wash up first. Zhang Lanfang rolled her eyes at her. Jiang Yin glanced at the toilet, thoughtfully. Chapter 200 Jungle Life After the Rain. After everyone finished breakfast, Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, what are we going to do today? Washing clothes, washing bedding, taking a bath, fishing, you name it, but don't go into the jungle. Okay, Captain, what should we do with these cassavas? Jiang Yin asked after the girls changed the water in which the cassavas were soaked. Then let's steam them all at noon, and when the sun comes out, let's dry the cassava flour, and then we can go fishing. All right. Wang Yuan and the other two men were fully equipped and walked towards the lake while smoking. Zhang Lanfang said, "Sisters, let's go wash the clothes and wash the unwashed bedding so that we can change them later." Okay. The girls were washing clothes and bedding by the stream. Sister Fong, how did you steal the captain's underwear? Rin Yuanyuan asked. You damn girl. How do you know it's the captain's? The front is so big, it must be held up by the captain. Pfft. You naughty girl. Why are you so lewd now, staring at men's private parts? Hee, Sister Fong, I don't believe you don't want to. You dare to make up stories about me? I'll tear your mouth apart. Zhang Lanfang pretended to pounce on him. Ah, I surrender. I surrender. Rin Yuanyuan quickly raised her hands in surrender. Humph, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up. Okay, Sister Fong, calm down. I won't dare to do it again. At this time, the sun came out, the weather was getting hotter and hotter, and the moisture on the ground was evaporated, making people feel like they were in a sauna. After the girls finished washing the clothes and bedding, they broke out in sweat again. Sister Fong, why don't we take another shower? Rin Yuanyuan said. But will the captain and the others come back? It's only a little after 9 now. They won't be back until after 11. Let's hurry up and wash up and go fishing by the lake. Oh well. The girls quickly got towels and toiletries, took off their clothes, and jumped into the stream to wash. Sister Zheng, why don't you come down? Rin Yuanyuan asked when she saw Zheng Liwan lying on the shore without taking off her clothes. Well, my relatives are here. Then why don't you just wipe it with a towel? Okay. Zheng Liwan took off her clothes and wiped her body with a wet towel. The wound on her arm had healed. Oh, so cool. So comfortable. Rin Yuanyuan shouted. Hey, Sister Zhou, Sister Zheng, you have gained a lot of weight in the past few days. Your health is much better than when I saw you that day. Sister Zhou said, well, I've been eating well and sleeping well these past few days. So how can I not gain weight? Sister Zheng, you are 36E. Come and compare with Sister Fong. Roll! After taking a shower, the girls got dressed, took their equipment, and went to the lake to fish. When they got to the lake, they saw Er Wang lying at Wang Yuan's feet and staring at the lake. Rin Yuanyuan shouted, Captain, how much have you caught? More than a dozen. It's a lot, but it's a pity there are no big fish. The girls looked at the fish in the bucket. It was not until noon that everyone returned home with a full load. The largest fish they caught that morning weighed only 4 or 5 pounds. At noon, I steamed 2 large pots of cassava, steamed 2 fish, and made a pot of fish soup. This cassava is soft, sticky, and delicious. It tastes like yam. This fish soup is also very delicious. Hua ham. Dahe was about to speak, but when he saw the looks from everyone, he held his words back. Ha ha! Everyone laughed when they saw Dahe's depressed expression. In the afternoon, everyone went fishing again and did not return to the camp until the fog rose in the evening. For the next 2 days, fog appeared in the evening and did not dissipate until the sun rose the next day. The group continued fishing for 2 days. There were so many fish that they couldn't eat them all, so the remaining fish were pickled and dried. It was not until the morning of the 3rd day that Wang Yuan pushed the door open and walked out. The fog was gone, and his depressed mood of the past few days also improved. He stretched, walked under the shed, drank some water, and went to the stream to wash up. The second king followed him to drink water by the stream. Everyone got up one after another, and after breakfast, Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, what are we going to do today? We only have some dried radishes and pickled cabbage left. We've also eaten all the fruit. We can only continue to work hard. We'll go to the beach to collect the fish cages first. If the tide goes out, we'll clean out the puddles. Okay, let's pack up now and leave immediately. Everyone took their equipment and went to the lake first, then entered the woods and headed towards the sea. This orange tree has several ripe oranges again. Then pick it up. Captain, I found that there are a lot of wild vegetables on this island. Well, we won't have to worry about having no food to eat in the future. Wool. Suddenly, the second king stopped vigilantly and let out a howling sound. When everyone looked, they saw a black and white coral snake slowly swimming towards them. Everyone picked up their weapons. Machetes and engineering shovels were raised, pistols and rifles were pointed at the snake. The safety was released, and they took aim. Pu Lingling. At this time, 2 secretary birds flew to the side of the coral snake. Bang! 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 1 flying kick and 2 side kicks. Oh my god! Wong, look! This is definitely Lee Sangio. Dahei shouted. The other snake bird kicked sideways, stomped forward and chopped down. The snake's head was already reduced to pulp. Well, Dahei, this is Tam Leg, the northern leg among the southern fists and northern legs. So cool. I want to learn Chinese Kung Fu. Then you should go and worship them as your teachers. What? They're just birds. Dahei, let me tell you this. Chinese Kung Fu was actually created based on some natural phenomena, such as Tai Chi, Bagwazang, etc., and some animal forms such as Xingyi Iquan, Manus boxing, and the tiger crane double form of southern boxing, etc. This is only a small part of Chinese Kung Fu. If you break it down, there are also internal boxing, external boxing, and then various schools. There are even many kinds of boxing about birds, such as eagle claw, crane form, bird trace boxing, and even chicken boxing and duck boxing. There are many, and as long as you are proficient in one, you could be called a master. Ah, that's so powerful, but I want to learn the 18 dragons subduing palms and the 6 meridians divine sword. But none of us know how to do it. How about I teach you a martial arts and sword technique that is simple to start with, but also extremely powerful? What is it? Sunflower manual and exorcism sword technique. Puff! Someone couldn't help it. Don't make any noise. Just listen to it and treat it as a story. Zhang Lanfang said. Wang, how do I get started? Tell me. Dahei said anxiously. Well, listen carefully. Yeah. Dahei nodded heavily. The way of heaven is to reduce the excess and replenish the deficiency. Therefore, the empty overcomes the full, and the deficiency overcomes the excess. Ah! Dahei looked confused. Ah! Sorry, I recited it wrong. I recited the 9 in manual. I'll start over. Okay, I have paper and pen ready. Let him be strong. The breeze blows over the hills. Let him be arrogant. The bright moon shines over the river. Ah! Dahei's face was full of question marks again. Chapter 2:01 The Shelter is attacked. Sorry, this is the 9 divine art. I recited it wrong again. Wang, please think about it carefully. Well, Zhaoke's hair is like a hu ribbon. Wu Go is shining like frost and snow. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, and its steps are as fast as shooting stars. That's not right either. This is Tai Tianxian Sutra. Dahei looked at Wang Yuan with admiration. At this time, the 2 secretary vultures finished eating the coral snake and flew away, and the group continued on their journey. Captain, these 2 secretary birds must live nearby. Zhang Lanfang said. Well, secretary birds usually come out at around 8 or 9 o'clock. They must have been woken up by the tigers howling a few days ago, so they must live not far away. Wang Yuan said. Wang, tell me more. Dahei was immersed in the beautiful dream of learning martial arts. The key is that I know too much. I forgot which one is the sunflower manual and which one is the exorcism sword technique. Why don't you let Boss Sun teach you? He is very proficient in this. Puff! Xiao Sun looked depressed. How did it happen to me? Who is proficient in the sunflower manual? Who is proficient in the sword technique of exorcism? At this time, Dahei turned to Xiao Sun and said, Xiao Sun, tell me about it. Xiao Sun said awkwardly, Hey Dahei, do you think I know martial arts? Do you know the mantra of the mental method? Yes or no? Xiao Sun looked at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan nodded encouragingly to Xiao Sun. Dahei said anxiously, Just recite a few lines for me to hear. Xiao Sun had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Okay, if you want to practice magic, you must castrate yourself first. If, good, let's applaud. Wang Yuan shouted. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone applauded. Wait, what's gone, what's palace? What's next? Dahei shouted dissatisfiedly. Okay, Dahei, practice these 2 sentences first, and then practice the rest. You need to practice them late at night when everyone is asleep. Let Xiao Sun teach you in the evening. Wang Yuan patted Dahei's shoulder and gave him a look that said, You understand. Yeah. Dahei nodded. Cool. Ren Yuan's shoulders twitched. Huff. Zhang Yan's face twisted. Cough. Zhang Lanfang's chest was shaking. Hum. Sister Zhou kept wiping her tears. No, I can't breathe, Zheng Liwan said while panting. Dahei saw something was wrong and asked, Wang, what happened to them? Wang Yuan said nonsense in a serious tone. Maybe I ate too much chili and went to the toilet this morning. All the girls rolled their eyes at him. Poochie, hi. Xiao Sun started laughing. Xiao Sun, is it so funny? Wang Yuan glanced at Xiao Sun. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Like a chain reaction, all the girls started laughing. Wang, is it so funny? Didn't I tell you that their sense of humor is too low? The girls collapsed on the ground powerlessly. Sister Zhou pounded the ground desperately. Zhang Lanfang kicked her legs. Jiang Yin held her head. Zheng Liwan covered her stomach. Ren Yuanyuan rolled over, and Xiao Sun lay on the ground holding his backpack. Wang Yuan and Dahe looked at them, and Erwang also looked at them. Wang, they're not stupid, are they? No, maybe I took the wrong medicine this morning. After finally recovering from the shock, Zhang Lanfang said, "Oh my God, my stomach hurts. Me too. I can hardly breathe." At this time, Zheng Liwan whispered to Ren Yuanyuan, "Yuanyuan, can you help me check if there is any leakage from behind?" Ren Yuanyuan took a look and said, "No, don't worry. Do you need to change it?" "No." Seeing everyone standing up, Wang Yuan shouted, "Okay, let's go." The crowd set out towards the seaside again in a mighty procession. "Captain, some of the oranges are ripe," Zhang Lanfang said when they arrived under the orange tree. "Then pick them." Everyone picked 5 or 6 oranges. "Captain, do you want to pick some coconuts?" "No, we can pick them when we pass by here on our way back." "All right." As the group reached the beach and headed towards the shelter, they heard the sound of a helicopter engine coming from the north. "No! Hide quickly." Everyone quickly ran to the jungle and hid themselves separately. At this time, 2 helicopters flew over along the seashore, and just outside the beach, they turned around and flew back. "It's broken." Wang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Boom! Boom! 2 missiles were fired, and the shelter was razed to the ground. "Fuck!" Wang Yuan observed the scene through the scope and cursed. 2 helicopters slowly landed on the beach, and 6 black men in military uniforms and helmets walked out. The 6 men raised their spears, ran to the shelter, and scattered around, carefully searching for clues. Sure enough, they found quite a few traces, but after a heavy rain, they had become very faint. The 6 people gathered together as if discussing something. One of them pointed at the jungle, then at the beach, and said something unknown. Finally, the 6 people walked towards the helicopter. At this moment, a figure rushed to the beach and ran towards the helicopter, shouting, "Hi, Lokithir, Kamon, Obasimina, Bagyar." The 6 black men pointed their guns at the man and looked at him dancing with confusion on their faces. Wang Yuan took one look and said, "It's broken." This person was Sister Zhou. Wang Yuan quickly shouted, "Dahe, follow me and take cover. Everyone else, stay hidden." Wang Yuan and Dahe crouched down and ran through the grass. One of the 6 was still chattering, but the sound of the helicopter engine drowned out all the other sounds. Perhaps because Sister Zhou was a woman, the 6 people were laughing and chatting and didn't care. However, Sister Zhou was wearing camouflage clothes. This type of camouflage uniform is only available to the armies of certain countries, including their enemies, so they did not let their guard down. The 6 men slowly approached Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou put down her backpack and reached for the pistol at her waist. Sister Zhou's original intention was to take out the pistol and put it on the ground. But the 6 people didn't think so and started shouting and yelling. As soon as Sister Zhou took out her pistol, the other party opened fire. Da-da! Da-da! Suddenly, the shadow of Sister Zhou was thrown to the ground. The figure was Wang Yuan. Then the 2 sides exchanged fire. Da-da-da-da-da! Bang! 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 Da-da-da! Dai also shot from the bushes. The 6 were killed one after another. At this moment, the engines of the 2 helicopters accelerated and they were about to take off slowly. Wang Yuan rolled over, quickly raised his rifle, aimed at the helicopter, and pulled the trigger. Da-da! Da-da! Dahe also shot at a helicopter. Boom! Boom! A missile just launched by one of the helicopters exploded. It was not known whether it was detonated by the explosion of the helicopter's fuel tank or by a bullet hit. Chapter 2:02 One person died. Da-da-da! Suddenly, there was a burst of gunfire in the grass. Another helicopter in midair was about to fly away from the beach, but the pilot was hit by a bullet and the helicopter twisted and fell into the sea. It turned out that Zhang Lanfang, Jiang Yin, and Ren Yuanyuan all ran over and shot with guns, and no one knew who shot the driver dead. At this time, the surroundings were quiet, and Wang Yuan and Sister Zhou were lying on the beach. Team leader! Team leader! Everyone shouted and surrounded the two. Sister Zhou was shot twice, one in the chest and one in the lower abdomen. Wang Yuan was shot once in the left calf. Wow, wow, wow. Captain, how are you? Captain, are you okay? Don't scare me. Onqi Zhou, how are you? Xiao Sun looked at Annie Zhou. Humph, this jinx. Ren Yuanyuan gritted her teeth. Wang Yuan suddenly sat up and said, I'm fine. How's Sister Zhou? Xiao Sun shook his head. Captain, don't worry about her. She almost killed everyone. Humph, she deserves to die. Captain, how is your leg? Ren Yuanyuan wiped her tears and said hatefully, It's okay, I'm fine. Sister Zhou didn't do it on purpose. She also thought that these soldiers could save us. At this time, Sister Zhou slowly opened her eyes, turned her head, and saw Wang Yuan. Her eyes seemed to have regained a bit of spirit, and she said weakly, Captain, yes. His body relaxed and he died. Onqi Zhou. After all, Xiao Sun and Zheng Liwan have spent a longer time with Annie Zhou, so their feelings for her are deeper. Although the other three women were angry at Sister Zhou, they were also very sad to see a living person die in front of them. Okay, Xiao Sun, bury Sister Zhou, and don't let any wild animals take her away. Dahei, Sister Fang, you two can go and help. Wang Yuan shook his head helplessly. Okay. Several people carried Sister Zhou's body to the edge of the grass, preparing to dig a hole there to bury it. Jiang Yin said, Let me see your injury. Is it serious? It's okay. It's not serious. Wang Yuan cut his left trouser leg down to the knee, revealing the wound on his calf. The bullet penetrated the calf muscle, but fortunately the bullet did not remain in the muscle. Blood was flowing out of the two wounds, staining a large area of the sand underground red. Jiang Yin and Ren Yuanyuan's eyes instantly turned red. Ren Yuanyuan cried, You are a liar. You said it was not serious. Look how much blood you have shed. Wang Yuan tore off a piece of cloth, tied it tightly around his knee, and said, It's not serious. Look, it's just two small wounds. Jiang Yin used a cloth to help wipe the blood off her legs, which were just two small wounds, and the bleeding had stopped. Mr. Jiang, Yuanyuan, we didn't bring our medicines. Can you go pick some herbs for me? Okay. The two girls wiped their tears, stood up, and walked towards the bushes. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and suddenly remembered that he had a pack of dried bear gall in his backpack. Bear gall is a precious medicinal material, especially the wild one, which can treat dozens of diseases and has the effect of stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation. It is very effective in treating gunshot wounds. At this time, Jiang Yin and Ren Yuanyuan each pulled out a few plantains and ran back to clean the herbs. Wang Yuan took out the packaged bear gall from his backpack, cut off a small piece, and asked Jiang Yin to mix it with plantain and mash it together and apply it to the wound. The two girls helped and wrapped the wound with cloth strips. Captain, does it hurt? Ren Yuanyuan said his tears were about to come out again. It doesn't hurt anymore, and it feels cool and comfortable. You lied again. Really? The thing you just cut off is the gallbladder of a brown bear that was killed on that island before. Bear gallbladder is very effective in treating gunshot wounds. Really? Yeah, it's more real than pearls. It will heal in a few days. All right. Dahei, Xiaosun, and the others came back after burying Sister Zhou's body. Captain, how is the wound? Zhang Lanfang asked. It's okay. Everything has been bandaged. Go search the body and the helicopter wreckage. Take away anything useful and push the body into the sea. Okay. The crowd stripped the bodies clean, leaving only their underwear, and then pushed them all into the sea. As for the helicopter, the missile detonated and the huge explosive force blew the helicopter into pieces. There were almost no usable items. Only some metal fragments and a few propellers might be useful. I can come and get them later. No one has any plans to salvage the helicopter that sank to the bottom of the sea for the time being. Everyone packed up the supplies and seized a lot of guns and ammunition. Wang Yuan struggled to stand up and said, Let's go to the shelter and take a look. Dahei quickly ran over and said, Wang, let me carry you on my back. Good. Everyone came to the shelter and looked at the two deep pits in front of them, filled with anger. Dahei put Wang Yuan on a rock and sat him down. Wang Yuan said, Okay, we won't live here anymore anyway, so it's gone. Go check the fish cages and the puddle. Hurry up and prevent their reinforcements from coming. Okay. Everyone left quickly and ran towards the beach. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and looked at the busy people, thinking to himself, this team is too big to lead. Although what happened to Sister Zhou today was an accident, he couldn't guarantee what others would think. It seems that he needs to find a chance to hold a meeting for everyone and do some ideological work. Air Wang kept circling in front of Wang Yuan. It should be the smell of gunpowder that made Air Wang a little restless. Wang Yuan touched the two tigers and comforted them. After a while, everyone came back. Wang Yuan looked at the time, and it was almost 10 o'clock. Ren Yuan said, Captain, there is one fish cage missing. It's okay. It must have been washed away by the waves because we haven't been here for a few days. How is the harvest? Zhang Lanfang said, it's not much. The stinky fish that had been nesting in the puddle were also washed away, so there wasn't much, but it was enough for us to have a meal. Okay, let's go back the same way. We wanted to try again, but now it's impossible. Xiao Sun, Sister Fong, go break off some branches and erase our footprints. The seven of them walked back to the beach, looked at the remains of the helicopter, and then walked to Sister Zhou's grave. There were only a few stones on the grave, and everyone felt sad. Let's go. Wang Yuan sighed. Everyone then set off, with Zhang Lanfang and Xiao Sun following behind, sweeping the footprints as they walked into the jungle. As soon as we entered the woods, we suddenly heard the sound of a helicopter engine from the north. Quick, disperse and hide, Wang Yuan shouted. Everyone dispersed, and Dahe carried Wang Yuan on his back and hid under a dense tree. After putting Wang Yuan down, Dahe said, Wang, could it be the reinforcements of those people just now? It's very likely that we won't be discovered. Chapter 203, Firefight. From the sound, the helicopter stopped at the beach. Wang Yuan said, Dahe, let's go over and take a look. Are your legs okay? It's okay. We're just doing covert reconnaissance, and we're not going out. Okay then. Dahe carried Wang Yuan on his back and walked out again. Wang Yuan shouted, Sister Fong, don't come out. We are just going over to investigate. Okay. Zhang Laifang responded. Dahe carried Wang Yuan to the edge of the bushes, found a hidden place, and lay down. Wang also followed and lay beside Wang Yuan. For helicopters were circling over the wreckage of the helicopter on the beach. After a while, helicopters landed and parked side by side on the beach without turning off the engines. At this time, more than 20 soldiers walked out of 4 helicopters. Judging from the style of their uniforms, they should be the reinforcements. More than 20 people lined up, and an officer stood in front and said something loudly. Because of the roar of the helicopter, I couldn't hear what he said. Then more than 20 people were divided into 2 teams. One team went to check the wreckage of the helicopter, and the other team went to the reef area in the north, where they obviously found the 2 bomb craters. The 2 teams were checking the scene, looking for clues, appearing very professional. It was easy to infer from the materials used to build the shelter that were blown away that people had lived here, and they soon found 2 fish cages. Sister Zhou's grave was also found on the other side, and the officer was preparing to arrange people to dig it up. Suddenly, boom, 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 explosions sounded. Helicopters were hit by several missiles, and all were destroyed. It was then that the group of soldiers discovered that 2 helicopters had flown over from the south at some point in time. Due to the interference of their own helicopter engine sound, they could not hear the sound of the other side's helicopter. The machine gun on the helicopter fired wildly at the soldiers on the beach. The soldiers on the beach screamed and fled in all directions. The helicopter arrived at the reef area and began to fire at the soldiers in the reef area. However, the soldiers in the reef area did not suffer too many casualties due to the cover of the reefs. The 2 sides then opened fire on each other, and the helicopter flew over the reef area. At this time, the remaining soldiers on the beach also ran over to join the battle. The 2 helicopters circled, one flew over the sea and the other flew over the grass, and they fired at the reef area in counterattack. Now the soldiers in the reef area had no place to hide and were completely exposed to the enemy's firepower. Boom, boom, boom. Several missiles exploded in the reef area. The machine gun on the helicopter was reaping the lives of those soldiers. After a while, the gunfire stopped, and the 2 helicopters circled over the reef area and then over the beach. They flew south until they were sure there were no survivors, and then turned east. Gradually, the sound of the engines disappeared into the horizon. Wang Yuan and Dahe breathed a sigh of relief. Dahei put down the telescope and said, Wang, there are no survivors. Okay, let's go back. Captain, Captain, Xiao Sun and the girls came out and called out. Here. Dahei stood up. Everyone ran over, and Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, what happened? Wang Yuan briefly described the situation at that time, and then said, let's go back. Ren Yuan said, aren't we going to go down and confiscate the supplies? Forget it. Don't let them come back and strike back like they did just now. They almost found the clues. Anyway, everything is destroyed. Even if they are confiscated, it's nothing more than some guns and ammunition. We don't lack these things. Okay, let's go back. Dahei carried Wang Yuan on his back, and everyone took all the supplies and set off towards the camp again. Sure enough, not long after everyone entered the woods, the sound of a helicopter engine was heard again. It flew from the southeast to the beach, hovered for a while, and then returned along the same route. These guys are so cunning. Fortunately, we listened to the captain and didn't go over to collect the supplies. Otherwise, we would have been discovered that there were still people here. So, we must obey the captain's orders and never act on impulse and cause trouble for everyone. Yes, just like Sister Zhou, it doesn't matter if she dies, but Ren Yuan felt that she had said something wrong and quickly shut up. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Wang Yuan thought to himself, forget it. There's no need to do any ideological work. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon when we returned to the camp. The tense atmosphere throughout the morning meant that no one felt hungry yet. After sitting down and resting for a while, everyone recovered and felt much better. Wang Yuan took a deep puff of cigarette and said, Sister Fang, Mr. Jiang, go cook. Good. Dahei, Xiao Sun, sort out the seized supplies. Okay. The two men sorted the supplies into helmets, clothes, belts, shoes, cigarettes, lighters, guns, and ammunition. Oh my God! Wang, this gun is so old. Which army must have sold it to them? Yes, that's for sure. They are relatively poor and can only spend the least amount of money to equip more troops. I even doubt whether these bullets are expired. How poor are these people? They don't even have a grenade. Okay, Dahei, wasn't it the same during the civil war in your country? Yes. It's only in the past few years that your country has helped us build infrastructure that our lives have improved. Haha, the loss of 6 helicopters will probably drive them crazy and lead to crazy revenge. If we are discovered, will they think it was us who did it and retaliate against us? No, the scale of the scene is beyond our ability to cause. Yes, this will intensify the fighting between the two hostile parties so that their attention will not be on us, which will create favorable conditions for our survival. Yes, there is an idiom in our country that goes, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. It is easier for us to survive in this gap. Captain, it's time to eat. Ren Yuan moved the table over. After lunch, Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, what are we going to do this afternoon? Wash these clothes. They may be useful in the future. Good. Xiao Sun, help me find a stick so I can make a crutch. Dahei, collect these ammunition and guns and see if you can assemble a few good ones. Okay. Everyone got busy again. Xiao Sun helped Wang Yuan, and soon a pair of crutches was ready. Wang Yuan walked a few steps with a cane and was fine. Wang, these gun parts can only be assembled into one that is usable. Try 2 shots and see. Da-da! Da-da! Dahei raised his gun and fired 2 bursts. All the girls looked over. It's okay within 100 meters, but 150 meters is a bit off. Ha! Sister Zhou and I are so unlucky that these broken guns can hit us. Chapter 2.0 for the battlefield has shifted. Xiao Sun, take this gun and practice with it when you have nothing to do. Wang Yuan said, Good. The girls came over after washing their clothes. Captain, what are we going to do next? Wang Yuan looked at his watch and saw it was 3:30. He said, I want you all to go pick mushrooms and wild vegetables and pick some herbs for me. Just come back before 5 o'clock. Good. How about I stay and take care of you and change your clothes at the same time? Ren Yuan said, No, I'm just going to take a rest. Tiger will accompany me. I'll just cut off the other trouser leg in half and wear it as shorts. As he said that, he used a dagger to cut off the right trouser leg at the knee, and the shorts looked okay. All right. Everyone took their equipment and went to the western hillside. Wang Yuan used his crutches to go to the attic and lie down to rest, but he couldn't fall asleep. Suddenly, I remembered a black suitcase I found in the wreckage of the plane on the first island. Inside it, I found a briefcase with some documents. He opened the backpack, took out the briefcase, opened it and poured out the contents, put the ID card and bank card back in, leaving a pile of documents. He looked through them and found that they were all contracts written and printed in multiple languages. Judging from the Chinese and international languages, it should be the same contract, and it was a contract about diamonds or something with a huge amount of money. Sister Zheng once said that she came to Africa to discuss diamond business, so I'll show it to her when she comes back. He lit a cigarette and lay down again. After a while, Zhang Lanfang and the others came back. Wang Yuan heard the sound and came out with a cane. Rin Yuanyuan quickly said, "Captain, why did you come out? If you are injured, take more rest. I will call you after dinner." "It's okay. I can't just lie there all the time." Rin Yuanyuan helped Wang Yuan sit down under the shed. Wang Yuan took out the briefcase and said, "Sister Zheng, take a look at this briefcase. There are some contracts and other things in it. Do they have anything to do with you?" Zheng Liwan opened it and looked at it and said in surprise, "It's from our company. This person is my father's assistant." "Where did you find him?" "This is a part of the wreckage of the plane we were on that was found on the first island. There are several thousand euros in it. In this case, I'll give you this briefcase, and I'll let Mr. Jiang keep the several thousand euros for now. I'll give it to you when we get back." "No need. Just these few contracts can recover our tens of millions of losses. I will compensate his family when I return. We'll talk about this later. The main purpose of keeping the cash in a unified place is to prevent us from encountering some fishing boats or some private ships. It will also be easier for us to ask for help." "Good. Okay, you guys take a break and then cook." Since lunch was late, it was already 9 o'clock when everyone finished dinner. "Everyone, take a rest if you're okay." "All right." At this time, Dahei said, "Well, Xiao-san, can you tell me those two formulas again?" "Ah, what's the formula?" "It's what I said this morning. What is gong and what is gong? Can you teach me?" Puff! The water that Rin Yuan had just drunk sprayed out. Fortunately, she quickly turned her head away. "Ahem, Sister Fong, please take them back to rest. The scenes that follow are 18 plus and not suitable for children," Wang Yuan said with a dry cough. The girls rolled their eyes at him. "You rascal. Well, Sister Zheng, let's share a room tonight." Rin Yuan seemed to be considerate and said this to take care of Sister Zheng's feelings. Zheng Liwan also understood what she meant, looked at her gratefully, and agreed. "Okay. Well, I'll go back and rest first. Dahei, Xiao-san, you guys continue practicing. I'll go back to recuperate," Wang Yuan said as he followed the girls on crutches. "Ah!" Xiao-san was confused. Rin Yuan hurried over to help Wang Yuan into the room, then said with a smile, "Haha, Captain, you are too mean. I think you are the only one who is suitable for practicing the sunflower manual. Go away. If I practice cultivation, wouldn't thousands of beautiful girls in the world be sad and cry?" "Bullshit. Scumbag," Rin Yuan said and ran away. "Ha!" Then loud laughter came from the other two rooms. Wang Yuan took 2 pills, lay down for a while, and fell asleep. The next morning, Wang Yuan walked out of the attic with a cane, lit a cigarette, and sat in the shed. After a while, everyone got up and walked out. "Dahei, why are your eyes so dark?" "Ugh, why are they red?" Wang Yuan asked. Dahei looked at Wang Yuan with resentment and said, "Wang, I have a beautiful wife and a young son at home, and I can marry 2 more wives. I'm wondering whether I should practice the sunflower manual." "Poochie, haha." The girls burst into laughter again. Dahei just couldn't get over this hurdle. Wang Yuan also felt a little guilty and said, "Dahei, how about waiting till tonight and letting Xiao-sun teach you the next mantra, and then you can decide whether to practice it?" "Oh well." After everyone finished breakfast, Jiang Yin and Rin Yuan helped Wang Yuan disinfect and change the dressing on his wound. The wound was not inflamed and should heal soon. Zhang Lanfang asked, "Captain, what are we going to do today?" "Dahei and Xiao-sun and I will go fishing. Sister Fong will take care of you girls." "Okay. Then sisters, let's go dig bamboo shoots." "Okay." Just as everyone got all their equipment ready to set off, the sound of a helicopter engine was heard. "Let's go. Go to the western hillside. Quick." Sister Fong, Xiao-sun, put away the clothesline, Wang Yuan shouted. Dahei carried Wang Yuan on his back and ran towards the western hillside. The others put away the clothes-drying rack and followed him towards the western hillside. When they arrived at the bamboo forest, everyone dispersed and Dahei put Wang Yuan down. At this time, a helicopter was heard flying from the southeast to the west. Wang Yuan said, "Dahei, go investigate." Okay, Dahe said and ran towards the beach. The rest of the people gathered around, and Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, what's going on? I don't know either. Dahe went to investigate. Okay, it's okay. We just need to wait for news. You all should go dig bamboo shoots. A lot of bamboo shoots have grown since the rain. Okay, everyone dispersed again. The helicopter did not fly back until everyone filled their backpacks and gathered around again. As the time was approaching 11 o'clock, Wang Yuan suddenly raised his pistol and aimed at a bush. Wang, it's me. Dahe walked out with a smile. What's going on? The two sides started fighting. Two helicopters were ambushed and shot down by rocket launchers. The other side sent 3 speedboats with more than 100 people. The speedboats were converted fishing boats. They were just a little bigger and faster than the oil boat we used last time. While one of them may have been driven overseas. In the future, the battlefield may be transferred to the sea. Our place may become a battlefield, so we must be more cautious in the future. Chapter 205, Preparing to Seize the Ship. They have already evacuated. Let's go back. Dahe said. Okay, let's go back. Wang Yuan put out the cigarette. Everyone returned to the shed, and the girls were busy cooking.